Morning, people. Morning. So this morning for the YSL trial, y'all, we have one main question, at least as it relates to yesterday. Did them people steal Thug's $400,000 watch? Did they steal that from him? That's all everybody was talking about yesterday. Is did they steal Thug's $400,000 watch? Morning, Andre. That's what the conversation was about yesterday, people. Did they steal Thug's $400,000? It sure looked like that's what Weinstein might have been insinuating. Now, of course, he didn't say that. Like, as I thought about it, as I went back and kind of analyzed in my own head, morning, Shauna. As I went back and analyzed in my own head, I was like, well, Weinstein, he didn't say that for sure. He kind of insinuated it, but really what he said was, well, he asked the detective to take a look. The detective took a look. He said it's not here. And then Weinstein said, okay, no further questions. So he kind of implied it, but he didn't actually say, and I guess as the lawyer, he probably shouldn't say that watch should be there, but he did certainly lead us to believe. Was it on the pictures? I don't know. It looks like that information came in maybe through some kind of, maybe Brian Steele called in or something, because Max Sharp seemed to be working with Weinstein on that. There's gossip page stating there was an argument in the DA's office about who gets the pink Lambo. I can see finding. Listen, if either one of them is ever seen in that Lambo, that would be the scandal of all scandals. Morning, Paris. I know it's probably afternoon where you are, or some other non-morning part of the day. Yeah, so I'm going to put this on, y'all. We're going to watch a little bit, probably skip around a little bit, and let's try to get a determination here.
Detective, that's all the jewelry that was seized right there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you look through that and tell me if there is a Richard Mille or Mille, M-I-L-L-E, RM055, Bubba Watson?
I mean, if we think about this, y'all, there's really no way that Weinstein was going to know about this watch without somebody telling him, right? So I'm going to show y'all this watch. Let's go on some images. So Richard Mille, RM055, Bubba Watson, white ceramic watch. And as you can see, these watches, it doesn't look like it's one specific watch. This is the 055 Bubba Watson from the Wrist Aficionado. $304,000. Bubba Watson. So I put $400,000 watch. Just slicing it up a little bit. Partnered with the brand since 2011, Bubba Watson is an American professional golf player who is a multiple major champion and well-respected by many around the world. So the RM055 Bubba Watson white ceramic is designed with a 50 millimeter ceramic case and the brand's signature Tourneau shape. So this is a watch that is going for over $300,000. And apparently there was supposed to be one of these watches in the inventory. Doug not being able to pronounce Richard Mille. Yeah, so I think he certainly can, Shanna. Maybe he was unsure. Maybe they're different pronunciations. Dad, what do you mean hearsay? That's all people were talking about yesterday on Twitter is this watch. That's the funny thing. Oh, y'all didn't even see when I opened it up here on this other This is a bigger shot of that type of watch. So yeah, this is one of those high priced, expensive watches.
White ceramic watch.
And we are back, and we're back.
Right,
Thank you for watching today. Go ahead and hit that like button, y'all. If
you hit the
still
like
ride
button,
with
though.
Yak and Shannon, and
I
you
agree with
still
this
want
guy.
to see justice,
I agree with this guy. Hit the like button. If you're in here, hit the like button.
Good afternoon, Detective Sorno. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Mr. DeMonte Kendrick was detained, and then there were other individuals inside as well, including a...
In the middle to the left near the kitchen.
Yes.
And do you see that kind of half wall to the left of that painting? Okay.
Yes.
What is on the other side of that wall?
There's a coat closet.
And actually, I'm going to ask you, I got an old school wooden pointer, Detective Sorno.
I wanted to see if we can find
Now, Detective Sorno.
Y'all know what's funny? When we pulled up, yesterday we pulled up images of this house. Let me see if I can find it. Yesterday we pulled up images of this house, and the funniest thing is that this gold money counter that you're looking at right now, this house is totally emptied out. I think it was up for sale or something at the time. And this house is totally emptied out practically. But this gold money counter is still in the house, or was still in the house at that time. I'm going to show y'all. So this is the house. We were looking at this yesterday, by the way, people. So this is the outside of the house. People were saying how beautiful it is, and it is quite a visually attractive house right near a little wooded area. But the funny thing is, once you get inside the kitchen, now you can see the house is staged, looks like to be sold, or at least to be photographed. But once you get inside the kitchen and you look on the countertop, what wouldn't you know, there is that gold money counter that we see here. So there's a gold money counter. I don't think it's made out of real gold, by the way, people, but just interesting that of everything that's left here, you have the gold money counter, you have the YSL sticker or some kind of cover or something on whatever that machine is over there. We can't tell. And you have some of the paintings, but house is pretty much cleaned up besides that. He needs the money counter for live tours. Yeah, maybe. That's a good point. Yeah, you know, when people hand you a stack of cash, it's a decorative piece, I would argue. Yeah, I agree as well. I mean, there's no reason a money counter needs to be gold except for decoration. So totally agree with that. Totally agree with that as well. But I just think it's funny that when we were looking at the house yesterday, this money counter was left. I think that they still live there at this point, honestly. I really think they either still live there or they were frequenting, you know, if they weren't living there, they were still maybe back and forth with this spot, because there were other little signs of it. Like we saw upstairs, he had a platinum plaque in one of the rooms. We didn't get through all of the images, by the way, yesterday, but let me see. One of these rooms had a platinum plaque in it, had some interesting artwork. Yeah, here's the platinum plaque. So this looks like oh, is that a gold plaque? That's a gold plaque for the Barter 6, I think. Oh, y'all can't see that. How come y'all can't see that? All right, here you go. So this is the gold plaque. This is the gold plaque that's apparently still in the house, or was at that time. This is not current. So y'all can see the gold plaque for the Barter 6 there. So I would think that's the kind of thing you would take with you if you're gonna move out of a place. So I think they were still living there. I love the fact there's not a lot of junk and crap everywhere in this house. I mean, there certainly was a lot Not a lot more when the detectives went in there. Shannon says, even if they are trying to seize the property with civil forfeiture, the way they did not retain proper chain of custody makes their case for that flimsy. I don't even know what their case for would be anyway, Shannon, because they never made the case that his money came from illicit sources. So what would be the case for civil forfeiture? Wouldn't the money have to be guilty, basically? Or the money would have to be guilty, or Thug would have to be guilty of having obtained the money through some kind of illicit means, right? I don't think that there would have to be, I don't think that they showed that in this trial. Paris says, loads of people pay cash and then they're the bar which they take a percentage of as well. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not, the point of pointing out the gold money counter is not to ask why he has a money counter, right? The point of pointing out the gold money counter was to say that even when it looked like this house was being put up for sale or whatever, that gold money counter was still there. That's what I wanted to point out. So just interesting that that's something you would leave on a counter when you're going to take pictures of your house to sell it. They would have to prove it was for the drugs. Exactly. They confirmed they didn't check his finances. Yeah, I don't see how with a multi-millionaire rapper who clearly has made tens of millions of dollars in his life, how do you, I mean, did y'all see how Love just tried to slip that in there? Yeah, Your Honor, can we, during this plea situation, can we just go ahead and take his money too? And Judge Whitaker is like, is that part of the deal? Like, if it's part of the deal. And Brian Steele's like, we do not agree. It's like, they didn't even have a deal, actually. So I'm talking about, is that part of the deal? The whole point of that plea, that blind plea, was there was no deal. Miss Lely, good morning. Good to see you. They didn't prove anything. They didn't even, I don't even feel like they tried. I don't even feel like they tried, y'all. I don't even feel like they tried to show that the money came from any illicit source. You know? Maybe they didn't have anything. All right, let me double check. What time are we getting started this morning, y'all? What time is the trial start this morning? Is it 9 o'clock or 8:30? I'm looking at Law and Crime. They don't have anything set up this morning. They don't have anything set up yet, so we'll just keep talking. ¿Qué tú necesitas? What do you need? Who said you had one? Oh, okay. Here, grab one out of here. Morning. Okay, you're welcome. They thought he was desperate enough to take their offer. Yeah, I mean, he was well, again, remember, high priestesses. That was a blind plea, so they had not come to an agreement. So Love was trying to just like throw that in there at the last second. She said 8:45. Okay, cool. That gives us a few minutes. Y'all, there are a few interesting things from yesterday. I'm going to see if I can find these on X. Yes, I did see Mr. Abate looking up the watch, which doesn't surprise me. And it also, honestly, it kind of lends itself to Mr. Abate at least seeming innocent that he would be looking up that watch, because that would tend to indicate he doesn't even know what the watch looks like. So that's one thing. Did y'all see Shannon blow the kiss to the DA? That's the one. That's the thing I wanted to. Shannon stood up with his full. Oh, here we go. I found it already. Shannon stood up with his full jail gut. Hold up real quick. Shannon stood up with his full jail gut. I mean, look at that thing. I'm not body shaming y'all. Don't get on me. Don't get on me. Okay. But Shannon was a pretty fit guy, looked like. And so this is Shannon in the, y'all can see him with the patch on his forearm, elbow area. And it looks like he's looking at this little brown skin thing. Okay, y'all. This little brown skin DA. I don't know if she's a DA. I think she's a DA or paralegal. And he looking right at her. He like, it's just you and me up in here, baby. It's just us. It's just you and me. There's nobody else. And y'all gonna see Shannon gonna blow that kiss. What do y'all think? Is she going for it or no? Because she look like she's looking at him too. Morning, Robin. They say Shannon was stabbed. Yeah, that's possible. That's quite possible. So y'all, we're gonna take a look. Let's watch this. Who caught this, by the way? Let me give this person credit real quick. Nosy Wren put this up. So Nosy, shout out to you. Check this out, y'all. Shannon gonna blow her a little kiss. Oh, she saw it too. You see her little chuckle or whatever that was. But they said she smiled. I don't see a smile. I don't see a smile though. I do see a little acknowledgement with a little chuckle. Oh, that was a little smile. She's not impressed. She did smile a little bit, actually. Yeah, she did a little something. It's hard to see. Yeah, that was a little smirk or smile. You really can't tell. Listen, this guy has spent the last year in front of her as one of the main centers of attraction, meaning centers of attention, I should say, excuse me. He's spent the last year as one of the main centers of attention. And y'all listen, I'm not putting anything on this lady. I don't know her, so I'm going to just make a general comment. Y'all know that prisoners, especially in these high-profile trials, it's very common that these guys start getting love letters, start getting marriage offers. It's very common that these guys start to get all kinds of propositions for whatever, right? So it's very common that these prisoners, they do get a lot in these high profile trials. Kind of doesn't matter what they look like, right? So he's a center of attention in this trial. If he's not getting love letters and stuff from women across America, I'd be shocked. No, this isn't the QZ's friend. QZ's friend is another lady, a lighter skinned lady who I think QZ's friend is I think she is a officer of some sort or something like that. But it's two different people. This lady, I think, works as either a paralegal or an attorney. Of course, I don't know. But she works more directly with Love and them, where the other lady, I think, might be an investigator or something like that. So what do y'all think? Y'all think Shannon does he have a chance with this lady or no? What do you think? I'm going to let it play a couple more times. She did do a little smile, but looked like she tried to pull it back at the end. So she does a little chuckle. She moves like a little smile, but then look like she tries to bring it back. I think he did that. Nah, Miss Lily. Nah, that's a woman, Miss Lily. That's a woman. I mean, who knows? You never know what's going through somebody's head. That's a woman, though. That man hasn't seen a woman. Well, we would imagine he hasn't had the company of a woman in quite some time, is what we would imagine. All right, that was one thing. Let's see if we can find Mr. Abate. Mr. Abate. See, this is why I can't just search. This is why I can't just search on Twitter, y'all, because you never know what's going to pop up. Trying to find Mr. Abate, looking at the watch. Maybe I misspelled it or something. Yeah, she does work for the DA. You know how many times these court people get hemmed up with these guys? It's actually not uncommon. Well, it is uncommon, but it happens more than we might think, where these ladies who are in these trials, who are working in various different government positions, will fall for one of the accused, and they've even tanked the trial by doing that before. That's happened, that they've tanked the whole trial. I'm looking for Mr. Abate, looking at the watch, y'all, but I can't search with y'all on here because Twitter will just throw whatever. It'll throw whatever at you. It'll throw whatever at you. Let me let this play.
Now, I'm going to publish 9. What is depicted in this photograph?
It's a container of a substance we believe to be marijuana.
And is that the same kitchen aisle we were just discussing?
Yes, that was also located on the counter.
Now, I'm going to publish 10 X-ray. What is this item?
It's a satchel.
Did you all look in that satchel?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 11 X-ray. What all was inside of it?
Inside was a Ziploc baggie containing suspected marijuana, as well as a wad of U.S. currency, some keys, cell phone, and a Cartier glasses case.
I'm going to publish 12 X-ray. Where is this in relation to the kitchen area we were just discussing?
This was located in a cabinet below the counter.
And what are those bottles to the left?
Those were open bottles of promethazine, codeine, cough syrup.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 13 X-ray. What is that on the counter right there to the far left?
That was a firearm that was located on the counter.
Now, I'm going to republish 5 X-ray. And is this the far end, if you're the cameraman, of this kitchen aisle?
Yeah, it's down here in the corner.
I'm going to go back and publish 14 X-ray. Is this the firearm we were just discussing?
Yes.
What type of firearm was this?
That was an FM
All right, let's
57 firearm.
And
Members of the Fulton County
Bunch of
District Attorney's
weed
Office
in this house.
collected the items.
if you see a serial number.
Guns. I saw somebody mention that the bullets do not match the guns. You saw BBs? That would be interesting. Yeah, I saw yeah, I know. That's the thing. That's why I had to take it off of the YouTube, because it's like you never know what's gonna pop up on Twitter. People saw BBs. Yeah, I saw somebody say that the bullets don't match the guns. Which is interesting. They sure did have a lot of promethazine in there, though. I will say that much, y'all. Look at that. Look at all that syrup. That's a mighty lot of syrup y'all got up in that house. Somebody might have had a cold that just wouldn't quit. Pills. Look like they had a party. Nobody cleaned up. Lots of guns. It does kind of look like a side house, though, y'all. It doesn't look like a main house. This is the part that got me right here. This was the part that got me. This was the part that got me. Because I saw this and I'm like, what are they doing? Like, are they really like bottling up some stuff? You know what I mean? Like, they really bottling up some stuff. And then we come to find out that it's just a legal marijuana substitute type of substance, Delta 8 instead of Delta 9. And you're like, why did they even show? Let's see what they said about this. By the way, I do have the trial up, by the way. It's supposed to start momentarily. But let's see what they said about this. Let's see what they said about this.
I'm just going to grab a couple of these items, make some room.
Oh, I believe that, Air. I believe that 100%.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with 62 X-ray alpha. Detective Storno, if you could be so kind, and do you see an evidence label first outside of 62 X-ray alpha?
Yes,
And is it the same APD case number associated with this case?
it is.
Can you do me a favor and open up that box and look inside?
Okay.
And what is inside 62 X-ray alpha?
Inside is the YSL branded slime drink syrup infused with THC.
I'm going to, Your Honor, it moves to tender into evidence 62 X-ray alpha at this time.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 63 X-ray.
All right, y'all. Let me see something. Is Delta 8 THC? So y'all notice that he said that this stuff was infused with THC, and that at least from my perspective, that leads to believe that it was infused with illegal drugs. But in fact, these bottles were infused with legal drugs. So he just said infused with THC, and you notice that the DA just continues on with his life, right? I know that Doug refuted this on cross-examination, but that's my point, Stimpy. Like, how was that allowed to happen where they testified that he had this packaged THC product and giving the impression, I would think, that it was an illegal product when in fact it's a totally legal product? So yes, Doug, but you know, Doug came back and defended. Well, I guess he's defending his own client because maybe his client may be implicated in this. But how is it that that was allowed to happen? I don't get it. I mean, I feel like y'all saw at the end of the day, and probably at the beginning of today, we're going to see this scientist, this chemist lady who's going to be testifying to different samples and stuff. Like, did they bring any samples or anything to say that this stuff was infused with anything? And not acknowledge that all of the guns aren't real, but take a photo of the BBs. Yeah, plus whose gun are they? Whose guns are they? Who owns these guns? Just so much. Just so much. It really shows you. You know how every once in a while you'll see like a celebrity or you'll see somebody who's talking about their trial and they'll say, yeah, and they didn't even do this. And when they were supposed to call this person, they didn't even call it. And you're like, yeah, that sounds like a lot of problems. But you also kind of get the sense like this guy obviously is going to say all these problems, because he's the one who got locked up. And now when you watch this trial, you start thinking, hold up. When these guys are saying all these problems with their trial, a lot of these guys may actually have a point. A lot of these guys may actually have a point, y'all. I mean, not that I doubted them, but now you get to see it with your own eyes, and you're like, hold up. All of this stuff that these other guys talk about, it looks like it could actually be true. THCA is another cannabinoid too. Delta 8, THCA, and Delta 9 are all different. Yes. But, it's almost like this, LTK. Imagine you have a BB gun there or an air gun, and you say, yes, this is where we found the guns. And he's talking about BB guns. But for an average person, when you hear somebody say the guns, you don't think BB gun. You don't think a gun that's pretty much legal for everybody to own, right? So imagine he says, yeah, this is where we found the guns. And he's talking about BB guns, but he doesn't specify. So that would be, in my opinion, misleading to say it that way. Yes, you did find the guns there, but no, you didn't tell us that they were BB guns or pellet guns or air guns or whatever other type of gun. So that's my point. Like, why are you allowed to just use a generic term like THC if you have reason? Now, if you in good faith believe that it's, marijuana, okay, again, you do have to kind of have that good faith situation. But yeah, it's lying via omission. Again, if you have I'm big on good faith. You find these guns, you think that they're real guns, you're mistaken. I don't think it's wrong, of course, but it's not acting bad. It's just you're mistaken. Now, of course, you do have a duty to verify that the guns are real and all that stuff. But when you have a reason to believe that it's a real gun, but you're just wrong, then you're just wrong. You made a mistake. But when you can clearly see, or when it's your job to investigate this, and you determine that this is something that's legal, and then you present it as if it were illegal, What's going on, Miss Lily? You gonna be watching the chat? Okay. Is everything okay, Miss Lily? Kind of missed you yesterday. We didn't get a lot of Miss Lily yesterday. Were those guns legal to own? I don't know. I know that the switch, he showed a gun with a switch on it, and the switch is federally illegal. So that could cause big problems for anybody who owns it. The switch is no joke. Like they'll take you down for, if I'm not mistaken, the switch is like an automatic, I don't know, X number of years. What is the federal penalty for a switch? The penalty for possessing an unregistered machine gun is 10 years and a $250,000 fine. So you can own a switch, but you have to register it and go about it correctly. If you don't, you could be facing 10 years federal time. So yeah, you talking. So in theory, this is something I was researching. Might do a video on this. Probably do a video on this on. There's one of these days when I think they said Kathy Rustin said Thursday there's not going to be any court. No court Thursday. Maybe do a video on this.
Trying to find the exact which I have. Really an issue anymore anyway, is that, I mean, we're clear on the Mr. Thorpe can't be testifying about Mr. Stillwell's. So if y'all want me to read that part of the transcript, I will, but.
We didn't hear the first part of what you said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, I'm sorry, I'm a little late taking the bench. I was searching the transcript roughs for the part that we had been looking for yesterday, which I found. But I think we're clear anyway on what my ruling is about what Thorpe can and can't testify to, but I'm happy to read into the transcript what we were discussing before. Which my ruling was, so they can't have a new witness. If they have a witness that they were planning to call back anyway, who is already qualified to testify to this, then they can testify to it, but they can't come up with a new witness or recall somebody that they didn't already have on their list. So I think that takes care of that. But of course, we have another issue because we can't have more than one normal no issue trial day in a row. So I have an email from one of the jurors this morning. Interestingly, he sent two different drafts of it. The first says, it's to my assistant. When you have a moment, please relay this to the judge. Good morning, Judge Whitaker. I am requesting to be removed from the current case due to the length of this trial and how the state has handled this case. I can no longer be unbiased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. Thanks. But then that's not what he really meant to send, because he said, I didn't mean to send this version, not the other one, with a minor correction. Hope all is well. When you have a moment, can you relay this email to the judge? Good morning, Judge Whitaker. I am requesting to be removed from the current case due to the length of this trial and how the state has handled this case. I will be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. Thanks. Now, this is the same juror who a few months back asked to be removed from the case and provided no reason whatsoever. And so I just ignored it. I just said, no, you're not removed. Doesn't work that way. And so I think this is just a ploy to get off of a case that he's sick of being on because it's taking up his time. Obviously, we can have him out and privately, not with the other jurors around, and ask whatever questions we want of him. Willing to hear what anybody has to say about it.
I don't know from the court's perspective if this would be appropriate, but I would have no objection to informing this juror that it might not be 3 to 6 months. And I think it might not be 3 to 6 months or whatever he said. And I think that is accurate and honest at this point.
I mean, I think it would be fair to say we have no expectation that it'll be another 3 to 6 months.
In your honor, we understand that he said that he is biased
Towards any decisions, whatever that means.
Right, but he said, but he specifically talked about the state and how the state is cleaning up this case. So therefore, the state would have some concern with the juror not being able to remain fair and impartial, given what his language was. He didn't say to either side, he said specifically to the state.
No, he didn't. He said, I will be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. And frankly, you have to start a case unbiased, but as you listen to the evidence, as long as you don't deliberate with anybody, you can mull the evidence in your own mind. And frankly, if y'all are presenting the case in a way that is driving a juror crazy, that's on you.
And I understand that, but if he is, it appears that he is, his thoughts at this point is that he, and maybe that's what we need to ask him, whether or not he is still, he still be fair and impartial. We want to watch everything outside the presence of each other.
I mean, I certainly think that would be appropriate. So I'm looking for some kind of the general language that we give about needing to decide the case based on the evidence. So once I find that, we'll get him out and y'all can ask whatever questions you want.
And when that is complete, Your Honor, before we bring the whole jury out, I just want to say something to the court, put something on briefly on the record. That can
Okay,
wait
about
till after
this or something else?
Something else. It can wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
What do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about that? I like the way Whitaker handled that. I think she's right. As you watch this trial, of course you're going to develop an opinion. Right? This is why I always liked Judge Whitaker, man. She just typically, besides her her wanting this to have gone to a jury trial, and people would say, yeah, she's helping the state, but she's really quick with it. I mean, most of her legal reasoning is just quick. It's there. It's on point. I really like the way Judge Whitaker reasoned, y'all. Judge Whitaker's on point. Yeah, they want to go home. Shar said he thinks this trial is going to last another 6 weeks. I don't know if he said 6 to 8, but I remember him specifically saying 6. So, oh, Empress Fox, welcome. Good to see you. Empress, you've been doing some really excellent work out there, out and about, out on the street. So as I was saying, I really like Judge Whitaker. She's just, well, she did have time to think about it, but she's just on top of things, y'all. She's just on it. Morning, Jay Marie. Another day, another drama. Yeah, yesterday got us some really good drama, y'all. Yesterday had a lot of drama. Everybody say good morning to our guest, Miss Fox. Hit the like button, please. They may all be so, y'all. Let's not call it biased, okay? They might call themselves biased, but Judge Whitaker's right, in my opinion. They're not biased. Is a way you start something off. You start off biased, or bias could even be for no good reason I developed this opinion, right? So you would start off biased where you have a negative feeling towards somebody, or you might become biased where for no good reason I feel this way about somebody. But if you're watching something happen and unfold and develop, and you develop opinions, and your whole job is to judge that thing, that's not a bias, okay? That's an opinion. You have evidence, you have history, you've seen things, you've heard things, you have an opinion at this point. So it's not a bias, I don't think. Now, if they say, well, from the very beginning, I thought all of these guys were thugs and they should go to jail, that would be a bias. But if they say, I saw something yesterday and I don't like it, or I think that I can't render a neutral opinion, the whole point is for them to not render a neutral opinion. A neutral opinion would be like, I don't know. That would be a hung jury, right? So the whole point of the jury is to render a decision for you convinced me or you didn't convince me. That's the whole point of what a jury is supposed to do. Bro, he's saying he's going to pick the defense side that is biased. I disagree. Okay, so what should he say, Andre? I saw things I think that the state shouldn't have done. I don't believe they proven their case. But I'm going to pick the state anyway because of what reason? It's not a bias, man. I mean, it is a bias in the sense of an acceptable bias. You know, if we just absolutely want to use the term bias, it's an acceptable bias because it's based on facts. It's based on something that happened in the trial. I don't have a problem with the word I get, but I mean, again, is the jury's job to not be persuaded? Is the jury's job to not be persuaded one way or the other? I think the jury's job is to the job of the state and the job of the defense are to persuade the jury. The jury is not supposed to remain unpersuadable like a solid rock that can't be moved. The jury is supposed to weigh everything that they see that's permissible, take all the instructions, and make a determination. You have to be moved, or else you just be neutral. And the whole point of being on a jury would be moot. Just seeing you post on X and realize you were, oh yeah, okay, so that I should have put we alive. So the jury has to be moved, y'all. I get what you mean, though. I think they were just trying to say, based off of yesterday, they are fed up. Even that is permissible, Andre, because they're basing it off of something that legitimately happened in court. If they said I was watching TV, then we would have a problem. If they said my grandmother told me, then we would have a problem. If they say I saw D.A. Hilton out at Target and I didn't like the color of sweater she was buying, then we would have a problem. But if they say what I saw in court made me feel some kind of way, that's the whole point of going to court, so that you can, as a juror, feel some kind of way and reflect that in your decision-making process. Persuaded sounds like they don't really agree, but we're convinced. They should come to their own conclusion, not be persuaded of one. But I think we're all saying the same thing, just different. I would say in law school, they definitely teach you to be persuasive. In law school, they use the word persuade. In law school, much of law school, particularly as it relates to lawyering, is about persuading. So I'm just gonna, and I say this as a person who went to law school. So, you know, maybe the terminology might have a connotation like a used car salesman type of connotation or what have you. But in the legal field, you want to be persuasive. You want your writing to be persuasive. You want your argumentation to be persuasive. So 100% persuade is one of the key words you would use in lawyering as it relates to communicating with other people. Watch the stage get up and talk about. All right, y'all. So
To get that juror
I was just gonna say, let's go back and watch that little piece.
Can we get juror number 56 out, please?
Are they gonna
Thank
do this?
you.
They can't do this live.
Did you email me?
Oh, shoot. I agree with the juror based off yesterday. Even thought to myself, that's how we talked
Good
about
morning.
this.
So I am in receipt of a correspondence from you this morning. And I'm actually in receipt of both versions of it because you sent one and then you adjusted it. And my assistant had already sent that one to me, so I have both. And you seem to be expressing concerns about the length of the trial. And I've discussed that with all of the attorneys, and we all feel comfortable representing that there is really, it's almost certain that this trial will be over far before 3 to 6 months have elapsed. I think it is probable that it will be over before the end of this year. So I'd like to find out whether that assuages any of your concerns.
Given that you said probable, then I'll keep it as is, but I will, if it prolongs, then I will send out correspondence again if it goes into 2025.
All right. Let me ask you as well. You said that you, first you said you could no longer be unbiased, and then you said that you would be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Is that because of your worries about how long the case might take?
Yes.
Okay.
I projected it when we first began this entire case, we were projected to be in 6 months, and it was a year.
Yeah.
And then given the circumstances in between, I just personally, I just feel like it's just too long.
Yeah.
I love what I do for a living. I miss what I do.
Yeah.
And it's been hindering a lot of things with family and friends.
Yeah.
So since you used probable in the sentence, and so therefore I can if you're assuring that this will probably go for the 2024 year, then therefore I can still stay on board.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple of other things as well. I know that you were instructed with some version of entering the case and considering the evidence with an open mind and not reaching any final conclusions until the trial is over with. Can you continue to assess the evidence with an open mind?
Given the information that we just discussed, then yes.
All right. Okay, and can you decide this case based only on the evidence that is presented in the law that I give you, and not on whether you like or dislike anybody's presentation style?
Since you work that way, then yes, I can go along with that.
All right.
Shooting for 2024 just to be.
All right. Do any of the attorneys have questions for this juror?
I do not.
All right.
I do not.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll excuse you to the jury room, and we'll have y'all all back in just a minute. Thank you. All right. Anything further about that issue before we move on?
No, from
All right. Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor, I became aware last night after I got home that my request to the court to show the jury to pass around the bottles of
Yeah.
the liquid, that was not an intention for them to take a shot from those bottles.
You did say sample.
I did say sample, so I guess a lawyer, which I suppose I am, would say I inartfully worded that, but that was not my intention. I just wanted them to be able to look at the labels, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I understand. The jury got a kick out of it. It was a little bit of levity. So, I didn't know if maybe you had said it on purpose for that very reason.
I'd left
But-
my shot glasses
No,
at home.
I didn't think you were actually wanting to give them samples, but I had to deny that in the way that it was phrased. So, okay, no problem with that. All right, is there any other matter before we get the jury out to start our testimony for the day? Okay, and who's our first witness for the day going to be? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get the jury out, and you can have that witness be making their way up to the witness stand.
This trial has had a little bit of everything. Thank you. And if you would mind swearing our witness, we'll get started. Thank you.
Aaron Wofford, AARON WOFFORD.
Hey, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors how you were currently employed, sir?
I am retired lieutenant at the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And how long were you employed by the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
Over 21 years.
Okay.
We're going to adjust that mic. It's really not that one. Well, we can give that one a shot. If that one doesn't work, move that other one towards you.
You said you worked there for how long?
21 years.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, where within the Sheriff's Department were you employed?
At the jail.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what did you do, or what did your employment entail at the jail?
Well, I started off as a floor deputy, moved to sergeant, moved to lieutenant, did security, was over security, unit manager over security, and unit manager in the watch commander's office.
And can you tell the jurors, as the lieutenant who managed security for the jail, and where's the jail located?
901 Rice Street.
Okay. And is that here within Fulton County, City of Atlanta?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about your role as kind of head of security at the Fulton County Jail?
This basically made sure all of the checkpoints were manned, all the equipment was functioning. Was the custodian of the Pelco system that we had, which is the camera system. Also the Securus system, which was the telephone communication system. Made sure all the fences didn't have holes in them, things like that. Made sure there was no areas that can be penetrated as far as escapes and stuff like that.
Okay. And you referenced you were the custodian for the Pelco system. Can you tell the jurors what is that system?
The Pelco system is the system within the jail that basically monitors the jail itself. It's in the the pods of where the inmates are housed, but it's also all around the facility. And I had access to it.
Okay, and I won't ask you how many cameras, but were there cameras throughout and all over the Fulton County Jail?
Yes,
And can you tell the jurors a little bit, were you trained in, I guess, being able to pull information or data from the Pelco system for any
Yes.
specific event?
yes,
Yes. And can you tell the jurors, were you able to, I guess, narrow down a time frame and pull footage for a specific time frame that you were looking for?
yes. But I would usually go a little bit before and a little bit after, just to make sure I captured the whole incident.
And is the footage that you would be able to pull and view, is that footage stored within a secured database as it relates to, I guess, all the recordings for each day from the Fulton County Jail?
That's correct.
Okay, and is that how you're able to access any amount of data that you were looking for as it relates to footage?
Correct.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, as head of security, were you aware that other deputies working within the jail wore body cameras?
Correct.
And as the lieutenant on duty, were you able to pull and view a body camera related to any specific deputy on duty?
Yes.
Okay, and is that something that you did fairly regularly before you retired?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors the system in which the body camera footage is stored in the ordinary course of business?
It's called evidence.com.
Okay. And is the company Axum?
Yes, Axum. Yes.
And based on your security clearance as lieutenant, were you able to regularly view any of the body cam footage as it related to the deputies who worked within the Fulton County Jail?
Yes.
And is that something that you did on a regular basis, like you described with the Pelco system, as one of your duties when working?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to February 9th of 2022. Were you a lieutenant then, still not retired as it relates to the Fulton County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, did you become aware of an aggravated assault or a stabbing within the jail?
Yes.
And before we get into that, can you explain to the jurors, I guess, how the jail is set up? How many floors? And you mentioned pods. Can you talk a little bit about that?
There's 7 floors in the jail. And on each floor, you have 6 pods within the jail. You have 400, 500, 600, 100, 200, 300. And then you have 700, 800. 700 is where the deputies on the floor are housed or officed and have computers and stuff. But and 800 is where the gym is, where they have their recreation.
Okay.
And that's on every floor. That setup is on every floor.
Okay. And on each floor, and I guess in the area of each pod, are there specific deputies assigned either to each pod individually or a number of pods that they monitor throughout their shift?
Deputies you have north and south. So you have deputies from 1 all the way up. You have north and south. And there's deputies on each floor in each pod. Well, not in each pod, but on each floor on each side.
Okay. And as it relates to February 9th of 2022, were you able to locate and pull video surveillance from the Pelco system as it relates to the stabbing?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 125, Victor. And let me know if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize it and what it is?
It's the video footage of the incident that occurred on February 9th.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and show you also State's Exhibit 124, Victor. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, it's also The first one was the body cam. The second one was the Pelco system.
Okay. And was that footage that you were able to pull of the body cam as well as the Pelco video surveillance as it relates to the stabbing you became aware of on February 9th of 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. At this time around, the state will tender State's Exhibit 124, Victor Victor, which is the Pelco video surveillance, and then 125, Victor Victor, which is the body cam related to the stabbing.
All right, those are both admitted.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, based on your investigation in conjunction with other deputies who were working in the Fulton County Jail, can you tell the jurors the inmates that were involved in the violent incident?
Bennett and Myrick.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors as it relates to Mr. Bennett and Mr. Myrick, did you view the video surveillance of the actual stabbing from the Pelco system?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to actually, I guess, locate? Let me ask a better question. Was the violent event, was it actually captured on the video surveillance?
It was.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors, before we play it, the video surveillance as it relates to the Pelco system, the quality of, I guess, the video? Is it something that it's HD and, you can see everything like it's, standing before you, or is it a little different?
It's a little different. A little, I mean, it's, you could see, but it's a little different.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, permission to publish
You may.
State's Exhibit 124. Your Honor, just for the record, because it takes a minute to pull up, I had already pulled it up from my desktop. And before we start playing the video surveillance in, I guess, the still frame in State's Exhibit 124 BV at 6:45 and 28 seconds p.m. That evening on February 9th, do you see the individual who's in, I guess, kind of the middle,
They have a,
far right-hand side?
there's something over the video. I don't want to touch it.
Okay, we'll see.
Yeah.
All right, you see the individual that's standing, I guess, in the far middle right-hand corner of the exhibit?
Yes,
And can you tell the jurors, is that Jaden Myrick?
that's correct.
And in your review of the footage, I guess, let's go ahead and explain to the jurors where we are in the jail in this video.
This is 6 North Zone 600
Okay.
at the Fulton County Jail.
And you see in the video, there's 2 floors, the bottom and I guess the top floor where the stairs lead. Do you see the numbers, for example, 616, 615, 614? What are those?
Those are individual cells.
Okay. And in the individual cells, is that where inmates who were being housed at Fulton County Jail would reside during their time there?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, based on your number of years in the Sheriff's Department, ending your career as a lieutenant there, can you kind of explain to the jurors, I guess, the process and procedure related to individual inmates, I guess, coming out of the cell to make video calls or phone calls using the secure system that you
But this,
spoke about?
this particular zone, I think this was the PC zone. I'm almost sure it was. And in those zones, there's only supposed to be one individual out at a time for their hour or however long they were out. I think it was an hour to take care of whatever they need to take care of as far as attorneys or showers or visitation or whatever they're doing.
And can you explain to the jurors who said PC zone, what is that?
That's
term mean?
protective custody.
Now, you referenced two inmates being Mr. Myra, who we see in states of its 124 BB. Is the second individual that you referenced, last name Bennett, is that Ray Sean Bennett?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're working at the jail and working there while Mr. Bennett was in custody. Do you know a nickname that he goes by?
I don't.
Okay. Does the nickname Lucci, does that ring a bell?
It sounds familiar, but I don't. I've heard it, that name, but.
And as the video is playing, I just want to see if we can orient the jurors a little bit. You see in the exhibit where the second set of stairs that are towards the back of the right-hand side of the State Exhibit 124 BV.
Mm-hmm.
You described when the inmates are out, they're able to make either video visitation calls or normal phone calls. Can you kind of orient the jurors, I guess, the area that would take place in this pod?
Well, if they're gonna do like commissary or stuff like that, the one down at the bottoms for their commissary and things of that nature.
Right. Do me a favor, stand up and point at the large screen for them.
This box right here is where they're gonna do their commissary and things of that nature. This box up here is where they're gonna do their video visitations and things of that nature.
And as you can see in the exhibit 640, 651, you see Mr. Meyer kind of walking around on the pod. Can you explain to the jurors how he's able to do that?
I'm figuring that's his time out to do what he needs to do as far as his hygiene or calls, if he's talking to a lawyer or whatever he needs to do for that amount of time that he's out.
Okay. So when an inmate, when it's their time, their hour, they're able to walk about freely. They're able to walk about freely, as you can
Yes.
see.
Yes, yes.
Now, as you continue to review the video, is there a time where you can see Mr. Ray Sean Bennett also come out and get released from his cell?
There is a time, yes.
I'm going to move to 6:57 p.m. in the exhibit. And at 6:58:08 p.m. on February 9th, 2022, do you see in the top middle right-hand side of State Exhibit 124 BB, the individual upstairs in a white shirt?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, is that Mr. Ray Sean Bennett after he's been released from his cell?
Appears to be Ray, yes, Mr. Bennett.
And can you explain to the jurors, is he near the area that you just talked about where video visitation takes place?
Yes.
Lieutenant, when you see in the exhibit, the video plays of both Mr. Bennett and Mr. Myrick out in 6 North 600, is this typical that 2 inmates are out at the same time?
No,
And can you tell the jurors why not?
because we wouldn't want to mix them up in case something would happen. So the one that was out, Mr. Myrick, should have been put up.
For efficiency, I'm going to move to 7:01 p.m. in the video. And at 7:01 and 15 seconds, Lieutenant, do you see Mr. Bennett headed towards the video visitation area being followed by Mr. Myrick?
That's correct.
Now, Lieutenant, as the fight's going on, can you tell the jurors in each one of the pods where are the deputies in relation to the inmates? For example, the one who we're watching right now. Where does this deputy come from?
He comes, I'm assuming from the other side. This happened in 600, so I'm assuming he was in maybe 1, 2, or 300.
I can ask a
Sustained.
different question.
All right.
So the deputies, as it relates to when they're working on during their shift,
Mhm.
here, this is 6 North 600. Just one deputy works several pods,
Yes,
and are throughout their shift, are they, I guess, monitoring pods from 600 North, 600
yes,
South, and around?
yes, around their housing pod that they're assigned to, yes.
And can you tell the jurors, is there, I guess, a watchtower, for example, where an individual is monitoring the Pelco system or the video surveillance system?
No, they're not watching the Pelco, they're actually watching the inmates
Okay.
in the same pod area or same housing floor area.
And if an incident like this occurs, does the person in the watchtower alert deputies?
Yes.
And is that how they, I guess, get to the pods as quickly as they can?
Correct.
All right. Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, well, first let me show you state exhibits 125, Victor, A, B, and C. Do you recognize those exhibits, sir?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, how do you recognize those?
These are pictures taken during the investigation of the victim of this incident.
And when you say victim, can you tell the jurors who considered the victim as it relates to this violent act?
Inmate Bennett.
And do those photographs in state exhibit 125, B, A, B, and C fairly and accurately depict the injuries that Mr. Bennett suffered on February 9th of Honor, at this time, the state would tender with remarks to State's Exhibits 125, Victor, Victor, A, B, C.
Sure.
Any other?
No.
Okay, they're admitted without objection.
Okay. So at this time, the state's going to publish State's Exhibit 125 on the body cameras. While pulling the body camera up, can you tell the jurors how the body camera works within, I guess, the Fulton County Jail with the sheriff's deputy?
If an inmate is in a, if the deputy is in some kind of a confrontation or situation that needs to be captured to further the investigation, they put their body cams on. And it's also there to protect them.
And can you tell the jurors, as it relates to each deputy who's monitoring any pod within any of the floors that you described here today, are the deputies armed with guns or anything like that?
No, they're armed with the body cam and other essential equipment that they would need: radio, handcuffs, OC, taser if they have one. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down. Shoot me. Put it down. 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 I ain't got one. Put it down. Put it down. Hey, I sit out, girl. Nah, that man just smoking it. You don't suck shit. Put it down. I can't want to go straight up. Move. Listen, if you stab me, I ain't gonna step back. Man, I need that stop me. Put it down. I ain't got what the fuck you telling me for. I ain't got it. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. I'm trying to kill it for me. Move.
All jail units, so you're not emergency trap. Officer needs assistance.
Step back. Step back. Step back.
So what's the situation?
Step back. Step back. Step back.
Patient inmate, zone 600.
Get down. Get down. Don't slide the weapon nowhere. Get down.
Get out, motherfucker. Get out. Get down. Oh, down, bro. Roll over on your back.
He didn't want to shoot me. Why they shoot me? That shit mine. Hey man, they shot me. I ain't had no knife.
So you do.
What you did? What you did? Anyway, they shot me.
Lieutenant is with that body cam for Deputy Edward. Deputy Edward was monitoring the process.
Correct.
Now, I want to show you this last body camera. You have your lieutenant, is it, I guess, common for more than one deputy when it's called over the radio?
Yes.
There's an incident to arrive.
Yes.
Through your investigation, can you tell the jurors, was a weapon found as it relates to the incident we just witnessed with the stabbing?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what it was?
It's called a shank.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors what is a shank?
It's a homemade weapon or a weapon made in jail by inmates. An edge weapon.
I want to show you this second video on State's Exhibit 125, Victor Victor. And for the record, I'm going to start at 1 minute, 37 seconds.
You can stand down on 6 North. Situation under control. I ain't got no gloves on me. Some gloves. Pick it up. Can you put that on your pick that, no, wrap it up in your glove, take your glove off and wrap it in your glove. He gotta say them.
Is that the shank, Lieutenant?
Yes, that was found.
I'm going to put on the screen State's Exhibit 124, Victor B. And can you describe for the jurors through your investigation the injuries that we see here in 125 Victor Victor B that Mr. Rayshawn Bennett sustained from being stabbed with a shank?
Those are wounds that were obtained during the incident. Bennett got stabbed with, and that's the outcome of it.
Through your investigation, was Mr. Myrick at all, I guess, injured or sustained any injuries from the, I guess, the fight stabbing that we saw on video?
I didn't see any. I don't know if the nurses, I don't know as far as him, if he was injured or anything.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness? Sure.
Good morning, Captain Wofford.
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Wofford.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize.
No problem.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, who's seated to my right.
Mhm.
Just a couple questions. I just want to make sure I have this correct. I know that you've corrected me, you're a lieutenant. Were you the person within the jail responsible for investigating this incident?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So that was in your purview.
Yes.
All right, great. Now, my first question is, I think we just saw in the body cam, Deputy Edwards, I thought I heard a taser gun. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. Who was tased?
Both of them.
Both individuals were tased?
I understand. Yes. From what I saw.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, as I understood your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, this occurred in the protective custody dorm, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated, I believe, that there was only supposed to be one person, when I say person, I mean a person that's an inmate at the time, walking around the floor at a time.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And so that doesn't just apply to Jaden Myrick and Rashawn Bennett. That applies to all the people, the inmates, I don't like that term, but inmates that are in that pod.
In 600, yes.
In 600.
Yes.
So no two people are supposed to be on the floor at the same time.
Correct.
Okay. How is that ensured? Can you explain? For instance, are there locks on the individual doors to the rooms?
Yes.
Okay.
Once their doors close, it locks.
Okay. So, and who controls those locks?
Tower.
Okay. So, am I correct that the tower, ideally, the way it's supposed to work is the tower lets one person out onto the floor and then doesn't let anyone else out until that person returns back to their room?
Ideally, whoever's out, they go in first, they lock the doors, and whoever's supposed to come out next comes out.
Okay. In the video, as I understood it, Mr. Myrick was out walking the floor, correct?
Correct.
And then Mr. Bennett exited his door to enter the floor as well.
Correct.
Which would be against the protocol.
Correct.
What happened?
From my understanding, from reports that I got, he was supposed to go up. I'm not sure why he didn't go inside or whatever, and he was left out. I don't know because I wasn't there.
Well, presumably, if the idea is to keep the gentleman separate, or any two individuals separate, the person that's in the room, their door would not be unlocked until the other person is securely locked in their room, correct? That's how it's supposed to work.
That's how it's supposed to work. I'm not sure what the incident was or why it happened that way. There could have been a number of things. I don't know. Maybe the tower person didn't see him walking around. I'm not sure. I'm not making any excuses. I don't know. But ideally, one person's supposed to go up, other one's supposed to go in.
Did you do, as part of your investigation at the jail, did you do kind of a historical look to see if that was a common instance that had been happening over the last month, we'll say, with two people on the floor at the same time?
No.
Okay, so we don't know if this is that incident or that situation with two people that are in 600 being on the floor at the same time. We're not sure if that happened at all over the past month. We just know that it happened on that particular day.
Day, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Lieutenant Walford.
Good morning.
My name's Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick. Just a few questions. I think you indicated to Mr. Shart that only one of the people held in custody should have been on the floor at the time, correct?
Outside the,
Outside the,
Yes.
yeah, outside the cell.
yes,
And you don't know why there were two that were out there at the same time, right?
I don't.
Okay. Is it possible for, and I'm going to again use the unfortunate term inmate, is it possible for an inmate to release himself from the cell?
Yeah,
It is. How would they go about doing that?
move the door.
It's not locked. It is not locked.
What, the door? Yeah, it's locked. They've moved the door when it was locked.
Okay. So even though they're in protective custody, it's possible for multiple inmates to be on the floor at the
I'm
same
not
time.
saying in that pod. I'm just talking, you said generally in the jail. correct?
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me be more specific. In that particular pod in 600.
It shouldn't be, but things are put in the doors where you think the door's shut and they can move it.
Okay. And I think we all saw the deputy respond to that fight taking place
Mhm.
where he strolls out. Is that the normal procedure, just to kind of slowly walk out there, or generally are they encouraged to have some urgency?
Well, we like to survey the scene first before we go into an incident that could possibly hurt us.
Okay. Do you know how many people held in custody in Fulton County Jail in 2022 when this happened?
Capacity?
Within the, yeah, let's clarify. Hold on. No, I haven't finished the question. I'm sorry. Within all of the Fulton County Jail, which goes by Rice Street, correct? People call it Rice Street.
Yes, sir.
So within Rice Street in 2022, do you know how many of the inmates there were killed or died in 2022?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Could I follow up on something that Mr. Weinstein
You can after, if there's any redirect.
I just have one question. Lieutenant, in your time working at the Fulton County Jail, have there been incidents or situations when deputies have assisted inmates in, for example, staying out in the pods while other inmates are being released from their jail cell?
No, not that I know of. No.
I don't have anything else.
Sir, you talked about the door, the inmates being able to just move the door. I think that was the assumption that it was been tampered with in some way, the door. Is that what you were saying, that inmates can tamper with the doors? How is that done?
They can put, the door slides. If a door slides, they can put debris or whatever up in the system, in the mechanism. The door will close like it's locked, but they can still move. They can still get out.
So that would allow someone to exit their room while someone else is still on the floor?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's one more.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I have one more question. Can you tell the jurors, how does an inmate or someone who's residing in Fulton County Jail get a shank into the jail?
It's made from materials that's in the jail already.
Nothing, Madam Judge.
Anything else? All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State call Sharon Ladner to the stand.
Good morning. You're still under oath, so you can go ahead and have a seat.
Good morning, Ms. Latners.
Good morning.
I got good news. This is the last time you'll be testifying in this trial, Ms. Latners.
I have good news for you too.
You're
It's my
clo-
last week working.
on to retirement, Ms. Latners?
Yes.
Well, congratulations. Safe to say you've earned it. Ms. Latners, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 1 through 3 Victor Victor and a disc with 1 and 2 Victor Victor Alpha. And Ms. Latners, were you able to review the items on that disc?
Yes.
And is the documents before you and those discs, do you recognize them?
Yes.
And what are they?
Copy of the incident for that day.
And is the disc contain 911 calls that accompany those incidents?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD reports and 911 calls for those cases?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 through 3 Victor Victor and 1 and 2 Victor Victor Alpha.
Those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing 1 Victor Victor. Now, Ms. Latners, what is the date for that CAD report?
March the 12th, 2022.
And what is the APD incident number associated with that case?
220711320.
Now, Ms. Latners, what was the incident type description for this CAD report?
Type call is 25 and plain talk is gunshot fired.
What was the location for this gunshot fired call?
2837 Waters Road, Southwest Atlanta.
Is that zone 3?
Yes.
And is that beat 312?
Yes.
Was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time did dispatch receive this call?
4:11 p.m. hours.
And what time did the first unit arrive?
4:19 p.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, if you turn to the bottom of page 2 under incident comments, or do you see the comment at 16:11, which is 4:11 and 50 p.m.?
Yes.
What does that state?
20 shots fired.
And Ms. Latners, is on that disc the 911 call associated with this March 12, 2022 shots fired call?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to publish State's Exhibit 1, Victor Victor Alpha,
You
for the
may.
jury. Thank you, Your Honor.
Atlanta 911 operator 7943. What's the address?
Yeah, somebody shooting over here. I live at 2832 Morris Road, and there's a big shooting over here. What's going on over there?
Okay, you said 2837 Morris Road.
Waters Road. It's on Waters Road.
How many gunshots did you hear?
Oh, but it had to be about 20.
Okay, we'll get a unit.
I don't know what. Excuse me.
We'll get a unit out there. Thank you.
All right.
Stopping publishing at 34 seconds. Ms. Latners, do you also have before you what's marked as 2 Victor Victor?
Correct.
What is the date for that CAD report?
March the 14th, 2022.
And what is the call type for or description for that CAD report?
50-person shot.
What is the APD case number associated with this March 14th, 2022 person shot?
220731882.
What is the location for this call?
Windsor Street Southwest at I-20 eastbound, Southwest Atlanta.
Is that zone 3?
Yes.
And is that beat 3 03.
Yes,
Now, Ms. Latners, who was or what was the source? Was this 911 or officer generated?
911,
Who was the caller?
Kevin Cheeseboro,
What time did dispatch receive Mr. Cheeseborough's call?
10:21 p.m. hours,
And what time did the first unit arrive?
10:29 p.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, if you can turn to the incident comments on page 2, what is the first remark at 10:21:17?
It advised getting on I-20 near 56B Baker. Advised 78 on victim vehicle, red Nissan Versa, subject been shot in his vehicle near I-20, Eugene.
Now, what is a 78 victim?
It's a lookout on that person or vehicle.
Now, Ms. Latners, what is the third line from the top that starts with 78 victim 25 and continues?
It's by 78 victim, 25.
All right, so we have our first approach. Y'all, I'm not gonna put the banner across the bottom today because it seems like it takes up a lot of space. I already have a banner at the top. So I'm not gonna put the banner at the bottom. We'll just have to keep a manual approach counter. That's gonna be number 1 for today. I'll write it down. Crazy testimony from the Rice Street official. What is that? Why is it that they can know so well the problems that they have and not fix them? Is it a funding problem? Is it a will? They just don't have the will. Paris says the jail is a hellhole. From all accounts, that's the case. I actually did a video on that. Looks like we're back.
I'm going to republish to Victor and Ms. Latners. Turning back to under the incident narrative, the third line from the top that starts with 78 victim 25. Can you read that and explain to the jury what that means?
It advised 78 victim, just a lookout on a subject, 25-year-old male, unconscious, not breathing.
And Ms. Latners, what occurs at 10:33:11 or 22:33:11 as read in military time?
They request an ambulance.
And what about at 10:24 or 22:24:05?
Call advised there is a FedEx and at the King's Liquor Store near the location.
And Ms. Latners, what about at 10:25 or 22:25?
The caller give out the victim plates tag number was TX, which is Texas, Robert King, Michael 9343.
And what about at 22:25:47 or 10:25 p.m.?
They give the operator a 7-8 on a victim, black male, black jacket.
And Ms. Latners, what occurs at 22:30 or 10:30 p.m.?
They advise male not alert, conscious, or breathing.
And right after that at 10:30 and 43 seconds?
Someone advised his dispatcher they found the 69, which is a gun, under the passenger seat.
And what about at 10:34:24?
They requested Hero to shut down I-20 eastbound to Windsor Street.
And what happens after that?
At 10:34 p.m., they confirm person is 48, which means person is dead.
At 10:33 p.m.?
10:34 p.m.
Now, Ms. Latners, is the second item on that disc, the call from Cheeseborough on this case.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to publish to Victor Victor Alpha.
You may.
Atlanta 911 operator 7663. What's the address of the emergency?
I'm on the, oh my God, it's the I-20 West, I-20 East, damn, exit, what is this? Oh my God, I don't know what's that. If I give you an exit number,
Do you need police, fire, or EMS today?
I'm sorry?
Do you need police, fire, or EMS today?
It's an EMS, so basically I'm in
Okay,
traffic.
great, EMS. You need an ambulance? Do you need an ambulance?
It's not me, it's for someone in a car.
Hold
They're
on.
sitting in a car and they're not shot.
We were telling you to hold on for an ambulance.
EMS, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm unsure. If I gave you an exit number, would you be able to find it?
Yes, sir. Go ahead with it.
I think it's like exit 56B. It's like the I-20 West, I-20 East, how you get on to I-20 West, I-20 East.
So, do I have you're on Windsor Street trying to get on 20 West, or you're on 20 West getting on Windsor?
I think I'm on Windsor trying to get on I-20 West or East. It's like you can go either way. And essentially there's a car here and someone in the car, he's not moving, and there's a gun hole in the door. And I'm not really trying to find out more, but that's basically what I deduce from the situation.
Okay, so give me 1 second, okay?
No problem.
Give me one second. And you're on Windsor Street?
I think this is Windsor. I think this is Windsor, 56B. I know I can kind of see on the highway, and I see it says 57, like it's the next exit. So I think it should be 56B.
Okay.
I just have a question. You're on Windsor, but you're seeing exit signs beyond the exit that you're at. How is that?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Are you sure you're on a surface street?
Am I sure I'm on what street?
You're on a surface street.
Surface Street.
Yeah. Are you on an actual street, or are you on like a middle street where you can still see the highway?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not understand. I'm on the. Let me get in my car and figure out what street I'm on. Because I mean, the guy's not calling anyway.
You can also open up your Google Maps or your, whatever your phone uses for.
We'll have to go around. He ain't moving.
What kind of car is it? What color is it?
It's a red Nissan Versa. Yeah, a red Nissan Versa. Yeah, his window is shot out. He's definitely shot. Oh my God! Yes.
What kind of car is it? You stopped at.
It's a red Nissan Versa.
Okay, go ahead and open up your mapping system on your phone and tell me what street you're on. Okay.
Okay, hold on. Google Maps. Oh my God, I want to get out of here now. I'm on Windsor. Yeah, Windsor.
And what's the crossing area?
It's literally when you're getting on I-20 or I-20 East or West, but it's close to Eugenia Street.
So Windsor and. Give me 1 second. All right. And confirm your phone number for me.
352-215-19.
Fire department that's responding, okay?
Okay.
All right. So, give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
And are you with the patient now?
I'm at the location now.
I understand that they're at the location. Are you with the patient? Can you see them?
I can see them in the car, yes.
Okay. And how old is the patient?
He's probably early 20s. I would say younger than 25.
Okay. Is he awake?
No, he's not awake.
Is he breathing?
I don't think he's breathing. I have not seen this man move at all.
Okay, give me
I do
one
not think he's
second.
breathing.
Atlanta 873, a 27 Delta 1G.
I'm 7663. 7663.
Thank you, ma'am. I do need to ask you a few more questions, Kevin. If you don't know, it is okay to say you do not know, okay?
Okay.
Is the assailant still nearby?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. I didn't see the assailant.
Is there any serious bleeding?
I'm not getting that close, so I'm unsure. I can't confirm that.
That's okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help him now. Stay on the line, and I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Give me one second, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Are you able to? I do need to ask. Are you able to assist in getting him out the car and starting CPR?
Ma'am, I'm not.
It's okay if you can't. I just have to ask, okay?
I can't. I'm sorry.
Okay. Give me one.
Oh my God, that's so sad.
Okay, sir, can you tell me if there's any businesses or residential or anything that you see near you guys?
There's a FedEx, and a liquor store. So there's a FedEx. I think the name of the liquor store. King's Liquors. King's Liquors.
Looking like LAKINGS.
KINGS. Yeah, liquor.
Okay. Okay, give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
What's your last name, sir? Kevin, what's your last name?
Cheeseboro, CHEES, B as in boy, OROUGH.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, help is on the way for him, and I'll just stay on the line with you until someone gets there, okay? Are you comfortable with doing that?
Do I have to stay here? I'm like,
Sir, before you leave, can you read me the license plates on the vehicle, please? As long as you're not placing yourself in danger, I'm ready. What state is it from?
You say, what state is the license plate from?
Yes, sir.
One moment, I'm walking back to the car. I had kind of walked away for a minute.
All right, don't place yourself in any danger.
Okay, the license plate is from Texas. And do you want, hold on. You want the license plate number?
Yes.
R as in Robert, K as in Kilo, and then M as in Mary, 9343.
Thank you. And is that man black, white, or Hispanic?
He's a black man.
What color shirt is he wearing? Can you tell?
It's a black jacket.
Black jacket. Anything else? Anyone else in the car?
No, no one else is in the car.
Did you see or hear any gunshots?
No, I had pulled up to the stoplight and I realized he was not moving. So I'm just kind of nosy and I'm driving and I'm looking and I see that he looks like he's like immobile, like asleep. So my conscience was like turning back around. So when I turned back around, that's when I realized like, okay, there's a bullet hole in his door.
Got it. Well, I hear the sirens in the background. Can you tell us if that's fire, police?
Fire truck.
Okay.
Oh, fire's on scene? Okay. Okay.
Did they stop with the patient, sir? I don't hear the sirens anymore.
I think they're turning around. I think they had to make a U-turn.
Are you able to flag them down without placing yourself in danger to guide them to the patient?
I'm about to do it now because they probably wouldn't. I'm not sure if they would be able to get. But I'm about to.
Don't place yourself in any danger.
Yeah, he got shot, I think. Like I pulled up and he was right here. It's like, no problem.
Was that the firefighters or the police?
That's the firefighters. Now I think they got on the highway. Oh my God.
Were you talking to a firefighter or you were talking to someone else, the female in the background?
The police is here now.
Okay, let the police take over. Thank you so much for even taking out the time to report it. We greatly appreciate the call, sir.
No problem. Thank you so much for assisting.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Now, Ms. Latners, that third CAD report, is that 2 days after this March 14th 911 call we just listened to?
Yes.
What is the address for what's marked as 3 Victor Victor, the March 16th, 2022 CAD report?
2830 Waters Road, Southwest Atlanta.
Is that address the same address from 1 Victor Victor?
Well, the first one was 2837. This 2830.
Both Waters Road?
Yes.
And Ms. Latners, what is the APD case number for this March 16th, 2022 CAD report?
220750015.
What was the time that APD received? And let me ask you this first. Was this a 911 call as well or officer generated?
Now one call.
And what time did dispatch receive that call?
12:08 a.m. hours.
And when did the first APD officer arrive on that scene?
12:10 a.m. hours.
And what time was this call cleared?
4:19 a.m. hours. I'm sorry, it's just en route. Let's see.
Is there a time where it says route closed?
It does says route closed at 4:19 a.m. hours.
And Ms. Latners, do you see the incident comments?
Yes.
At 0008 or 12:08 a.m., what does that state?
It advised, heard a lot of gunshots in the area and saw a dark color SUV speeding away. No further.
And what about at 1440 or 12:14 a.m.?
Univise 2830 has several shell casing and damage.
What about at 12:33?
Advised one detained.
And at 12:37 a.m.?
They asked for a 6-7. A 6-7 means they don't want anyone talking on the radio because they found something, so they need everything quiet during that time.
And Ms. Latners, shortly after that at 37:47 or 12:37 a.m.
Univise 2 additional detained.
And what about at 12:40 a.m.?
They advised 6-7 is lifted. People can go start by talking on the radio.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Latners. No further questions from the state.
Their defense questions. Mr. Weinstein? All right, thank you, Ms. Latners. You are excused and released, I believe.
She can be permanently excused,
You are
Your Honor.
released. Congratulations on your retirement. All right, call your next witness. Is everybody okay? How long is your next witness going to be?
20 minutes.
Okay, let's do another witness unless anybody's desperate for a break right now. All right. Go ahead.
They call it having cheeseburgers, Christina?
My only question is, what does that have to do with the Lucci evidence? Is that somebody help me out? How are those two things related? I get that this is related, that most recent 911 call, they're gonna try to link it to Shannon, but what does that have to do with the first thing they show, which is the Lucci attack? Somebody help me out with that.
You swear to find testimony that you might get acquitted of true and whole truth and what you tell. Maybe see, can you state your first and last name with your phone, please?
Kevin Cheeseborough, Kevin, Cheeseborough, Chees, B as in boy, Orough.
And good morning, Mr. Cheeseborough. How are you?
I'm well, and yourself?
I'm well. If you could just speak into that mic for me, okay? How old are you?
32.
And you can actually talk to the jurors over here, but speaking to the mic, I know it's hard. And do you work?
Yes,
What type of work do you do?
I'm an administrative professional.
All right. And did you do the same type of work in March of 2022?
Yes,
Where are you from originally?
Florida,
And how long have you lived in the Atlanta area?
3 years.
What area of the city did you reside in March of 2022?
West End.
Back in 2022, did you have a car?
Yes,
What type of car?
Kia Soul 2018.
You said 2018 Kia Soul?
Yes,
I want to direct your attention to March 14th, 2022 at approximately 10:20 p.m. Did you have the occasion to be in the area of Windsor Street and I-20?
yes.
Why were you in that area?
I was coming from the gym and I missed my turn, so that was kind of the way that I was rerouting myself to get back home.
And where was your gym located?
Midtown, LA Fitness, Midtown.
And briefly, what was the route that you were traveling from the gym to go home?
I am not sure, honestly.
Were you traveling on the highway?
Yes,
Was that highway 7585?
I'm not even gonna lie, I'm not like the most familiar with the streets like that, but I want to assume yes.
Okay.
It was the highway, so yeah, it's a highway I take often.
When you missed your turn, do you remember where you went to try to turn around?
I do not remember the specifics, no.
Did you ever pass a BP gas station?
Yes,
When you passed the BP gas station, what, if anything, do you remember doing?
was driving to get back on the highway after I passed the BP gas station, and that's when I noticed the car and I made the U-turn.
Okay. So tell me about when you noticed the car. Where did you notice a car at?
It was I believe it was in the turn lane, far left lane.
And what color was the car that you noticed?
Red.
And when you first encountered the car, you said it was in the far left lane. Where was your vehicle?
My vehicle may have been either in the middle or the far right. More than likely, it was in the middle lane.
And at the time, when you noticed the red car in the far left lane, were you right next to that red car in the middle lane next to the red car?
I can't speak for certain. I do know the car was holding up traffic, but as far as the exact lane, I'm unsure. I'm sorry.
And when you say the car was holding up traffic, can you remember now approximately how many cars were out there at that time?
It wasn't completely holding up traffic, considering there were about 3 or 4 lanes, but would say roughly 10 cars.
When you noticed that that car was holding up traffic, what, if anything, did you do?
Well, I intended to kind of pass it by and go home, but they had their flashers on, their emergency lights on, and then they looked asleep. So before I got on the highway, I made the conscious decision to do a U-turn and check on them.
How far did you drive before you made the U-turn to come back and check on the vehicle?
I was actually about to get back on the highway, so I was making the turn to get back on the highway, and instead of making the turn to get on the highway, I hit the U-turn.
Once you made the U-turn, where did you go?
After making the U-turn, I pulled up next to the car just to see if they needed any help.
And when you said you pulled up next to the car, were you on the same side of the street that you were previously or on the opposite side of the street?
I cannot really confirm which side, because I did eventually end up, I remember being back on the other side, but actually, no, I was on the opposite side. I do remember I was on the opposite side. So I pulled up, if the car is facing this way, I was facing the opposite side.
All right. You have permission to approach? I'm going to show you what's been marked as 64 VV, 67 VV, and 68 VV. I want you first to maybe recognize those pictures.
Yes,
First, starting with 64 VV, how do you recognize 64 VV?
that's my car on the far right.
And do you also see in that picture the other car that you were just speaking of?
Yes,
All right. And looking at 67 VV, how do you recognize 67 VV?
that's probably the view I would have
Oh, no.
had.
Put that other one down for me.
Sorry.
That's okay.
That's probably the view I would have had before I did the U-turn to get on the highway.
All right. And then 68 VV.
Just another view of the car, so looks familiar.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the area where you were when you saw the red car on March 14, 2022?
Yes, I don't remember this debris on the ground, but that might be like a minor oversight. But other than that,
You don't
there's
remember?
a box on the ground like of debris or something like that. I mean, that's minor, but I don't remember that. But other than that, everything looks accurate.
Okay. Yeah, this time the state would like to admit 64 VV, 67 VV, and 68 VV into evidence.
All right, those are admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yep.
First, I want to start with actually 67 VV. Now, looking at 67 VV, and it should be on your computer and on the screen behind you. Looking at the picture, are you able to tell or remember where you pulled up with your car when you first saw the red vehicle?
I was more than likely in the left lane, and then after the car wasn't moving, so I probably was more than likely held up by the car, and then I moved over to the right lane to pass the car.
Okay. So initially you were behind the red car. And when you said there were other cars out there, were there other cars in front of you between your car and the red car?
So there were initially, but due to the car not moving, they eventually ended up going around until I was directly behind the car.
Okay. And when you said you went and made the U-turn, and I believe there's a stick to the side of you. If you can stand up a moment. And just show the jury where you went to go make the U-turn.
It would be actually past these cylinders right here to get on the highway, where this light is right here.
And when you were driving, before you decided to make a U-turn, would you have been going westbound on I-20?
Yes.
Thank you. Now showing you what's been admitted as 64 VV. Looking at 64 VV, do you see your vehicle?
Yes.
And is that your vehicle on the right-hand side of the photograph? The single car on the right-hand side of the photograph?
Yes.
All right. And is the red car, the first car, in the picture on the left-hand side of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Now, once you stopped your vehicle, please continue. What did you do once you stopped your vehicle and exited your car?
So I vaguely remember, it's been a few years, but essentially I got out the car, I walked around the car, I was going to knock on the window, but then that's when I noticed the glass was shattered. So when I noticed the glass was shattered, that's when I called 911 for assistance.
Did you call anyone else besides 911?
Before 911, I doubt, no. If anything, it would have been my brother, but I doubt I called him before. I did call him after, but not before.
Okay. Once you saw the shattered glass, did you see anything inside of the vehicle?
No.
Did you see anyone inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Where was the person who was inside of the vehicle?
Driver's seat.
And if you can describe to the jury, how did he appear in the vehicle? Oh, sorry, was it a he or a she?
He.
How did he appear inside of the vehicle?
He actually looked sleep. I didn't notice any blood or anything. He just looked sleep. But considering the glass was shattered, I figured something might have been wrong.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 69 VV, 70 VV, 72, and 76 VV. Take a moment and look at those. Tell me if you recognize.
Yes.
Okay, how do you recognize those?
Well, the first picture I don't really recognize because, well, when I say that, I didn't open the passenger side door, so this view is not technically familiar to me.
Okay.
For the other three pictures, I would definitely say those views are familiar to me.
So looking at 69 VV and 70 and 76, 72 VV, around the state would like to admit 69, 70, and 72 VV.
Okay, those are the three that he recognized?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, those are admitted.
First, looking at State's Exhibit, publishing State's Exhibit 69 VV. Now, looking at 69 VV, is that the view that you had once you exited your vehicle?
Somewhat, yes.
When you say somewhat, tell me, what do you mean?
This view would put me kind of in the pedestrian crosswalk, and I was a little bit behind the car.
So your car is further to the right of this picture?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got out of your car, did you walk back towards the car, in the direction of the car?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 70 VV. And then 72 VV.
Is that the shattered window that you just referenced that you saw when you approached the vehicle?
Yes.
Now, when you approached the vehicle, how did you see that the victim looked asleep?
Well, they just were leaned over, so I got out my car, and then I approached the vehicle, and then I noticed they were kind of just like leaned over. So that was my signification that they were maybe asleep until I noticed the window.
What side of the car did you approach when you saw that he was leaned over and looked asleep?
Considering where my car was, I'm going to say the driver's side. I'm not 100% certain, but I would assume that I would approach on the driver's side, considering where I parked.
Once you saw him inside of the vehicle, what did you do next?
Well, again, I didn't notice any blood, so I thought he was asleep. I think I just kind of continued to survey the car, and then that's when I looked through the driver's side window to the passenger side window and noticed that it was shattered. So then that's when I called 911.
And after you called 911, did law enforcement arrive?
Yes.
Did the ambulance arrive?
Yes, I'm assuming so. I don't remember vividly, but yes.
And once law enforcement arrived, did you speak with them about what you just told the jury here today?
Yes.
Court's indulgence for a moment. No further questions.
All right, are there defense questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Cheeseborough,
Mm-hmm.
good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? I just have a couple questions for you. Okay. I'm sorry. Miss Knight, could you please pull up 64 VV? Okay, thank you. Mr. Cheeseborough, just briefly, this, to your recollection, you've identified your car. Is this the moment that you parked and are exiting your car to check on things, essentially?
Yes.
Okay. The red car that you checked on, in this photo, it appears that the car is essentially, when you came across this car, was the car in the crosswalk as it is in this photo?
I would assume so because at this point there would have been any interference. So yes.
Okay.
Safe to say that it was in the crosswalk.
Okay. While you were there, did you see the red car, not your car, the other car that you were checking on, move at all, forward or back?
No.
Okay. And lastly, when you checked on the car, if you know, did you know whether the car was on or off?
I do not recall.
Do you have any knowledge about whether the car was in park or drive?
I do not recall.
Do you have any knowledge whether the gentleman that was in the car, whether his foot was on the brake or if the car was merely in park?
I'm not sure what gear the car was in, but I feel like I do remember his foot being on the brake.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Weinstein, anything for you? All right, any redirect?
No.
All right, Mr. Cheeseborough, thank you. You are excused. Let's take a convenience break right now, and then y'all can be ready with your next witness. And just before we break, the two juror communications, I'll make those court's exhibits. I still don't know what court exhibit number we are on, but those will be court's exhibits. Anything else before we take our break? Sure. On the record?
Y'all, I am going to, while we're on the break, I'm going to put on Brian Steele. He is arguing before the Georgia Supreme Court right now. So let's just tune into that for a little while. Their audio is not so great, but we'll just tune into it for a minute.
That there is none.
There is none. I think we go back to Horn on this case, and Horn is very similar, and that was a direct review case. Horn
Audio is not good here.
Evidence of material facts that were added from the leading questions, and it's very similar to cumulative evidence in a prejudice and an ineffective assistance of counsel. And here I would say there was no material facts that were added, either as to appellant's guilt. If you were going to add there were any facts, any obvious inferences that were made, it was that she was a co-conspirator, and that's obvious from the evidence that was already introduced and independently introduced of this.
So this hearing is about Blaylock versus the state.
Also, we do have strong evidence that was noted by the trial court, who's in the position to make that
Let me look.
finding. They're the ones who saw the trial develop. They were the ones who also were able to just address credibility and weigh that evidence just as a juror would.
But counsel, how can you say that there was no inference that the appellant was guilty when she took the fifth on questions like, were you with him on that day? Do you know him? I mean, all those kinds of things where, I mean, wouldn't the inference, if the jury believes she was taking the fifth to hide something, she was hiding the fact that she knew him and that he was there at the scene on that day. So why would that not be an inference of guilt against Blaylock?
Well, I think we come back also to her cross-examination testimony that she gave there. She denied setting them up. She denied directing Blaylock or Ryan to shoot them. And so between the inference that could be created, as you suggested, and
Well, trial counsel argued she was protecting the real killers.
Right.
Obviously, it wasn't Blaylock, somebody else.
Someone else. And honestly, she also took the fifth to saying that she had a gun that day, or she shot him. So you could also build
But is that a reasonable inference to draw? I mean, when the question is, were you with this defendant during the murder? And the answer is, I'm going to assert my Fifth Amendment right to avoid self-incrimination. No, I was not with him is not incriminating to her. The only answer that's possibly incriminating is yes, which then ties him. I mean, isn't that sort of by a wide margin the most reasonable inference to draw from that invocation?
I don't think so necessarily. I think it creates the gray area that she wanted to bring up. She wanted to hide the real killers. It's a gray area that she wanted to operate in, is to create this reasonable doubt, create that there's someone else out there that was in there. And I think she wanted to create that, and that ties into the trial strategy.
How does not answering the question of were you with this defendant during the murder doing that?
Well, I think the question was, were you with the defendant that day, not necessarily during the murder? And so that day is broader than the murder, than the time
What
of
else
murder.
what else could be incriminating that happened that she wouldn't be able to answer about? Do you see what, like, it seems like if she's invoking, then there's something she's worried about that's incriminating to her, which then leads to the inference that the presiding justice was suggesting.
Or could it be the inference of other prosecution activities that they had earlier in the day?
It could be a prosecution, other prosecution, the marijuana deal, the drug deal that she set up. Could be that.
Are those not part and parcel of what ultimately culminated in the murder?
They were, but not necessarily part of what was charged with the appellant.
But I mean, if that's all they had been involved with, and then there was a murder, you would have charged that as party to the crime, and we'd be here arguing about that. So, I mean, I don't see how that's really how that's potentially bringing in third parties through this inference. And the other problem is, if this was Jackson's sufficiency, we would say, well, it was a conceivable inference that could have been drawn, and we allow juries to do that. But this isn't Jackson sufficiency. This is Strickland prejudice, and we look to what inferences are reasonable and likely.
Well, Lawrence also says that it's obvious inferences there, and so I don't know if it's necessarily obvious that that Blaylock was with her during the time of the shooting. It could be reasonable to infer, but not necessarily obvious.
Seems like it's a pretty reasonable, unreasonable stretch to draw that inference. I don't disagree with the question from the presiding justice. My question is, though, did counsel argue at closing the third party inference that the jury was supposed to draw from the invocation?
No, she did not. And she just argued with respect to Hartfield was that, Mariah Smith and Hartfield clearly set this in motion. She focused more on Smith's testimony and the location of the bullets and ballistics.
Which makes the inference you rely on even more difficult.
I think
it's not reasonable. If it's reasonable trial strategy, you would have presumed that the lawyer would have argued it in closing?
She would have, but she also, it ties into this argument here, this sentence here.
I mean, do we assess deficiency and prejudice in slices like that, or do we look at it in the context of the whole case? The question is not, could any reasonable lawyer have done this one discrete thing in the abstract? The question is, could any reasonable lawyer, and it is an objective standard, have done this thing in this particular context of the whole case, right?
Right. Okay. I think it's to the whole case, and we also see that this argument doesn't apply just to that they were lying or hiding. It doesn't apply just to Hartfield herself, it also applies to Mariah Smith. And so I think if you had it just applied to Hartfield herself, you'd have a bigger issue. But because it's Mariah Smith, you showed this trial strategy has been crafted about the whole case itself.
So I apologize, excuse me if I missed this, but I'm not sure I've heard a prejudice argument from you that talks about, that assesses the strength of the evidence overall.
Okay.
Could you provide that argument?
Yes. Mariah Smith was eyewitness here. She identified appellant shooting and shooting into the vehicle. I think the most corroborating circumstantial evidence is that we have those text messages that were sent, I guess Instagram messages were sent shortly.
Y'all, this is from the Lil Rod situation, right? Yeah, I think this is an appeal, but not by Lil Rod. This is Blaylock, who I think was also with Lil Rod. Is this Lil Rod associated with this appeal as well?
Permitted objection. And those Instagram messages talk about
really poor audio
and someone being picked up and snitching on him in a closely related time, and also knowing that she was a rat. So it's implied guilt there, implied.
I mean, that, so sort of by your own phrasing, you're admitting these are circumstantial pieces of evidence. Sometimes it's hard to get to overwhelming evidence by just circumstantial evidence. Is there anything else?
But you can. And there's also the text messages that place Hartfield and Blaylock and Ryan at the scene close in time. We know that both Mitchell and Hartfield were texting between the two. And Mitchell and Uten's story, even though they didn't identify Blaylock, they largely corroborate her narrative of what had occurred that night also.
And their description of the shooter is reasonably consistent with the physical appearance, although they couldn't identify anybody, right? So let me ask this. So basically you've got evidence that the four were together, the two men and the two women. They split up and the two women joined the three victims, for lack of, I mean, the three folks that were in the car when the shooting started. And then they moved to a new location. The women got out of the car in what appears to be a coordinated fashion, if we're taking the evidence in your way, and then shooting broke out. Right. And then after the shooting, there's this flurry of messages between the women and some of the victims and the women and the appellant, right? And so when the appellant responds, I knew this person was a rat, is the only inference of that I was guilty, or could it be I was double crossed? There was somebody else and I've been set up.
Well, I think the inference is that she was he was guilty is because Hartfield sent that to both Blaylock and Ryan. He didn't send it to anyone else. It was to them two specifically.
And did he ask afterwards, what did she say?
Yes, she did ask, what did she say? And so I think the obvious interest here is that we're still, and as I would put it, we're still in the concealment phase of the conspiracy here. And that she's asking about what happened. And this is closely short in time. There's no other evidence in the record of any other activities that could have incriminated him or them that happened after the shooting. And so the obvious inference here is that this related to Blaylock's admission of guilt to his co-conspirator. If there's no other questions, I'll address the third enumeration.
Sure.
Of the text messages. Here we have the trial court found that there's deficient performance in failing to find the text messages. There are 2 text messages that were sent by Bernard Mitchell to a person with the Instagram handle PFK Don, and largely they both say we shot back. And while there was deficient performance in failing to find, the trial court found that there was no prejudice from them. There was no evidence that they would necessarily use them, and also importantly, that they were cumulative other evidence that had already been, in my words, debunked by Detective Hogan. And I'll just go ahead and go to the cumulative here, is that Mariah Smith had already she told law enforcement during her interview, and that came out with Detective Hogan's testimony that she had told them that Mitchell had shot back. And when that was presented, Detective Hogan said this did not make sense with the physical evidence at the scene. In order for it to shoot back, they were talking about the 9mm shape.
Thanks for gifting the membership. So you figured it out. Appreciate it, J. Marie. Everybody who got a membership from J. Marie, please say thank you. Really appreciate it. And yes, this guy does seem very nervous. I was wondering, how much do y'all think his presentation matters? Not just the facts, but his presentation.
So the fact that you didn't find casings from a third gun doesn't mean there wasn't a third gun, right?
Doesn't necessarily mean, and Mitchell and Uden both said they had guns, and Mitchell in particular said there's a 22. There's just no evidence of a 22 being fired there. And for the shell casings that were found, it was that Detective Hogan testified that a 22 does not shoot 9mm or 7.62 caliber bullets that were found at the scene.
Counsel, can you now address cumulative prejudice? Because I mean, I've heard you talk about 3 enumerations, and it seems like there may be deficiency with all of that, and you've gone to prejudice. So you've got prejudice from taking the fifth. You've got prejudice from commenting on silence. You've got prejudice apparently from admitting these text messages. How is that not cumulative enough to warrant a new trial?
I don't think these are cumulative enough because I don't think they actually impact the evidence that was given that supported the defendant's guilt here. None of them take out.
That's a tough argument.
It is a tough argument, but I don't believe that they pull out any of the pieces that would support the defendant's guilt. It's not that you're removing, let's say, the Instagram messages that were circumstantial.
But all the evidence that you offered us to support the strength of the conviction was also circumstantial. So we're pulling out, circumstantial building blocks in a circumstantial pyramid.
But they're not necessarily being pulled out here. The as we've talked about, the text messages, they are largely debunked anyway. The jury had already heard it's cumulative, so you're not pulling out any evidence there. The failure to testify, there's no evidence that what he would have testified. There's nothing that's being debunked there.
But the prejudice is the fact that you alluded that he should have testified, and he would have not been able to provide any evidence other than he was at the scene of the crime. I mean that's the prejudice there.
But there's enough.
Is it possible that that prejudice is also compounded in this context by the Fifth Amendment issue, because the jury has heard instructions, not with respect to his not testifying, but about inferences they can draw about somebody who doesn't testify?
No, I don't think that's necessarily done. I think here is with the inferences that were made, they were with reasonable trial strategy, and that they supported the trial counsel's strategy here, that there was another person there. And so I don't think it benefits him at all. And I don't think it attacks that to any extent. If there are no further questions, I just ask you to confirm these convictions and sit down.
Thank you, counsel. Thank you, counsel. For
He's
both
like
sides
the
for fine
least
argument. We'll try to have you
persuasive
decision as soon as
person
possible.
ever.
Thank you.
He was like he was actually trying to wrap it up. All right, y'all don't ask any more questions. Let me sit down. Jeez, that's terrible. I think Brian Steele might have already gone, y'all.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the next case?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's over.
S25A0023, Aaron Lewis versus the state. David Clark for appellant, Clifford Kurlander for appellant.
It's over, y'all. So Steele already went, apparently. Yo, something's wrong with the audio in Georgia courts, y'all. Like, I don't know what the problem is,
Good
but
morning,
they just
counsel,
can't
and
get it right.
welcome. Mr. Clark, you may proceed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
May it please the court, Mr. Chief Justice, and all of my future colleagues.
I would rewind it, but there's no rewind.
I represent the appellant, in this case, Aaron Lewis, and my name is David Clark.
I can pause it, but I can't rewind it.
Expressio unius et exclusio ulterius.
So sorry about that. I would certainly like to. Doesn't look like this guy is going to offer Steele much competition, if you know what I mean. This guy was not very persuasive to me, and he really looked strangely. He looked like he was trying to wrap up his time beforehand. He's like, "Don't ask me any more questions." How long? I don't know. I would imagine at least be a month though, but I don't know. 90 days, up to 3 months. Yeah, he did look very nervous. But wouldn't you put your best person out there? Somebody, if not experienced, because everybody has to have their first time, but somebody really experienced in the courts at least. Finally stole the microphone funds. Brett, how's it going? We over here biding our time till court comes back. We were just trying to watch the Brian Steele Supreme Court presentation, but for Lil Rod's appeal, but we were not able to get we weren't able to rewind for some reason, which is strange. Kid says if that guy got his appeal, Lil Rod should get his too. J. Marie, you got Lou 2 times, a new member. You can't get more skilled without stepping on the field. Yeah, so we would imagine he would have been very skilled from having been on the field in court, right? And then they would say, well, this is our best guy. That's what you would imagine. That the skill would have already been there from being in trial court, then appellate court, and then Supreme Court would be the highest level. Yeah, definitely very tense. And I would like to have seen if they gave Brian Steele that same kind of grilling, because that would have given us a sense for how somebody we've been watching would handle that. He's so nervous. Love would have at least Love would have been in there arguing with them. Love would have been thinking she was the one supposed to be on the Supreme Court judging the matter. You must be able to argue your case. Of course, yeah. When you receive a gifted membership, does it like bump you up? What do you mean by bump you up exactly, Slim Life? If I was ever in trouble in the U.S., not that I'm allowed in, but I'd want Steele. Miss Flynn, you can't come to the States? Are you banned? Did you do something? that got you banned from the United States? If so, do tell. We'd probably like to hear that story. Lil Rod will get it. Yeah, y'all, there was definitely a lot of shooting going on around these guys, though. Like, you can't deny that part. Like, there's a lot of shooting going on around these guys back at that time. Now I'm banned due to my convictions. So, Ms. Flins, can you talk about that a little bit? Because some people were saying that Thug might have some problems traveling for shows as a felon. So, do you have any information about that? Could you give us some idea about that? Brian Still, in previous Supreme Court case, that Supreme Court stated he had brought something that had been overlooked, new evidence no one has seen before, a precedent. Wouldn't be surprised. The guy is very, very well prepared.
Is that the state plans on calling Detective Thorpe next or coming up sometime soon? Detective Thorpe is the investigator, the lead investigator on the Christian McMillan, Darius Ford homicide, double homicide. I have not received, and quite frankly, I don't think it's been released. I haven't received any reports from Detective Thorpe. Now, typically there's an initial investigative report, but my understanding from Ms. Hilton is he wasn't the initial homicide investigator. But I have not received a report indicating it. I'm trying to describe it. When I'm representing someone charged with a homicide, typically there's, it could be 50 pages or whatever. It's a summary and it goes through all the things that they did as part of their work. I don't know, it may be an issue because this case is open and pending and not solved. I don't know why that hasn't been released, at least some rough drafts of the report. My concern is this. I believe that the state is going to try to elicit from Detective Thorpe that while no arrests have been made, while no charges have been filed, their chief suspects are YFN members or if gang members. I don't know how they're going to verbalize it. But to say that we haven't arrested anyone, but this is who we suspect, and then also I can't get a copy of their rough reports to even check behind that and check behind the work, I think is inappropriate and it handcuffs me. So I'm asking for the rough drafts of the reports. Now, Ms. Hilton did tell me that she's not planning on going into deep detail with this case, and I think she said she was planning on asking like 5 questions. That may mitigate some of my need for the rough drafts of the reports. However, I would definitely absolutely oppose any conclusions of who did this or who's suspected of doing this or anything like that unless I'm given the materials to evaluate that and cross-examine that effectively.
All right, response?
Thank you, Your Honor. So as it relates to Investigator Thorpe, the investigation is still open and pending. And so generally, the reports are not issued until the investigation is completed. And then once that case is turned over, there is a complete.
I would suspect that generally you don't call the detective to testify to a pending investigation. So that, is it available for the defense attorneys to be able to review before examining this witness? He's going to be testifying as to it, correctly?
Correct. He was testifying to certain facts, of which is a report that that the defense already had, which was the date of the incident, the location of the incident and the individuals involved in the incident. And that report has been given to defense counsel in discovery. As it relates to any further information regarding the suspects or the fact that they believe that this shooting was targeted, it was a targeted gang shooting, that information has been developing over the course of the 2 years that this case has been open and pending. I know there is a draft. I do not know if APD releases that draft because it's still a pending investigation. So
do you have it?
I do not, Your Honor. I do not. I only have the initial report that has been turned over.
Okay. Has the defense talked to Detective Thorpe about this at all? I mean, if y'all just ask him questions,
And Mr. Sharp brought it to my attention during the break. And so that's the only reason why I know there's a draft, because I went and asked Investigator Thorpe, but until it was brought to my attention,
I was actually asking Mr. Shart if they had asked Detective Thorpe anything, which they're certainly, able to do.
I have not. I mean, the plan for Detective Thorpe to testify about this incident was new to me because I thought
Right, it was new as of what, this weekend when we
Right.
got the new witness list.
So I have not spoken to him about it,
Mm-hmm.
but and quite frankly, I'd want the reports.
Let me ask you this. I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable to see if we can get the reports, even if they're draft reports, if this detective is going to be testifying about what's in those reports. And we can do it with an instruction that it can not be released to others and that it, can be just used for the purposes of this examination. I mean, I'm fine with putting some strictures on it. And maybe instead of having him next, is he here available right now?
He's here.
Okay, we could maybe take another witness and then give the lunch break for the defense attorneys to be able to talk to Detective Thorpe.
Yes, they can surely talk to Investigator Thorpe at the lunch hour. He'll be available. As far as the releasing of that report, given the sensitive nature of it, we don't have it.
If you're going to have him testify to it, though, then
But he was testifying to what is in the report that they already have. They already have the report that has who the individuals were.
okay, well, I mean, do y'all want to come up to the bench and we'll review what the testimony is going to be?
Yes.
Okay, come on up. Actually, why don't we do this when we break for lunch? And we'll maybe just take a little bit longer break. Can y'all just call a different witness for now? All right, let's get the jury out, call a different witness, and we'll deal with this after that. Thank you.
It's Christopher Butler, CHRISTAPHER, BUTLER.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Smith, do you mind grabbing one of those mics that move and speak into that so everybody can hear you? Thank you.
Is that better?
Great, thanks.
Lieutenant Butler, where are you employed?
I'm with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with APD?
A little over 14 years.
And what unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned to Special Victims Unit.
All right. As of March 2022, what unit were you assigned to?
I was a sergeant with the homicide unit at that time.
Okay. Can you tell the jury some of your what your role was and your responsibilities within the homicide unit?
So I worked on evening watch. So our hours were 2 to midnight. And we would respond to any homicide, any kind of suspicious death, suicide. So anytime an officer would raise us, we'd respond out to that location.
Now, are you familiar with the with VIC cameras?
Yes, those are our cameras that are around the city.
Okay. And what does what are they?
So basically, the city has cameras around the city. Some of them they record all the time, and some of them are license plate readers, which we refer to as LPRs. And currently, businesses are allowed to let us have access to let us know there's cameras there. They kind of operate like security cameras, basically.
Okay. And what is the VIC unit within APD?
Our VIC unit's manned by sworn and civilians. It's a video integration center. So we have people up there 24 hours a day monitoring the cameras. So if a crime occurs, we can radio to them and they can start looking into it off scene while we're handling the scene.
Now, are you familiar with GDOT cameras?
GDOT, that's our Georgia Department of Transportation cameras. So through our VIC unit, we have access to their cameras as well. And those usually monitor the highways.
Now, can you tell the jury how GDOT cameras operate?
So they're different than ours. Ours are live stream and they record. GDOT cameras don't record. So like when you're watching the news and you're seeing the traffic ebb and flow, GDOT, they just keep going. They don't record. So we can't go back and ask for a recording. They're just live stream.
Okay. Now, is the VIC unit able to look at an integrated map and tell which cameras are working?
Yes. So the way it works, it's kind of, we just have a program and it kind of works like Google Earth and Google Maps. You can zoom in and out. And when we zoom out or zoom in, it narrows down on that and tells us what cameras are there. So whether it's ours or a school or if it's a GDOT camera, it'll tell us what cameras are there and if they're working or not.
Okay. And if it's a GDOT camera, it tells you it's in real time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in your role, is it routine to look at these VIC cameras?
Yeah, typically anytime a call would come up, depending on the location, an officer would respond to the scene and raise us on radio. So before we would respond, I would typically, given the type of crime, if it's on a street or a parking lot location, I'd try to pull up and see if we had any cameras in the area.
Now, is there any kind of correlation between the VIC cameras, the LPR cameras, and the GDOT cameras?
They're just all manned by the same system that we can access. GDOT has their main hub. We have ours.
And you mentioned LPR system. Can you tell the jury what LPR is?
So it's short for license plate readers. And typically they're just all around the city. They basically are just, their main job is to run tags. Every tag that runs through there, it captures it, takes a picture. And then if we, for investigative purposes, need to locate a vehicle, we can put in the license plate and it'll run it through the system and tell us it'll give us a picture, what intersection and time that it hit.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to March 14th, 2022. Did you assist in the investigation of a murder at Windsor Street and I-20?
Yes, I was on duty at that time.
Okay. And tell the jury what you did.
So typically the officer would raise us on radio and let us know that they had a male deceased in a vehicle. And like I stated, before we left the office, I went ahead and pulled up our cameras. And we were able to locate that GDOT had a camera that was pointing that 20 in Windsor, so I-20 in Windsor. And it captured that intersection where the crime scene was. And at that time, the camera was actually frozen. So before I left the office, I took a screenshot of it just for preservation, because I didn't know if the camera was going to come back on. And then we would respond to the scene. So myself and other detectives would respond out to the scene, and typically we task them out with different responsibilities, whether it's evidence collection, speaking with witnesses. And I kind of just oversee all that and coordinate with crime scene and the medical examiner and notifying other people.
I'm now going to go ahead and publish what's already been admitted as States 64, Victor, Victor. Lieutenant Butler, I think there's a pointer right behind you. If you can tell the jury what's depicted in State 64, Victor, Victor.
Right, so that's going to be the intersection of Windsor. So the way the camera is facing, it's actually it's pointing south on Windsor Street. And you can see there the car at the intersection is where the decedent was sitting. And that was just the camera was frozen. So it was sitting there, it just happened to be frozen when we needed it.
Now, is this a GDOT camera or a VIC camera?
It's a GDOT camera.
Okay. And the GDOT camera was frozen?
Correct.
Is it typical for them to freeze?
It just depends. I mean, ours do it. It's technology. Sometimes it, works all the time, and sometimes it just goes down.
Okay. Do you know why this one was frozen?
I have no idea.
Okay. And what else did you do?
So we responded out to the scene. Also, when we got out there, we didn't know the vehicle's license plate. So after processing the scene and coordinating with ID or crime scene technicians, we go back to the office, and I took the vehicle's tag and ran it through our license plate readers just to find out where they've been traveling. And so I was able to determine from there, earlier in the evening, that vehicle was caught traveling just northbound towards that intersection.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Lieutenant Butler, I have just handed you what's been pre-marked as States 121, Victor, Victor. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this would be our typical, it's a query of that tag and the camera in that area to see what vehicles have passed through that intersection.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the query you ran?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit 121, Victor, Victor.
No objection.
Admitted.
Now, publishing States 121, Victor, Victor. Okay. Lieutenant Butler, if you could kind of walk the jury, what is depicted in States 121, Victor?
So basically, it's showing that I was the user and performed a query for the LPR, the license plate reader at Windsor and Richardson. And so what it does is it just gives me a list of every car that went through that intersection. And towards the bottom there, you can see the license plate RKM 9343, which was the vehicle the decedent was in. And it had actually hit Windsor at Richardson, which is just south of Windsor and I-20.
And what time was that?
That was at 9:24 and 7 seconds p.m.
Now, did you prepare a report in this case, Lieutenant Butler?
I'm sorry?
Did you prepare a report in this case?
No, I did not.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Lieutenant Butler, was that the only image from State 64V? Was that the only image that froze that night?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Any questions for the defense?
Lieutenant Butler. Sergeant or lieutenant?
Lieutenant now.
Lieutenant. Good morning. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay. Just briefly, when you were in office before going to the scene on March 14, 2022, it sounded like you began your work in the office.
Correct.
Okay. My understanding from your testimonies, we have VIC cameras, which can be divided into different groupings.
Correct.
Okay, so we have the city-owned cameras, which record.
Right.
We have LPRs, which take photos.
Correct.
Okay. Then we have businesses on the grid that record as well.
So depending how the business wants, they can provide access to their cameras, or they can just let us know, hey, there's a camera here. So if an investigation were to go on, instead of knocking door to door, it can kind of streamline us to go straight here instead of walking a whole neighborhood or whatever the case may be.
And then we have Department of Transportation cameras. Are those part of the VIC system?
Well, we just have access to it. Like, they're not controlled by us, they're controlled by the state, but the state allows us access. Like, we also have access to Atlanta Public Schools cameras as well.
Okay. So let me ask you this. To city-owned cameras that record, were there not any city-owned cameras at the corner of 20 and Windsor Street?
Not at the time, no. Not that I could locate.
What do you mean, not that you could locate?
Well, we zoom in and out, and at the time there were no cameras there, but cameras are always getting installed. So at the time of that incident, there were no VIC cameras there.
Okay. You did locate this Department of Transportation camera, and your testimony is it just froze at 10:23 p.m. just as Mr. Cheeseborough showed up?
Correct.
Okay. And we don't have any recording of what happened at that location as seen by that camera from 10 o'clock to 10:23.
To my knowledge, that is correct, yes.
When you say to your knowledge that is correct, have you checked with the Department of Transportation?
No, I handled the scene and the response, and the investigation gets turned over to the lead detective.
Okay. And going back to, was that the only LPR you ran?
This query?
Yes, the query of, what is it, corner of Richardson and Windsor?
Yes.
Is that the only LPR that you personally ran?
That I ran this, and then I also did the tag itself to see where else it would hit.
Okay.
And so there was another query, but this one most related to that geographical area.
Understand. The only individual car that you personally looked into or queried was the red
Correct.
Versa.
Right.
Okay. And finally, this VIC camera system, how long have you been working with the system?
I mean, everybody on the department has access to it. So from day one, I mean, anybody can log in and use it. I mean, however, since it's been in existence, so I don't remember when we first started getting it, but it's been some years.
When you say some years, when approximately, you said from day one?
I mean, I can't give an exact date, but I was in Special Victims back in 2018, and we just started getting them. But I really started using them mostly when I was in homicide, which was 2019.
Okay. And now, are you saying you started using them, or that's when they were available?
I don't know the go live date on it.
Okay.
But my most interaction was probably between 2018 and 2019.
How about LPRs?
LPRs, the same. Those actually came out a little before, and it was on a different program, but still the same.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Ms. Weinstein, anything for me?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sergeant Butler, for the years that you've been serving in your position, the DOT camera ever record?
No.
No, perfect.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
State laws, Officer Johnson.
Raise your right hand. This one first, just want to give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. I do.
Demetrius Johnson, Demetrius Johnson, John.
You may.
Good morning, Officer Johnson.
Good morning.
And where are you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with APD?
Coming up 6 years.
All right. And what unit are you presently assigned to?
Presently, I'm assigned to Zone 3 Day Watch.
All right. And going back to March 2022, what unit were you assigned to?
Zone 3 Evening Watch.
All right. And what were the hours of Zone 3 Evening Watch?
3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
All right. Can you tell the jury some of your responsibilities and what your role was at Zone 3 Evening Watch?
As an officer, you just there to protect, serve, patrol, answer 911 calls, help out citizens, make sure everybody's safe and okay.
Okay. Turning your attention to March 14th, 2022, did you respond to a call at Windsor Street and I-20 ramp?
I did.
All right. What was the nature of that call?
It was a signal. Well, it was a person shot call that came up.
Okay. And when you responded, were you alone or were you with a partner?
I was by myself.
Now, when you arrived, do you recall what time you arrived?
I would say roughly around right before 10:30, around that time, something like that.
Okay. Now, what did you observe when you arrived?
What I observed, it was a red light. I was in my patrol car, and I seen a vehicle, and I just figured that it would just stop at the red light. And then I happened to look over, and that's when I seen the bullet holes. I got out of my car, and I seen the male kind of just slump in the driver's seat.
Okay. And what did you do next?
I immediately got on radio to confirm the person was shot. And I believe it was a citizen out there talking with me. I just basically just tried to secure the scene until more units arrive, supervisors arrive. That's pretty much what I had did.
Okay. About how long were you on scene before additional units arrived on scene?
I was just the closest officer to it. So I would say about 3 minutes when the next unit arrived.
And you said that you were the closest officer to it. Why is that?
Well, I was being prepared to end my shift. I was heading to the precinct when the call came up. I was actually on Fulton Street, right by the juvenile courthouse. And, once you get to Windsor, it's just right there. So I was like, well, let me just go and check it out. And that's how I was just the closest officer there.
Okay. I'm now going to publish what's already been admitted as States 67, Victor. And while we wait for that, Officer Johnson, can you tell the jury what direction did you what side of the vehicle did you on? Did you approach the vehicle?
I approached the vehicle on the passenger side when I seen it, I believe. I haven't really looked back at the video, so I believe that I approached on the passenger side.
Sure. So right behind you, there's a ruler. And then there's also on the screen now what's depicted in State 67 Victor Victor.
Okay.
If you could turn around and kind of orient the jury of what's depicted in 67 Victor Victor.
So pretty much,
There should be a pointer somewhere. I don't know where.
Behind you.
so as stated, it was a red light, and I noticed the brakes lights were still on. So I knew somebody was still holding the brakes. I really can't. I believe I approached on this side. Like I said, I haven't looked back at the video.
Okay.
But I knew it was just a single car there.
Okay.
And when I approached the car, that's when I saw the mail.
Okay. You can have a seat. Now going to publish what's already been admitted, 72 Victor Victor. And while it's on the screen now. And please tell the jury what's depicted in State 72, Victor Victor.
So pretty much here, it's definitely when I was able to confirm that it was defects from gunfire that went through the vehicle and where I saw the mail. As you can see, the glass shattered. There was some on the door as well.
Okay. Okay. You can have a seat. Permission to approach, Your Honor? Officer Johnson, I'm showing you what's been trademarked. It states 76 Victor Victor. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
And what is it?
This is what I saw when I approached the vehicle. Pretty much him being slumped, with his head canted, and I can tell he wasn't alert, conscious, or breathing.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that night?
Very accurate.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit 76 Victor Victor.
Admitted.
Now publishing States 76 Victor Victor. And Officer Johnson, if you could just describe to the jury what's depicted in State 76 Victor Victor.
So as stated, once I saw the mail, this is the exact position he was in, but his foot was still holding the brake, and it was still in drive. So I became concerned with, the car potentially just rolling off. So, because he was still holding the brakes.
Okay. You can have a seat. And what did you do next?
I know it was I can't recall which officer, I believe it was a supervisor that came out there. And like I said, our attention switched to, let's just put this car in park because it was still in drive. We didn't want it to go rolling off. So that's what we did. I can't recall if I leaned in to put it in park or the other officer did, but I know that it was my effort and somebody else that actually put it in park.
And after you guys put the car in park, what else did you do?
I remember I was trying to look for like shell casings. I don't know if I seen any. It was just standing by for additional units to come. I was also informed to block off a side of a road so no cars can pass through. As I stood by and waited for homicide, because I was first on scene, so homicide wanted to speak with me. And then I soon after got replaced by a morning watch unit.
Did you prepare any reports in this case?
No, I didn't do any reports. Typically, homicide handles these types of cases. They just collect my statement, and I guess they do the report.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, defense questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Officer Johnson, good morning. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Good morning.
Good morning. Officer Johnson, my understanding, you were the responding officer, meaning you're the first officer on the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and at the time you arrived, did you observe a Mr. Cheeseborough?
My attention was focused on the car. I believe it was a citizen, kind of was trying to tell me what was going on, but I can't recall whether or not if I actually made, just a full conversation with him. I believe he might have been off to my peripheral vision.
Fair enough. I guess my question should be this. When you arrived, there wasn't a large group of people that were tampering with
No, there was
anything like that.
No, it was just that car, and nobody was near that car. It was. Yeah.
And you told us, and I thank you for this, that when you arrived, the car was in drive.
Correct.
Mr. Drink's foot was on the brake.
Yes.
The brake lights were on,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Is that in the picture? Does this picture, and it's 72 VV for the purposes of the record, does that picture indicate the brake lights are on?
Yes.
And is that how it was when you arrived?
Yes, because I came from the rear of the vehicle.
Okay. And just one last question. You see how the car is on the crosswalk past where if you were obeying the rules of the road, you would stop, right? This car is past that stop point.
Yes, it's past it.
Okay. What I want to know is, was this car in this position when you arrived, or did it move after you arrived?
When I got there, I don't think the car moved any further. It could have moved before I got there, but once I was there, I didn't observe the car move.
So this is an accurate reflection of the location of the car when you arrived?
Yes, from what I can recall, the best of my ability.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, and you are excused, officer.
Oh.
Call your next witness.
State calls former crime scene technician Davis to the stand, and Your Honor, while she's approaching the stand, could I approach the
You may.
car?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, with this next witness, who's a crime scene tech, there are going to be some photos displayed that are graphic, so I'm warning everybody in the courtroom to prepare yourselves, and also I'd ask the media if you'll just please focus on the witness and not on the pictures on the screen. Thank you. All right. Come on up. Next witness.
I'm Scott Frank, testifying here today. I need you to pronounce your first and last name into the mic loudly and spell your first and last name. Okay?
Sharon Davis, SharonDavis.
How are you doing, Officer Davis?
I'm well, and yourself?
Doing well. Are you currently a code enforcement Officer,
Yes, I am.
before doing that, were you a crime scene technician?
Yes, I was.
What do you do in your current role?
Inspect properties that are in violation.
When did you move to that when previously being a crime scene technician?
July 4th of this year.
How long were you a crime scene technician?
5 years.
And previous to that time as a crime scene technician, did you work for any other law enforcement agencies?
Well, I started with the city in September of 2018 as a recruit, a police recruit. But no, this is my first law enforcement agency.
And I wanted to turn your attention to March 14th of 2022 for a crime scene that you reported to.
Yes.
And when you came up to the witness stand, did you have an opportunity before testifying that stack of photos and folder to look through some photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to grab and ask to the witness for what's marked as State's Exhibit 65, Victor Victor through 115, with 4 of these exhibits have been admitted, so absent 69, 70, 76, and 72.
All right.
And Officer Davis, with those photographs you look through, are they a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene you responded to that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 65 through 115 minus those 4 omissions.
Those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, around what time or how did you end up to arrive on that scene?
I get what's called raised on the radio. An officer calls in and says we have a homicide raised crime scene, and the person next in the rotation, I happen to be next in the rotation. I answered the call and they said it was on Windsor Street.
And did you end up arriving to Windsor Street?
Yes, I did.
Roughly around what time did you arrive?
I didn't look at the time on the report, but I worked morning watch, which was 11 at night until 7 in the morning. So it was somewhere in between that time.
That's fair. Would looking at a copy of your crime scene report help refresh when you arrived?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm handing the witness a document that I will mark later for the record's purposes is 65 Victor Victor Zulu. And look at that report. If it refreshes your memory, just look up at me.
Yeah.
What time did you arrive on scene?
A little after 11, excuse me, a little after 12.
Okay. Now, with you, what's your process when you arrive to a homicide crime scene like this? What are the first steps that you personally do and did in this case?
Well, first you have to let radio know where you are, that you've arrived at your scene. So I get back on the radio and say that I've arrived. Then I look for an officer on the scene or an investigator and ask them to give me a walkthrough. And the walkthrough is just showing you what they have, where items of evidentiary value are located. So you ask for a walkthrough so that you prepare your mind, and then you just start photographing your scene.
Now, I'm going to publish, it's going to come up both on that laptop and also on a screen behind you, what's been admitted as 65 Victor Victor. And when you arrive on a scene, do you typically take either an overall photograph or some way to orient where that crime scene is?
Yes.
And is 65 Victor, well, it's going to come up here in a second. And while we're pulling that up, I'm going to give you the hard copy stack. Is that first photograph, what is that 65 Victor Victor?
It's showing that I'm at the light that is right under at Windsor Street, and you go underneath the underpass to make the left to get on 20.
Now, I'm going to publish what's as 66 Victor Victor. And is this the vehicle that you responded to that day?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to publish 67 Victor Victor. Now, was this this car when you arrived, was it in this location and in this form?
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
This is 66. There's no 67 in here. Just respond to what I see.
Look
It
at
was
the
pre-
screen. It
yes.
should be on the screen.
I see. Thank you.
It was
Yes.
admitted a little earlier.
Okay. Yes, that was the vehicle.
And this has 3 lanes of traffic?
Yes, 2 going straight and 1 making the right turn.
Now, I wanted to publish 68 Victor Victor. What was the tag number on this car?
RKM 9343. It was a Texas tag out of state.
And it had the brake lights on when you arrived?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 69 Victor Victor. Now, when you respond to a crime scene such as this that involves a vehicle, is it important to take photographs of different angles of that car?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
Just to orient you so you can clearly see when I stepped back further, you're catching more of the street and the lights.
And when you arrived, was the door, do you recall if the door was open like this?
Yes, the door was open. If the door was closed, it would not have been open until the medical examiner came and opened it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Or if fire came, they may have opened it, but I don't open doors.
That makes sense. I'm going to publish what's been admitted as 70 Victor Victor. And I'm going to go to a closer up of 72 Victor Victor. Now, where were the defects in this vehicle, if any?
On the passenger side, more on the passenger side, and just 1 on the driver's side.
And we're going to walk through some that are closer up, but I wanted to, so primarily were they concentrated on the passenger driver side the passenger side versus the driver?
Correct.
I'm going to publish 73 Victor Victor. And do you see any defect? And we'll zoom in just a little bit on the left side of that window.
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you and use real quickly, there's a wooden pointer. If you would be so kind, or if you could be so kind to just point out any defects you see.
From here or where?
Using the big screen so the jury can see it. Thank you.
Okay.
And if you need my help, I can use the pointer.
You have a defect here, here, and here, or that might be a leaf.
We'll have a picture that is a little bit closer here. So I'm going to publish 74 Victor Victor. Is this a closer up of those first 2 defects?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 75. Inside of that front passenger door.
I don't see any in the door.
But this is this is
inside
opening.
The interior front passenger door.
Thank you. Now I'm going to publish 76 Victor Victor. Now, what do we have in this photograph?
You always take a photograph of all sides if you possibly can. So it's to establish what's going on the passenger side, and that I can see what's going on the driver's side.
And in this vehicle, did you collect or identify any items?
Yes.
What were they?
There was a firearm in the front passenger seat right here.
And
Is there any way that you can reorient yourself so that you're facing the jury? You can just maybe scoot back here and.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Is that better?
That is perfect.
Okay.
I'm going to publish 77 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of the firearm you were just discussing?
Yes, it is.
Now, is the glass underneath or on top of that firearm?
On top,
And what window was it in the car that was shattered?
the front front passengers.
And is that the window immediately next to where that firearm and glass is?
Yes,
I'm going to publish 78 Victor Victor. Is this a photograph from the opposite side, the driver's side?
yes,
I'm going to go to 79. And is this a closer up photograph?
yes. So this would be my photo called overall a victim in front driver's seat.
And do you see his feet in this photograph?
On the pedals, like he was waiting at the light.
And what direction is his head resting? Is it to the left or to the right?
To the left.
I'm going to publish 80 Victor Victor. Is this a close up? I'm going to go to 81. This photograph, where is his left hand?
On his left thigh.
And is that where his hand was when you processed this scene?
Yes,
I'm going to go to 82 Victor Victor. Is this another angle from what would be the passenger viewpoint?
yes.
And where is his right hand?
I think I don't know if it was in his pants or his jacket.
We will have a photo here in just a second. I'm going to go to 83 Victor Victor. Is this the back seat of the car?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to move to 84. Now, do you see more clearly these defects in the passenger door here?
Yes, there's the one there on the door handle. And the one here and the one in the window. There could have been one here. That's why it shattered, but I can't say for certain.
And you remember that first photograph or one of the first photographs we introduced where it showed the 3 lanes of traffic?
Yes,
So if I was seated or a vehicle was seated in that middle lane immediately to the right of that car, if shots were fired, would it enter that side of the vehicle?
yes, it would.
I'm going to publish 85 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of that defect?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to go to 86. Now, what do we have here?
A latent print.
Now, what did you do or were you ever requested to do anything with this latent print?
To recover it and submit it to the latent department.
How does that process work? And I'm going to go to 87 while you, Victor Victor, while you describe this.
You will look for a latent print, you photograph it, you mark it just so that it's in a frame, give you an idea of the size of it. You lift it, then you fill out the card, you submit it to the latent team, and they'll come back and tell you if you got a hit or not.
And have you had to do that sometimes for crime scenes you've responded to?
I'm sorry.
Have you had to collect a latent print? Is it usually at the request of either an investigator or officer?
It's at the request of an investigator if they see something. But if you're looking for a print, as the crime scene technician, you're always looking for prints. I see prints on people's cars when I'm driving by, and I'm like, what a nice print. So that's something you look for. It's part of your job.
It's hard to unsee it once you. I'm going to go to 88 Victor Victor. Now, is this the driver's side door?
Yes, it is.
And do you see a defect on this door?
Yes, I do. It's right here.
Now, in relation to the door, is that defect higher or lower on the door?
Lower.
I'm going to go to 89 Victor Victor. Is this the inside of that driver's side door?
Yes, this is the interior front driver's door.
Do you see, that defect that we just discussed on the outside of the driver door?
Yes.
Do you see any defect on the inside of this door?
Yes, right here.
And that was the only defect on the left side of the vehicle?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 90 Victor Victor. Is this a closer up of that defect?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 91, Victor. Now, on a homicide scene that you process, you've described, or you initially take photographs of the deceased victim as they are when you arrive. Is that?
Yes.
And then do you ever take photographs of the scene, or in this case, the vehicle, with them removed?
Yes.
And who handles or moves? How does that work?
The medical examiner removes the deceased.
And then you continue to photograph whatever crime scene, in this case, the vehicle that you are processing?
Yes, or I do it immediately after because I'm still focusing on the victim that has been removed. So then I'll start photographing them. Once the medical examiner removes them, then I will photograph in the vehicle.
And is this one of the first photographs that you captured or took after the victim had been removed from the car? I'm going to publish 92, Victor. Is this a close-up of the driver's side of that vehicle?
Yes.
And what do we have on the driver's side seat?
We call it reddish brown stains because we can't say blood, but,
Understood.
and it looks like biological evidence here, but I'm not sure, but it's reddish brown stains.
I'm going to publish 93, Victor. Is this a close-up of what we were just discussing?
Yes.
And what is that in the middle?
I believe it was a chain. I'm not sure. I thought it was a gold chain.
And this is the driver's side seat?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 94, Victor. Now, is this a photograph of the deceased victim after being removed from the car?
Yes. And after his hands have been bagged by the medical examiner.
And is this process from the medical examiner?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 95, Victor. Now, is this a close-up of the deceased victim?
Well, it's more of a close-up of the defect in his neck.
And where is that?
Right here.
And is that the left or right side of his neck?
Right.
And is it that spot right there in the middle of that blood trail?
It's right here.
I'm going to publish 96, Victor. Do you see any defects in this jacket?
Yes, there was one on his right arm.
I'm going to publish 97, Victor. Is that a close-up of the defect in his right arm?
It's a close-up of the defect in his jacket.
Understood. I'm going to go to 98, Victor. Thank you for that. Is this a photograph of his arm?
Yes, this is an overall of the defect, overall of right arm with defect in his arm.
And does that correspond with the right shoulder defect in the jacket?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 99, Victor. I'm going to go to 100, Victor. I'm going to go to 101, Victor. 102, Victor. Now, and 103, Victor. With some of these photographs, do you take photographs of the victim in different angles in a homicide crime scene after they have been removed by the Fulton County Medical Examiner?
Yes, you do the front of them when the medical examiner turns them over. You do the back of them, and then you do the back of their head.
Now, in this case, you had mentioned the firearm. Is that placard number 1, the firearm that you found in the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to publish 104, Victor. Is this a close-up of that with the placard number 1?
Yes, it is.
And what did you do with that firearm?
I removed it. I take it back to the annex. I put it in a super glue chamber and you process it for prints. And then after you do that, you submit it upstairs to the crime lab and they do ballistic testing to see if it's been used in any other crime.
And you, in this case, basically, when you have firearms on a scene, you'll collect them and preserve them like you just described.
Yes, an officer makes it safe. I don't touch it until they make it safe. with gloves on their hands, and then it's put in a box and I take it back to my office.
And did you do that process in this case?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to go to 105, Victor Victor. Is this a photograph of the firearm you collected and put it in the evidence box?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to go to 106, Victor Victor. And then you take a close-up of the serial number.
Yes.
107. Now, what is placard number 2?
They discovered a cell phone in his pocket.
And was that collected?
Yes, it was collected and turned over to one of the investigators on the scene.
And I'm going to go to 108, Victor Victor. Now, do you see that sticker that's on the vehicle now?
Yes.
What is this process?
It's just to note the defect. So this was the defect in the front driver exterior door.
I'm going to go to 109, Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of that defect in the front driver door?
Yes.
And do you mark it with sticker A?
Yes.
Now, are you able to tell from looking at this if that is was created from or if that is either an entry or exit wound of the vehicle, so to speak?
I'm not a specialist, but what I've seen from doing this is that when it has this little bend here, it looks like it came out. If it was going in, it would be more dented in, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. And you had 3 defects on the right side of the car, right?
Yes.
And this was the only defect on the left?
On
On the driver's side, I should say.
front driver's door.
I'm going to go to 110, Victor Victor. Do you also capture the defects on the right side of the vehicle?
That would, yes, that's the front passenger door.
I'm going to go to 111, Victor Victor. Is this the defect in the front passenger window that you marked with a B?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 112, Victor Victor. Is this the 3rd defect sticker that you have as a C?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 113, Victor Victor. Is that also a defect that you captured?
Yes.
And 114, Victor Victor. Now, what does this slide indicate?
When a victim is on the scene and they do not have ID on them, they being the homicide unit will request another, check the zone and see if there is a zone that has an officer with a mobile scanning unit. And someone came to the scene with this unit.
And does it confirm the identity of a homicide victim on scene?
Yeah, so they take the person's finger and they put it right there, and then it comes back with information, and his name is up here.
And can you state that name at the top?
Yes. It is Drinks Shamel Dash.
And is some of it cut off as the middle name? But Shamel Drinks.
Yes.
I'm going to publish the next photograph. Was this some items collected or in Mr. Drink's pockets?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to, just go back a couple slides to where it shows the 3 defect stickers on the door. Now, you remember when we were talking about the wound, the bullet hole in the right side of Mr. Drink's neck?
Yes.
Do you remember when we discussed the jacket that had the bullet hole on the right side of the jacket?
Yes.
And do you remember when we showed the photograph with the bullet hole on the right arm of Mr. Drinks?
Yes.
With where this vehicle is placed and the 3 defects on the passenger side door, if the shots came from the right side of that vehicle, is where the bullet wounds are on Mr. Drinks on his right side, consistent with that, right neck and right arm?
Consistent with what?
bullets coming from the passenger side door to where he's seated?
Yes.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I'm going to go back to 90 Victor Victor. Now, you know how we talked about that defect, and we're going to zoom in just a little bit in that door, on the inside of the door.
Yes.
Does that correspond with the defect on the outside of the driver's side door?
Yes.
So there's one defect on the driver's side door,
The front driver's door.
the front driver's door. Thank you. One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Officer Davis, no further questions from the state.
Defense questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Officer Davis, how are you?
I'm well. How about you?
I'm okay. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes.
Okay. I know you got a lot of pictures in front of you, and I'm going to ask you about some of them, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you for your patience. My understanding, if we could display Miss Knight 105 VV. This is the firearm that you collected from the red Nissan Versa, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, and if this is outside your expertise, just let me know, okay? Do you know what type of firearm it was?
I believe it was a 9mm.
Okay. And was it loaded?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to obtain a serial number from this firearm?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Now, I noticed, and you thank you, Ms. Fay. I noticed in the pictures that were published, Mr. Drinks's, you said his hands were bagged.
Yes.
Okay. Is that, in my understanding from your testimony, is that the medical examiner on the scene bagged his hands?
Yes.
Okay. As a crime scene technician, do you know the reason for why his hands were bagged, or why hands are bagged generally in a situation like this?
It's to preserve evidence on there, like gunshot powder residue.
Okay. On the deceased hands?
Yes.
Okay. So that is to preserve gunshot residue?
Yes.
Okay. The cell phone, could you publish 107 VV, please? So, Officer Davis, when you were working as a crime scene tech and you took over a scene, did you have the discretion about what evidence to collect, or were you instructed by the lead investigator or someone else about what should be collected?
So I don't take over a scene. I work under the direction of the homicide investigator. There are things that I know how to do from training, such as lifting prints and photographing, but then they give an input as to what they want. They might see something that you didn't see, and it has happened vice versa, where I've seen things on a scene that they haven't seen.
Understood. You collected a cell phone that's pictured in 107 VV, correct?
So I recovered it and I gave it to the homicide investigator on the scene.
Okay, so that is something that, in your experience and expertise, you deemed important enough to provide to the lead investigator?
No, they tell me they want it. Okay.
So that was, and that's what I was trying to.
Okay.
So that was an instruction from the lead investigator? Was it from Investigator Hogan?
Yes, it was.
To make sure you collect this cell phone?
Well, I would have collected it anyway because it's evidence. It would have either come to me, or if the investigator wants it, they take it first and then they put it back in property.
Understood. Now, and you personally collected it?
I recovered it from the jacket, I put it in a bag, and then I handed it to the investigator on the scene.
Okay, and you just said something that I didn't know. So this phone in this picture, it's resting on Mr. Drink's arm. Was it recovered from inside his jacket, or was it?
No, and it's funny, I didn't even notice it. I thought it was in his jacket pocket. So the 2 is there because I can't put it on the phone.
Okay, so that's how you
Yes.
found it?
Yes.
Okay, and it was plugged in when you recovered it?
There was a plug at the end. I don't know if it was in the car part.
And may I approach, Sean?
You may.
Officer Davis, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as DS-55. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in fact, it's quite similar to 114 VV that's already in evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is in that photo?
It's the GBI results.
Okay. The GBI results for what?
For the victim that was scanned, the finger, and it came back to Drinks Shamel.
Okay. And permission to publish, or Your Honor, at this time, I move to admit DS-55 into evidence.
DS. Oh, I thought you wanted me to confirm. Sorry.
Oh,
Admitted.
thank you. Permission to publish.
You may.
Mr. Kokomo, if you would. Okay. And so my question is this your thumb
My thumb, no, I
that's
don't
holding
have.
the machine?
That would have been the medical examiner or the officer that brought it on the scene, whoever had it in their hand, because it's real fast. I have my camera. That's how that's photographed. So I can't be holding this and photographing at the same time.
So you took this picture?
I took the picture, yes.
You were there when the scanning occurred?
Yes.
Okay. We, the state asked you about confirming the identity. From you being at the scene, prior to the use of this machine to scan the fingerprint, was the identity of Mr. Drinks known?
Not to me.
Okay, so this, to your understanding, this machine and the results from the print was not to confirm an identity, it was to learn an identity of Mr. Drinks.
Yes.
Okay, and at what time was this device used to learn the identity of Shamal drinks?
I don't know what time it says.
Does it say 1:06 a.m. on DS 55? In the
Yes.
top right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is that timing correspond and seem accurate from your experience that night?
It seems accurate for such simple cases. It was a small scene, and the medical examiner's office is not far from there. So if I was somewhere else and they were busy, it could have been 2 hours later.
Okay, but you would agree that this DS-55 indicates that this machine was used to determine the identity of Shamal Drinks at 1:06 a.m.
Yes.
Do you know obviously Investigator Hogan,
Yes, I do.
and he was at the scene prior to 1:06 a.m.
He was what? At the scene
Prior to 1:06 a.m.
There were several homicide investigators there.
What about an Investigator Flores with the gang unit? He was there that night too, wasn't he?
It's possible. I don't remember.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions?
Ms. Weinstein, any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect?
One brief follow-up, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused, and we'll take our lunch break right now. Let's be back at 12:20 right now. Let's plan to be back at 1:30. Well, maybe 1:45. I think we've got a matter we need to deal with. So 1:45 for y'all. All right, so what I would propose, and y'all can suggest if you want to, would be that the state and the defense and Detective Thorpe get together and try to resolve whatever you can. And then why don't we come back at 1:20 to take up anything that can't be resolved, to sort that out, okay? Great.
Y'all, I'm just gonna put back on the testimonies from basically from the from this guy here who showed the Lucci fight. I'm gonna put that on from him, and we'll just replay it, see how far we get. Have a good lunch, everybody.
Thank you. And if you would mind swearing our witness, we'll get started. Thank you.
Do you swear to follow the testimony you provide in court is true? Let me see if you take the first and last name for the law, please.
Aaron Wolford, AARON WOFFORD.
Hey, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors how you were currently employed, sir?
I am retired lieutenant at the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And how long were you employed by the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
Over 21 years.
Okay.
We're going to adjust that mic. It's really not that one. Well, we can give that one a shot. If that one doesn't work, move that other one towards you.
You said you worked there for how long?
21 years.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, I guess, where within the Sheriff's Department were you employed?
At the jail.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what did you do, or what did your employment entail at the jail?
Well, I started off as a floor deputy, moved to sergeant, moved to lieutenant, did security, was over security, unit manager over security, and unit manager in the watch commander's office.
And can you tell the jurors, as the lieutenant who managed security for the jail, and where's the jail located?
901 Rice Street.
Okay. And is that here within Fulton County, City of Atlanta?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about your role as kind of head of security at the Fulton County Jail?
Just basically made sure all of the checkpoints were manned, all the equipment was functioning. Was the custodian of the Pelco system that we had, which is the camera system. Also the Securus system, which was the telephone communication system. Made sure all the fences didn't have holes in them, things like that. Made sure there was no areas that can be penetrated as far as escapes and stuff like that.
Okay. And you referenced you were the custodian for the Pelco system. Can you tell the jurors what is that system?
The Pelco system is a system within the jail that basically monitors the jail itself. It's in the pods of where the inmates are housed, but it's also all around the facility. And I had access to it.
Okay. And I won't ask you how many cameras, but were there cameras throughout and all over the Fulton County Jail?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit, were you trained in, I guess, being able to pull information or data from the Pelco system for any specific event?
Yes.
Yes. And can you tell the jurors, were you able to, I guess, narrow down a time frame and pull footage for a specific time frame that you were looking for?
Yes, but I would usually go a little bit before and a little bit after, just to make sure I captured the whole incident.
And is the footage that you would be able to pull and view, is that footage stored within a secured database as it relates to, I guess, all the recordings for each day from the Fulton County Jail?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that how you're able to access any amount of data that you were looking for as it relates to footage?
Correct.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, as head of security, were you aware that other deputies working within the jail wore body cameras?
Correct.
And as the lieutenant on duty, were you able to pull and view a body camera related to any specific deputy on duty?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that you did fairly regularly before you retired?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors the system in which the body camera footage is stored in the ordinary course of business?
It's called evidence.com.
Okay. And is the company Axum?
Yes, Axum. Yes.
And based on your security clearance as lieutenant, were you able to regularly view any of the body cam footage as it related to the deputies who worked within the Fulton County Jail?
Yes.
And is that something that you did on a regular basis, like you described with the Pelco system, as one of your duties when working?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to February 9th of 2022. Were you a lieutenant then, still not retired as it relates to the Fulton County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, did you become aware of an aggravated assault or a stabbing within the jail?
Yes.
And before we get into that, can you explain to the jurors, I guess, how the jail is set up, how many floors, and you mentioned pods. Can you talk a little bit about that?
There's 7 floors in the jail. And on each floor, you have 6 pods within the jail. You have 400, 500, 600, 100, 200, 300. And then you have 700, 800. 700 is where the deputies on the floor are housed or officed and have computers and stuff. But and 800 is where the gym is, where they have their recreation.
Okay.
And that's on every floor. That setup is on every floor.
Okay. And on each floor, and I guess in the area of each pod, are there specific deputies assigned either to each pod individually or a number of pods that they monitor throughout their shift?
Deputies you have north and south. So you have deputies from 1 all the way up. You have north and south. And there's deputies on each floor in each pod. Well, not in each pod, but on each floor on each side.
Okay. And as it relates to February 9th of 2022, were you able to locate and pull video surveillance from the Pelco system as it relates to the stabbing?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 125, Victor Victor. And let me know if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize it and what it is?
It's the video footage of the incident that occurred on February 9th.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and show you also State's Exhibit 124, Victor Victor. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, it's also, the first one was the body cam. The second one was the Pelco system.
Okay. And was that footage that you were able to pull of the body cam as well as the Pelco video surveillance as it relates to the stabbing you became aware of on February 9th of 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. At this time around, the state will tender State's Exhibit 124, Victor Victor, which is the Pelco video surveillance, and then 125, Victor Victor, which is the body cam related to the stabbing.
All right. Those are both admitted.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, based on your investigation in conjunction with other deputies who were working in the Fulton County Jail, can you tell the jurors the inmates that were involved in the violent incident?
Bennett and Myrick.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors as it relates to Mr. Bennett and Mr. Myrick, did you view the video surveillance of the actual stabbing from the Pelco system?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to actually, I guess, locate? Let me ask a better question. Was the violent event, was it actually captured on the video surveillance?
It was.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors before we play it the video surveillance as it relates to the Pelco system, the quality of, I guess, the video? Is it something that it's HD and you can see everything like it's standing before you, or is it a little different?
It's a little different. A little. I mean, it's you could see, but it's a little different.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, permission to publish
Amen.
State's Exhibit 124. Your Honor, just for the record, because it takes a minute to pull up, I had already pulled it up from my desktop. And before we start playing the video surveillance in, I guess, the still frame in State Exhibit 124 BV at 6:45 and 28 seconds PM that evening, on February 9th. Do you see the individual who's in, I guess, kind of the middle, far right-hand side?
There's something over the video. I don't want to touch it.
Okay, see?
Yeah.
All right, you see the individual that's standing, I guess, in the far middle right-hand corner of the exhibit?
Yes,
And can you tell me, is that Jaden Meyer?
that's correct.
And in your review of the footage, I guess, let's go ahead and explain to the jurors where we are in the jail in this video.
This is 6 North Zone 600.
Okay.
At the Fulton County Jail.
And you see in the video, there's 2 floors, the bottom and I guess the top floor where the stairs lead. Do you see the numbers, for example, 616, 615, 614? What are those?
Those are individual cells.
Okay. And in the individual cells, is that where inmates who were being housed at Fulton County Jail would reside during their time there?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, based on your number of years of the Sheriff's Department, ending your career as a lieutenant there, can you kind of explain to the jurors, I guess, the process and procedure as it relates to individual inmates, I guess, coming out of the cell to make video calls or phone calls using the secure system that you
But this particular zone, I think this was the PC zone. I'm almost sure it was. And in those zones, there's only supposed to be one individual out at a time for their hour or however long they were out. I think it was an hour to take care of whatever they need to take care of as far as attorneys or showers or visitation or whatever they're doing.
And can you explain to the jurors who said PC zone? What is that?
That's
term mean?
protective custody.
Okay. Now, you referenced 2 inmates being Mr. Myron, which we see in State Exhibit 124 BB, is the second individual that you referenced, last name Bennett. Is that Rayshawn Bennett?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're working at the jail and working there while Mr. Bennett was in custody. Do you know a nickname that he goes by?
I don't.
Okay. Is the nickname Lucci? Does that ring a bell?
It sounds familiar, but I don't. I've heard it, that name, but.
And as the video is playing, I just want to see if we can orient the jurors a little bit. You see in the exhibit where the second set of stairs that are towards the back of the right-hand side of State Exhibit 124 BV.
Mm-hmm.
You described when the inmates are out, they're able to make either video visitation calls or normal phone calls. Can you kind of orient the jurors, I guess, the area that would take place in this pod?
Well, if they're gonna do like commissary or stuff like that, the one down at the bottoms for their commissary and things of that nature.
Right. Do me a favor and stand up and point at the large screen for them.
This box right here is where they're gonna do their commissary and things of that nature. This box up here is where they're gonna do their video visitations and things of that nature.
And as you can see in the exhibit, 640, 651, you see Mr. Meyer kind of walking around on the pod. Can you explain to the jurors how he's able
figuring that's his time out to do what he needs to do as far as his hygiene or calls, if he's talking to a lawyer or whatever he needs to do for that amount of time that he's out.
Okay, so when an inmate, when it's their time, their hour, they're able to walk about freely. They're able to walk about freely as you can
Yes,
see.
yes, yes.
Now, as you continue to review the video, is there a time where you can see Mr. Ray Sean Bennett also come out and get released from his cell?
There is a time, yes.
I'm going to move to 6:57 p.m. in the exhibit. And at 6:58:08 p.m. on February 9th, 2022, do you see in the top middle right-hand side of State Exhibit 124 BB, the individual upstairs in a white shirt?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, is that Mr. Ray Sean Bennett after he's been released from his cell?
Appears to be race. Yes, Mr. Bennett.
And can you explain to the jurors, is he near the area that you just talked about where video visitation takes place?
Yes.
Now, Lieutenant, when you see in the exhibit, as the video plays, both Mr. Bennett and Mr. Myron out in 6 North 600, is this typical that two inmates are out at the same time?
No,
And can you tell the jurors why not?
because we wouldn't want to mix them up in case something would happen. So the one that was out, Mr. Meyer, should have been put up.
For efficiency, I'm going to move to 7:01 p.m. in the video. And at 7:01 and 15 seconds, Lieutenant, do you see Mr. Bennett headed towards the video visitation area being followed by Mr. Myron?
That's correct.
Now, Lieutenant, as the fight's going on, can you tell the jurors in each one of the pods, where are the deputies in relation to the inmates? For example, the ones who we're watching right now. Where does this deputy come from?
He comes, I'm assuming from the other side. This happened in 600, so I'm assuming he was in maybe 1, 2, or 300.
I can ask a
Sustained.
different question.
All right.
So the deputies, as it relates to when they're working on during their shift, here, this is 6 North, 600. Just one deputy works several pods.
Yes.
And are throughout their shift, are they, I guess, monitoring pods from 600 North, 600
Yes.
South, and around?
Yes, around their housing pod that they're assigned to, yes.
And can you tell the jurors, is there, I guess, a watchtower, for example, where an individual is monitoring the Pelco system or the video surveillance system?
No, they're not watching the Pelco, they're actually watching the inmates in the same pod area or same housing floor area.
And if an incident like this occurs, does the person in the watchtower alert deputies?
Yes.
And is that how they, I guess, get to the pods as quickly as they can?
Correct.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, well, first let me show you state's exhibits. 125, Victor, Victor, A, B, and C. Do you recognize those exhibits, sir?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, how do you recognize those?
These are pictures taken during the investigation of the victim of this incident.
And when you say victim, can you tell the jurors who is the victim as it relates to this violent act?
Inmate Bennett.
And do those photographs in State's Exhibit 125, B, A, B, and C fairly and accurately depict the injuries that Mr. Bennett suffered on February 9th of 2022?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender with remarks to State's Exhibits 125, Victor, Victor, A, B, C.
Sure.
No.
Okay, they're admitted without objection.
This time, the state's going to publish State's Exhibit 125 on the body cameras. While pulling the body camera up, can you tell the jurors how the body camera works within, I guess, the Fulton County Jail with the sheriff's deputies?
If an inmate is in if the deputy is in some kind of a confrontation or situation that needs to be captured to further the investigation, they put their body cams on. And it's also there to protect them.
And can you tell the jurors, as it relates to each deputy who's monitoring any pod within any of the floors that you described here today, are the deputies armed with guns or anything like that?
No, they're armed with the body cam and other essential equipment that they would need: radio, handcuffs, OC, taser if they have one.
down. Put it down. Put it down. Shoot me. Put it down. 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 Put it down.
No, that man just smoking it. You don't suck shit.
Put it down.
I can't want to go straight up.
Move. Listen, if you stab me, I ain't gonna step back.
Man, that nigga just stuck me.
Put it down.
I ain't got what the fuck you telling me for. I ain't got
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
trying to kill it for me.
Move.
All jail units, slow you down, emergency trap. Officer needs assistance.
Step back. Step back. Step back.
What's the situation?
Step back. Step back. Step back.
Please, an inmate, don't 600.
Get down. Get down. Don't slide the weapon nowhere. Get down. Get down, motherfucker. Get down. Get down.
Oh, down, bro. You
Roll over on your back.
didn't want to shoot me. Why they shoot me? That shit mine. Hey man, you shot me. I ain't had no money.
So you do.
Huh? What is it? What is it? Anyway, they shot me.
Lieutenant is that body cam for Deputy Edward. Deputy Edward was monitoring the class that night.
Correct.
Now, I want to show you this last body camera. You tell the jurors, Lieutenant, is it, I guess, common for more than one deputy when it's called over the radio?
Yes.
There's an incident to arrive.
Yes.
Through your investigation, can you tell the jurors, was a weapon found as it relates to the incident we just witnessed with the stabbing?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what it was?
It's called a shank.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors what is a shank?
It's a homemade weapon or a weapon made in jail by inmates. An edge weapon.
I want to show you this second video on State's Exhibit 125, Victor Victor. And for the record, I'm going to start at 1 minute, 37 seconds.
You can stand down on 6 North. Situation under control. I ain't got no gloves on me. Some gloves. Pick that up. Can you put that on your
Pick that, no, wrap it up in your glove, take your glove off and wrap it in your glove. We gotta say them.
Is that Shane, Lieutenant?
Yes, that was found.
Now, I'm gonna put on the screen State's Exhibit 124, Victor B. And can you describe for the jurors through your investigation the injuries that we see here in 125, Victor B, that Mr. Rayshawn Bennett sustained from being stabbed with a shake?
Those are wounds that were obtained during the incident. By Bennett got stabbed with, and that's the outcome of it.
Through your investigation, was Mr. Myrick at all, I guess, injured or sustained any injuries from the, I guess, the fight stabbing that we saw on video?
I didn't see any. I don't know if the nurses, I don't know as far as him, if he was injured or anything.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness? Sure.
Good morning, Captain Wofford. Lieutenant Wofford.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, apologize.
No problem.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, who's seated to my right. Just a couple questions. I just want to make sure I have this correct. I know that you've corrected me, you're a lieutenant. Were you the person within the jail responsible for investigating this incident?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So that was in your purview?
Yes.
All right, great. Now, my first question is, I think we just saw in the body cam, Deputy Edwards, I thought I heard a taser gun. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. Who was tased?
Both of them.
Both individuals were tased?
I understand, yes, from what I saw, yes.
Now, as I understood your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, this occurred in the protective custody dorm, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated, I believe, that there was only supposed to be one person, when I say person, I mean a person that's an inmate at the time, walking around the floor at a time.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And so that doesn't just apply to Jaden Myrick and Rashawn Bennett. That applies to all the people, the inmates, I don't like that term, but inmates that are in that pod.
In 600, yes.
In 600.
Yes.
So no two people are supposed to be on the floor at the same time.
Correct.
Okay. How is that ensured? Can you explain? For instance, are there locks on the individual doors to the rooms?
Yes. Once their doors close, it locks.
Okay. So, and who controls those locks?
Tower.
Okay. So, am I correct that the tower, ideally, the way it's supposed to work is the tower lets one person out onto the floor and then doesn't let anyone else out until that person returns back to their room?
Ideally, whoever's out, they go in first, they lock the doors, and whoever's supposed to come out next comes out.
Okay. In the video, as I understood it, Mr. Myrick was out walking the floor, correct?
Correct.
And then Mr. Bennett exited his door to enter the floor as well.
Correct.
Which would be against the protocol.
Correct.
What happened?
From my understanding, from reports that I got, he was supposed to go up. I'm not sure why he didn't go inside or whatever, and he was left out. I don't know because I wasn't up there.
Well, Mr. Presumably, if the idea is to keep the gentleman separate or any two individuals separate, the person that's in the room, their door would not be unlocked until the other person is securely locked in their room, correct? That's how it's supposed to work.
That's how it's supposed to work. I'm not sure what the incident was or why it happened that way. There could have been a number of things. I don't know. Maybe the tower person didn't see him walking around. I'm not sure. I'm not making any excuses. I don't know. But ideally, one person's supposed to go up, other one's supposed to go in.
Did you do, as part of your investigation at the jail, did you do kind of a historical look to see if that was a common instance that had been happening over the last month, we'll say, with two people on the floor at the same time?
No.
Okay, so we don't know if this is that incident or that situation with two people that are in 600 being on the floor at the same time. We're not sure if that happened at all over the past month. We just know that it happened on that particular day.
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Lieutenant Wofford.
Good morning.
My name's Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick. Just a few questions. I think you indicated to Mr. Shart that only one of the people held in custody should have been on the floor at a time, correct?
Outside the
outside the cell.
Yes.
And you don't know why there were two that were out there at the same time, right?
I don't.
Okay. Is it possible for, and I'm going to again use the unfortunate term inmate, is it possible for an inmate to release himself from the cell?
Yeah.
It is. How would they go about doing that?
Move the door.
It's not locked. It is not locked.
What, the door? Yeah, it's locked. They've moved the door when it was locked.
Okay. So even though they're in protective custody, it's possible for multiple inmates to be on the floor at the same
I'm not
time.
saying in that pod. I'm just talking. You said generally in the jail.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me be more specific. In that particular pod in 600.
It shouldn't be, but things are put in the doors where you think the door's shut and they can move it.
Okay. And I think we all saw the deputy respond to that fight taking place where he strolls out. Is that the normal procedure, just to kind of slowly walk out there, or generally are they encouraged to have some urgency?
Well, we like to survey the scene first before we go into an incident that could possibly hurt us.
Okay. Do you know how many people held in custody in Fulton County Jail in 2022 when this happened?
Capacity?
Let's clarify. Hold on. No, I haven't finished the question. I'm sorry. Within all of the Fulton County Jail, which goes by Rice Street, correct? People call it Rice Street?
Yes, sir.
So within Rice Street in 2022, do you know how many of the inmates there were killed or died in 2022?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Could I follow up on something that Mr. Weinstein?
You can after, if there's any redirect.
I just have one question. Lieutenant, in your time working at the Fulton County Jail, have there been incidents or situations when deputies have assisted inmates in, for example, staying out in the pods while other inmates are being released from their jail cell?
No, not that I know. No.
I don't have anything else.
Sir, you talked about the door, the inmates being able to just move the door. I think that was the assumption that it was been tampered with in some way, the door. Is that what you were saying, that inmates can tamper with the doors? How is that done?
They can put, the door slides. If a door slides, they can put debris or whatever up in the system, in the mechanism. The door will close like it's locked, but they can still move. They can still get out.
So that would allow someone to exit their room while someone else is still on the floor?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's one more.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, one more question. Can you tell the jurors, how does an inmate or someone who's residing in Fulton County Jail get a shank into the jail?
It's made from materials that's in the jail already.
Anything else? All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State call Ms. Sharon Latner to the stand.
Atlanta 911 operator 7943. What's the address?
Yeah, somebody's shooting over here. I live at 2832 Morris Road, and they had a big shooting over here. I don't know what's going on over there.
Okay, you said 2837 Morris Road.
Waters Road. It's on Waters Road.
How many gunshots did you hear?
Oh, but it had to be about 20.
Okay, we'll get a unit.
I don't know what. Excuse me.
We'll get a unit out there. Thank you.
All right.
Stopping publishing at 34 seconds. Ms. Latners, do you also have before you what's marked as 2 Victor Victor?
Correct.
What is the date for that CAD report?
March the 14th, 2022.
And what is the call type for or description for that CAD report?
50 person shot.
What is the APD case number associated with this March 14th, 2022 person shot?
220731882.
What is the location for this call?
Windsor Street Southwest at I-20 eastbound, Southwest Atlanta.
Is that zone 3?
Yes.
And is that B303?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Latner, who was or what was the source? Was this 911 or officer generated?
911.
Who was the caller?
Kevin Cheeseboro.
What time did dispatch receive Mr. Cheeseborough's call?
10:21 p.m. hours.
And what time did the first unit arrive?
10:29 p.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, if you can turn to the incident comments on page 2, what is the first remark at 10:21:17?
It advised getting on I-20 near 56B Baker. Advised 70 on victim vehicle, red Nissan Versa. Subject been shot in his vehicle near I-20 Eugene.
Now, what is a 78 victim?
It's a lookout on that person or vehicle.
Now, Ms. Latners, what is the third line from the top that starts with 78 victim 25 and continues?
It's by 78 victim, 25. Yeah.
.230.
At 10.
Do you need police, fire, or EMS today?
I'm sorry?
Do you need police, fire, or EMS today?
It's an EMS. So basically,
Oh,
I'm in
so
traffic.
great, EMS. You need an ambulance? Do you need an ambulance?
It's not me. It's for someone in a car.
Hold
They're
on.
sitting in a car and they're not shot.
We were telling you to hold on for an ambulance.
EMS, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm unsure. If I gave you an exit number, would you be able to find it?
Yes, sir. Go ahead with it.
I think it's like exit 56B. It's like the I-20 West, I-20 East, how you get on to I-20 West, I-20 East.
So do I have you're on Windsor Street trying to get on 20 West, or you're on 20 West getting on Windsor?
I think I'm on Windsor trying to get on I-20 West or East. It's like you can go either way. And essentially there's a car here and someone in the car, he's not moving, and there's a gun hole in the door. And I'm not really trying to find out more, but that's basically what I deduce from the situation.
Okay, so give me 1 second, okay?
No problem. Oh my God.
And you're on Windsor Street?
I think this is Windsor. I think this is Windsor, 56D. I know I can kind of see on the highway, and I see like it says 57, like as the next exit. So I think it should be 56D.
Okay.
I just have a question. You're on Windsor, but you're seeing exit signs beyond the exit that you're at. How is that?
I'm sorry, what you say?
Are you sure you're on a Surface Street?
Am I sure I'm on what street?
You're on a Surface Street.
Surface Street.
Yeah. Are you on an actual street, or are you on like a middle street where you can still see the highway?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not understand. I'm on the. Let me get in my car and figure out what street I'm on. Because the guy's not going
You
anywhere.
can also open up your Google Maps or whatever your phone uses for.
I'm gonna have to go around. He ain't moving.
What kind of car is it? What color is it?
It's a red Nissan Versa. Yeah, a red Nissan Versa. Yeah, his window is shot out. He's definitely shot out. Oh my God! Yes.
What kind of car is it? You stopped at
It's a red Nissan Versa.
Okay. Go ahead and open up your mapping system on your phone and tell me what street you're on, okay?
Okay, hold on. Google Maps. Oh my God, I want to get out of here now. I'm on Windsor. Yeah, Windsor.
And what's the crossing area?
It's literally when you're getting on I-20 or I-20 East or West, but it's close to Eugenia Street.
So Windsor and. Give me 1 second. All right. And confirm your phone number for me.
352-215-19.
Fire department that's responding, okay?
Okay.
All right. So, give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And are you with the patient now?
I'm at the location now.
I understand that they're at the location. Are you with the patient? Can you see them?
I can see them in the car, yes.
Okay. And how old is the patient?
He's probably early 20s. I would say younger than 25.
Okay. Is he awake?
No, he's not awake.
Is he breathing?
I don't think he's breathing. I have not seen this man move at all.
Okay, give me
I do
1
not think
second.
he's breathing.
Atlanta 873, a 27 Delta 1G.
I'm 7663. 7663.
Thank you, ma'am. I do need to ask you a few more questions, Kevin. If you don't know, it is okay to say you do not know, okay?
Okay.
Is the assailant still nearby?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. I didn't see the assailant.
Is there any serious bleeding?
I'm not getting that close, so I'm unsure. I can't confirm that.
That's okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help him now. Stay on the line, and I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Give me 1 second, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Are you able to? I do need to ask. Are you able to assist in getting him out the car and starting CPR?
Ma'am, I'm not.
It's okay if you can't. I just have to ask, okay?
I can't. I'm sorry.
Okay. Give me one.
Oh my God, that's so sad.
Okay, sir, can you tell me if there's any businesses or residential or anything that you see near you guys?
There's a FedEx, and a liquor store. So there's a FedEx,
Name of the
like
liquor
right, I
store.
think the name of the liquor store. King's Liquors, King's Liquors.
Looking like LAKINGS.
KINGS, yeah, liquor.
Okay. Okay, give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
What's your last name, sir? Kevin, what's your last name?
Cheeseboro, CHEES, B as in boy, OROUGH.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, help is on the way for him, and I'll just stay on the line with you until someone gets there, okay? Are you comfortable with doing that?
Do I have to stay here? I'm like,
Sir, before you leave, can you read me the license plates on the vehicle, please? As long as you're not placing yourself in danger, I'm ready. What state is it from?
You say, what state is the license plate from?
Yes, sir.
One moment, I'm walking back to the car. I had kind of walked away for a minute.
All right, don't place yourself in any danger.
Okay, the license plate is from Texas. And do you want, hold on. You want the license plate number?
Yes.
R as in Robert, K as in Kilo, and then M as in Mary, 9343.
Thank you. And is that man black, white, or Hispanic?
He's a black man.
What color shirt is he wearing? Can you tell?
It's a black jacket.
Black jacket. Anything else? Anyone else in the car?
No, no one else is in the car.
Did you see or hear any gunshots?
No, I had pulled up to the stoplight and I realized he was not moving. So I'm just kind of nosy and I'm driving and I'm looking and I see that he looks like he's like immobile, like asleep. So my conscience was like turning back around. So when I turned back around, that's when I realized like, okay, there's a bullet hole in his door.
Got it. Well, I hear the sirens in the background. Can you tell us if that's fire, police?
Fire truck.
Okay.
Oh, fire's on scene? Okay. Okay.
Did they stop with the patient, sir? I don't hear the sirens anymore.
I think they're turning around. I think they had to make a U-turn.
Are you able to flag them down without placing yourself in danger to guide them to the patient?
I'm about to do it now because they probably wouldn't. I'm not sure if they would be able to get. But I'm about to.
Don't place yourself in any danger.
Yeah, he got shot, I think. Right, like I pulled up and he was right here. It's like, no problem.
Was that the firefighters or the police?
That's the firefighters. Now I think they got on the highway. Oh my God.
Were you talking to a firefighter or you were talking to someone else, the female in the background?
The police is here now.
Okay, let the police take over. Thank you so much for even taking out the time to report it. We greatly appreciate the call, sir.
No problem. Thank you so much for assisting.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Latners, that third CAD report, is that 2 days after this March 14th 911 call we just listened to?
Yes.
What is the address for what's marked as 3 Victor Victor, the March 16th, 2022 CAD report?
2830 Waters Road, Southwest Atlanta.
Is that address the same address from 1 Victor Victor?
Well, the first one was 2837. This 2830.
Both Waters Road.
Yes.
And Ms. Latners, what is the APD case number for this March 16th, 2022 CAD report?
220750015.
What was the time that APD received? And let me ask you this first. Was this a 911 call as well or officer generated?
Now one call.
And what time did dispatch receive that call?
12:08 a.m. hours.
And when did the first APD officer arrive on that scene?
12:10 a.m. hours.
And what time was this call cleared?
4:19 a.m. hours. I'm sorry, it says en route. Let's see.
Is there a time where it says route closed?
It does says route closed at 4:19 a.m. hours.
And Ms. Latners, do you see the incident comments?
Yes.
At 0008 or 12:08 a.m., what does that state?
It advised, heard a lot of gunshots in the area and saw a dark color SUV speeding away. No further.
And what about at 14:40 or 12:14 a.m.?
Univise 2830 has several shell casing and damage.
What about at 12:33?
Advise one detained.
And at 12:37 a.m.?
They act-
Maybe see, can you state your first and last name, explain the whole, please?
Kevin Cheeseborough, Kevin, Cheeseborough, Chees, B as in boy, Orough.
And good morning, Mr. Cheeseborough. How are you?
I'm well, and yourself?
I'm well. If you could just speak into that mic for me, okay? How old are you?
32.
And you can actually talk to the jurors over here, but speaking to the mic, I know it's hard. And do you work?
Yes,
What type of work do you do?
I'm an administrative professional.
All right. And did you do the same type of work in March of 2022?
Yes,
Where are you from originally?
Florida,
And how long have you lived in the Atlanta area?
3 years.
What area of the city did you reside in March of 2022?
West End.
Back in 2022, did you have a car?
Yes,
What type of car?
Kia Soul 2018.
You said 2018 Kia Soul?
Yes,
I want to direct your attention to March 14th, 2022 at approximately 10:20 p.m. Did you have the occasion to be in the area of Windsor Street and I-20?
yes.
Why were you in that area?
I was coming from the gym and I missed my turn, so that was kind of the way that I was rerouting myself to get back home.
And where was your gym located?
Midtown, LA Fitness, Midtown.
And briefly, what was the route that you were traveling from the gym to go home?
I am not sure.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. So is there anything else? I mean, I told the jury 1:45, so, okay. Well, then we can just be in recess until then.
Got rid of Mr. Cheeseburger to bring us back to court just to go on a recess. So let's get back to Mr. Cheeseburger. Sorry, y'all, I couldn't help it. When he said Cheeseboro, my brain couldn't understand it, so I reinterpreted it as Teesboro. But then he came up on the stand and he spelled it.
Chees, B as in boy, Orough.
And it's
And good
Cheeseboro.
morning, Mr. Cheeseborough. How are you?
I'm well, and yourself?
I'm well. If you could just speak into that mic for me, okay? How old are you?
32.
And you can actually talk to the jurors over here, but speaking to the mic, I know it's hard.
Yeah, but you know what, y'all? He
And
handled
do you
this
work?
well, though, y'all.
Yes.
What type
handled
of
this
work
well.
did
He
you
was
do?
put on the
I'm an
spot
administrative
for
professional.
trying to help somebody.
And did you do the same type of work in March of 2022?
Yes,
Where are you from originally?
Florida,
And how long have you lived in the Atlanta area?
3 years.
What area of the city did you reside in March of 2022?
West End.
Back in 2022, did you have a car?
Yes.
What type of car?
Kia Soul 2018.
You said 2018 Kia Soul?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to March 14th, 2022 at approximately 10:20 p.m. Did you have the occasion to be in the area of Windsor Street and I-20?
Yes.
Why were you in that area?
I was coming from the gym and I missed my turn. So that was kind of the way that I was rerouting myself to get back home.
And where was your gym located?
Midtown, LA Fitness, Midtown.
And briefly, what was the route that you were traveling from the gym to go home?
I am not sure, honestly.
Were you traveling on the highway?
Yes.
Was that highway 7585?
I'm not even gonna lie, I'm not like the most familiar with the streets like that, but I want to assume yes.
Okay.
It was the highway. So yeah, it's a highway I take often.
When you missed your turn, do you remember where you went to try to?
You know, why don't we watch the Brian Steele? Let's probably, since we already seen this audio was not good, but let's watch Brian Steele make his case a little bit. This audio is a little better here.
Appellant. On May 24th of 2019, appellant was indicted for participation in criminal street gang activity, malice murder, 3 counts of felony murder, 3 counts of aggravated assault, criminal damage to property, possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime by the Fulton County Grand Jury. The appellant went to trial with other counsel, and the count 1, which is the gang count, was severed or bifurcated. So that did not go to this jury. On September 30th of 2021, appellant was convicted of all of the counts of the indictment that went to trial. He is currently serving life in prison plus 25 years, and that's all at record page 7 through 14 and 354 through 356. Appellant has raised 4 enumerations of error. The last one is cumulative error under State versus Lane. Unless this honorable court directs me otherwise, I'd like to discuss the first enumeration of error, which deals with a witness being sworn and on most of the questions invoking her Fifth Amendment right not to answer the question. The facts are very simple. They're tragic. There's loss of life here and destruction of lives throughout. It is 3 gentlemen are in a car. Not that it matters. The car was stolen that day in Cobb County. They drive to Fulton County. They come here because they're speaking with a woman named Ms. Hartfield. Ms. Hartfield explains to the gentleman that if they come to Atlanta area in Fulton County, they will be able to get high with girls and have sex. The 3 men come. They pull up. It is early morning hours. And Ms. Hartfield and another young lady named Ms. Smith are in the car with the gentleman. Ms. Smith exits the car purportedly to get the marijuana. Ms. Hartfield actually did that. Ms. Hartfield comes back a moment later, asks Ms. Smith to come with her. As soon as Ms. Hartfield and Ms. Smith were away from the car, gunfire erupted. The car was riddled with bullets. The front passenger was fatally wounded. The driver tried to leave. The car was disabled. The driver and the rear passenger flee. And Ms. Hartfield is on the phone later, and it's videoed. It was a FaceTime call, and it's videoed by a different person, a witness named Mr. Bell, and is being asked by one of the surviving witnesses, did you set us up? The law enforcement gets the information and they find and take in that night Miss Smith. She tells law enforcement, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what this is about. Eventually, after 2 hours, she is confronted by law enforcement. They're very sophisticated, very accomplished homicide detective in the city of Atlanta. And she then implicates appellant, the co-indictee, and Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith tells law enforcement, I don't know what you're talking about. Pursuant to Instagram messages that the trial court allowed into evidence, it was identified as appellant and co-indictee speaking with Ms. Hartfield, and Ms. Hartfield explained that Ms. Smith snitched, told appellant's name, gave Ms. Hartfield's name, and appellant responded, I knew that she's a rat, and what did she say about me? Those are not the exact quotes, but that's the way it came out.
That sets up the facts for what is an IAC claim around her invoking her fifth. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you articulate for the court the nature of the IAC claim? And for me, I'm interested in the prejudice side of it as well.
Okay. So Ms. Hartfield is going to be a witness. She's in custody at the time of trial. She announces she has her own independent lawyer. Her lawyer announces to the trial court that her client will not be testifying. And she does that properly. Everybody agrees it's proper because Ms. Smith is potentially set up this murder. She was close to the murder. She's on the phone afterwards with the supposed killers, the co-indictee and appellant. She lies to law enforcement allegedly about she wasn't there.
Was there any indication that Ms. Hartfield was going to testify about anything?
She did testify to things that were not germane to appellant's trial. But yeah, she answered that she
What
knew.
about the threats? Those weren't germane? The fact that she said she was threatened to not talk, or maybe someone said they were going to kill her?
Yeah, so that came out that the victims, the living victims, that their friends, family, supporters, gang members, whomever, were threatening Ms. Hartfield because she supposedly set up the death of the deceased.
So, counsel, let's contextualize what we're doing. There's no question, at least in my mind, that the procedure in the trial court, the best practices for a witness invoking the Fifth Amendment were not followed. I mean, the precedent sort of lays out this is the best way to handle a witness who is going to invoke their Fifth Amendment rights. We don't really like that happening in front of the jury. That's not sort of the best practice of how to handle it. But it doesn't require that, right? In other words, the precedent that says this is sort of the best way to do it doesn't say it's the only way to do it.
This was pretty much the worst way to do it, but yes, I agree with you.
So because you're coming in through ineffective assistance of counsel, you have to demonstrate that no reasonable lawyer would have considered this to be beneficial to their case. And while I understand, but I was going to say it because you're bound by your prejudice arguments. Independent of that, your argument is, hey, look, there's not overwhelming evidence of guilt here. Assuming I don't accept that the other evidence that was coming in was pretty damning for Mr. Blaylock. I mean, you sort of got the sequence of he's there, he's identified as running and shooting at the scene, and then you have the after the fact. And I understand that it could be construed another way, but saying I knew that she was a rat. All those were that's pretty bad evidence, and it's really sort of for the jury tough to hear those things. Why is it not possibly a reasonable strategy, something that a reasonable lawyer could do, to say, hey, watching this witness take the Fifth over and over again, when my strategy is create as much confusion and possible reasonable doubt, in other words, it might benefit my client. Why is that not a reason? Why could no reasonable lawyer have thought that?
For three reasons. First of all, this trial lawyer, who's a wonderful lawyer, and she's learning, she never tried a case like this at all. She tried.
But I'm not judging what she thought, right? It's an objective standard. It's not whether she had a good strategy. The question is whether any reasonable lawyer could have done what she did.
No reasonable lawyer would have done this. What happened was the prosecutor asked the following sets of questions that are germane. They're talking about February 23rd, 2019. Was Ms. Hartfield with Ms. Smith, the other person that we mentioned? Fifth Amendment. Was she in the area where the shooting occurred? Fifth Amendment. Was she with appellant that day? Fifth Amendment. Was she with the co-indictee that day? Fifth Amendment. Did she communicate with appellant on Instagram? Fifth Amendment. Did she arrange for the victims to get shot? Fifth Amendment. Did she enter the blue Charger, the car of the victim?
Why does that not
Fifth
just let the jury infer that it's her fault and not appellant's fault, and this shift blame away from appellant to her?
That never happened. The only question she did answer,
No, but why doesn't the jury authorize to infer that?
because that would be unreasonable. She's
Well-
invoking the Fifth Amendment. Did I interrupt you?
No, thank you. But I mean, it's to say it's unreasonable. I mean, one juror might think that's unreasonable. One juror might think it's reasonable. We let jurors make those kinds of inferences.
Wasn't the argument articulated that she was covering for herself and others?
No. I mean, that really never came. That's what the prosecutor's saying. The evidence, the argument was that there's not enough evidence to prove that appellant was there. That was her defense. And said, listen to these witnesses. The facts are not overwhelming, respectfully. Ms. Smith, who did identify appellant as a shooter, she gave total inconsistent statements. She was in the car and she was impeached thoroughly. The Instagram messages are what I explained. They're not so overwhelming to me. I mean, when you cross-examine, which you couldn't on this because Ms. Hartfield wouldn't allow the cross-examination, that was not that bad of evidence. And nobody would agree that this is a good strategy. I don't believe no objective basis to believe that a reasonable lawyer would think, yes, let Ms. Smith handle the testimony and get confused. There's no confusion here. Ms. Smith did answer the questions on cross-examination by appellant's lawyer. Did she set up the victim? She said no. And did she direct appellant and co-indictee to do the shooting? She said no.
But you also said she's been impeached so many times, the jury would have been authorized to believe or disbelieve any of these answers, given how often she was impeached.
How was she impeached? She invoked the thing.
You said she was impeached.
That's Ms. Smith.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The Honorable Justice Bethel said potentially this is overwhelming evidence. There's an eyewitness. That eyewitness is I wouldn't want to call that eyewitness.
Isn't it possible that the counsel was trying to throw out red herrings to possibly have the jury think, well, we don't know what happened or who was responsible?
Counsel didn't even respectfully know that she could object to this procedure.
She not only didn't object, she helped craft the instruction.
That's the worst part.
And I'm going to let you respond to that. Back to the strategy and what a reasonable lawyer might do. Did I misunderstand that maybe Hartfield's counsel, the trial counsel, Blaylock's counsel at trial, in closing, argued that this witness, Hartfield, was using the privilege to shield whomever she was protecting, and that she really set everything in motion and she was protecting the real killers whom she was trying to shield. I mean, was that the argument made by Blaylock's lawyer at trial relative to her testimony?
That's in closing argument after the trial is broken, and this is how it comes out. There's no reason to put up Ms. Hartfield and allow her to invoke the Fifth Amendment. The lawyer didn't know about it. The problem we have here, really, that's bad. I think that's bad. But you want to talk about reasonableness and objectively under the Strickland standard. How about the jury instruction? At the very end, the jurors are now deliberating, and they ask, how can we use this Fifth Amendment invocation? And with the help, non-objection, and consent of appellant's lawyer, the court said, and there's more to it. This is a transcript of volume 11, 1465, line 8 through the next page, line 1. The trial court said that our Constitution guarantees that individuals cannot be compelled by the government to provide incriminating information about herself, the so-called right to remain silent. When an individual takes the Fifth, she invokes the right and refuses to answer questions or provide information that might incriminate her about this case or other. This is the part that I'm stressing. Now, this concept factors into your fact-finding and ultimate how this concept factors into your fact-finding and ultimate decision is for you to decide. And this court has explained over and over, we are going back decades, that when a witness invokes their Fifth Amendment, that cannot benefit or be to the detriment of any of the parties. That's why I have a problem with this. And that's why when it combined, you can't just look at it to me in isolation. That's why without knowing the law, you can prevent the witness from testifying and then couple that to tell the jurors, you can use this in your deliberations.
Well, that helps you on deficiency, but we still have the question of prejudice.
Prejudice, this court has seen more cases than I have ever seen. But I've tried a lot of cases. This is not an overwhelming evidence case. Respectfully, I mean, you are the judge. You make better determinations. But to have an eyewitness that lies to the police immediately, that explains that she changes her story, even at trial, she gets impeached with different versions of her story. She's in a car where people are now dead and she doesn't get charged. These are factors jurors take into consideration.
Mr. Steele, I think I understand your position on the strength of the overall evidence. Can you articulate the particular harm of this sort of colloquy in stating the Fifth that you say sort of impacts the prejudice inquiry? Why was it so prejudicial, and why does that sort of tip the balance?
Because we know the jurors were interested in it. The jurors sent out a note during their deliberations asking how they can use it. They were given an erroneous instruction. And under our law, they should never have been allowed to use against appellant potentially the fact that you were the
And why was it likely that the way that this went down through the trial, that it would be used against the appellant rather than sort of in some other way?
It couldn't be any other way. The witness, Ms. Hartfield, said, I'm not involved in the shooting. I didn't direct the shooting. Were you with appellant? I'm not going to answer that question.
Well, we still have a couple minutes left. Could we pivot to another one of your enumerations? The second enumeration, the burden shifting and the comment on silence. I am troubled, particularly on the comment on silence aspect. But because it is brought through, and I intend to ask the state about that during their time, but because it's raised through the lens of ineffective assistance, again, that requires a showing of prejudice. What is the prejudice from the comments on silence, particularly when one of them, there was an objection made and the objection was sustained and the jury was told to disregard that one particular sentence?
The jury was told to disregard, I think it's 5 words of a sentence. They were not told to disregard that entire argument by the prosecution. Telling a prosecutor, to me, as a reader, knowingly commenting on the accused right to remain silent is well beyond what we're doing.
In terms of deficiency, I think that's a strong argument, and which is why I'm taking you straight to prejudice.
And to say to the jury, I want to know. I need to know. The quote is, if they were not committing the murder, where were they? And then if you read out the part that the trial court struck, if you disregard that, it reads like this. If they weren't committing the murders, where were they? They are both saying it wasn't. They weren't there. We didn't hear any evidence of it, obviously, but I would still like to hear that answer. And it's clear it's talking about where were they?
Well, the sentence before that, or the words before, we didn't hear any evidence of it, was preceded by, tell us where you were, implying that they had an obligation to not be silent, but rather defend where they were.
So I don't believe that the instruction was proper enough, go far enough, but your court always taught me that generally jurors who are sworn are bound to follow the court's instructions. And the court said, I'll sustain the objection. Tell us where they were should be disregarded. So I read it out. That's why I did that.
Do you, counsel, do you think that Lampley, where we said, quote, you may not have every question answered because the only person that can answer all of your questions is the defendant sitting there at the table, was permissible? do we need to overrule Lampley for you to win on this point, or can you distinguish that? I mean, is Lampley right? I guess is one question, but can you distinguish from that?
I'm going to stop this here, but this is a really, I think, important question. This is, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Supreme Court Chief Justice, and he's asking, do we need to overrule our own precedent in order for you to win? So I haven't seen this part, but let's see how Steele, this is a big question. Let's see how Steele answers this question.
That comment.
Well, I don't think Lampley's great writing from the court, respectfully. But I don't think you need to overrule
It does happen.
not often, but I don't think that it needs to be overruled, because in context, the prosecutor here was clearly going at the fact that appellant did not testify. The appellant did not put in this evidence. There is no way around it. The lawyer, the prosecutor, was so prepared on his objection the first time by saying, no, Your Honor, it's not objectionable because I prefaced it. I surrounded it with, there's no burden of proof on the prosecution.
But Mr. Steele, there were objections here. So what is the ineffective assistance where you say, I mean, is there a piece of this that was not objected to that is the focus of this argument, or?
The only objection was burden shifting, and I thought this court taught that the objection should have been commenting on the silence. That's why I raised it. I don't believe that it is. There's an objection. You just have to be honest.
And so the ineffective assistance claim is not the lack of an objection, but an objection with the wrong explanation for it.
Your court teaches that you have to make a specific, proper objection. I believe, if I'm wrong, then that's me on habeas, but I believe that the objection should have been the comments on the right to remain silent.
Counsel, let me ask, if the court excluded, tell us where you were outside of that statement, how is it wrong for the prosecution to say there's no evidence?
Not what the prosecutor said. The prosecutor said, I would still like to hear that answer. It is still going to the fact that the appellant did not make that claim.
But is that directly enough to win your argument?
I hope so.
Y'all check this out. This whole thing happened Steele started, this whole thing was 21 minutes. And Steele started he had 20 minutes, y'all. He had 20 minutes to argue before the Supreme Court of Georgia. I think that's fascinating. But I would say most of his arguments probably going to be won or lost on what he wrote on his briefs, etc., as opposed to his verbal arguments, because there's no way you can get through all of this in 20 minutes. Now, if y'all want to see the stuttering, bumbling guy that Steele's up against, this guy behind him to the right, from our perspective, let's take a look at this. This guy just bumbles and fumbles.
Good answer.
Mr. Steele, that's
Apologies. Could we pick up where we left off there?
of course.
And help me understand why this comment on silence, which is you would agree that it's a different point than burden shifting. Why that's not a problem to say, I would like to hear this answer. Why? You're going to tell me in a minute on prejudice that you had overwhelming evidence of guilt. Then why does a prosecutor need to stand up in front of a jury and play games with constitutional rights?
Well, I think this comes back to this court's, as I cited back in my brief to Ridley. Ridley states that
other than Lampley, none of the cases you cited apply to something like this. Ridley and Thompson, and I think it was Johnson or Jackson. They're all cases either about the defense's failure to offer other evidence. For example, defense lawyer says all these other witnesses who didn't testify would have exonerated me. State stands up and says, you didn't even subpoena them. State offers lots of circumstantial evidence. Defense lawyer doesn't rebut the circumstantial evidence or explain it. Defense lawyer or prosecutor stands up and says they didn't explain away that evidence. That's very different from the defendant didn't tell you something important. Evidence coming from the defendant as opposed to explained or argued by the defense lawyer is a very different thing when it comes to right to remain silent. And in our case law, the only case that I see that gets close to that is Lampley. And the statement there was really in context more of a throwaway than a principal point that was repeated through multiple sentences.
I'll disagree with you on that one. I think when you look at the closing argument in total, you'll see that this is a comment about the defense attorney's inability to explain away or present evidence on their behalf. And as in Ridley,
in context, it's pretty clearly a comment on the defendant's failure to answer the question where he was.
Well, I think when you go back to the second closing, that's where we come back when the prosecutor begins the second closing. He explicitly references the attorney's argument there. He explicitly references, did you hear in the attorney's argument that there was a failure to explain? It wasn't about the choice to testify. It wasn't about whether the defendant testified here. It was clearly throughout it, it was with expressed to the defense attorney's argument and failure to rebut evidence, which is in Georgia law has been accepted that you can do. And
I know I sidetracked you on the enumeration too.
Go ahead.
You want to do the Fifth Amendment thing? That's fine.
If you do you need me to address prejudice here?
We may come back to it. I mean, prejudice is going to be the same for all of the first three enumerations unless we get to cumulative. If you want to talk about your evidence, you certainly can. But I think we're familiar with what the jury heard.
I'll go back. I'll just go ahead and go to enumeration 1 then. With the text messages, excuse me, text message, I got the wrong one. Fifth Amendment.
Why is this guy up there?
Trial strategy. It's clear trial strategy. It's a coherent trial strategy. You see it in opening. The defense attorney asked why the two women were not at the table, and that the defendants were scapegoats. They were hiding something. Closing argument. The attorney comes back around and says, Mariah Smith and Hartfield are the ones who set this in motion. Why are they not here? And then we come back to the motion of trial where she testifies and she says, part of my strategy is to put the blame on them, ask why they were not there, and argue that the privilege was being used as a shield for him.
But how does that map on to the jury instruction? Because the jury instruction then seems to undermine that to some extent.
I don't think it does. I think the jury instruction complements trial strategy here. It allows them to build in this inference that, and while inferences are not allowed, it does allow her to build and argue that.
So it was good because it allowed something that's not allowed?
It can be.
Inferences of her guilt are allowed.
Inferences of her guilt are allowed.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, y'all. We're coming back. So that was fun, watching something a little different. Y'all see Steele as the man. Y'all should have no doubt now that Steele is, like Sean said, he's considered one of the top Georgia lawyers. So, that's saying a lot.
Thank you. You'll swear on that witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear first testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do. State, spell your first and last name for the course.
Yes, sir. Detective J. Thorpe Jr., Thorpe.
And good afternoon, Detective Thorpe. How are you?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I want to welcome you back. And I want to really direct your attention to March of 2022. Have you been assigned the homicide investigation of the death of a Christian McMiller and Darius Ford?
Yes, I have been.
And when did that homicide occur?
It happened March 11th, 2022.
And where was the location of that homicide?
It was 7585 North at Fair Street, City of Atlanta, Fulton County, State of Georgia.
And is that still an open and pending investigation?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any defense questions?
No question.
All right, thank you for your time. You're probably our fastest witness yet.
Yes,
You are
ma'am.
excused. Call your next
Yo,
witness.
seriously, man.
The state calls Rebecca Cooper Jackson to the stand.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, it's Jess. Correct. This is that was the guy who you just saw was the one that Woody called Squirrel Brain. The guy who just came up and got off the stand in like 2 minutes. That's the one Woody said has the brain of a squirrel. Detective Thorpe.
Well, clearly we've fallen off of our having them pass each other, coming in and going out. So if we could get back to that, it would be great.
Yes, Your Honor. She should be here momentarily. She was quite close to the courtroom when I left her. So something may have came up.
Nobody anticipated that witness being quite as fast as they were, I guess.
I think they must have said, look, they wanted him to come in. They thought they were going to be able to do something. The judge, if y'all remember, in the first few scenes of today, and I think this even goes back to yesterday, the judge said that Thorpe could not testify about certain things. So I think when they just brought him in right now, they must have just put him on the stand, like just for the technicality of putting him there. By the way, y'all, Andre, this is for you in particular. You kept saying, I'll tell you after. Remind me to tell you about Detective Thorpe.
Raise your hand. You swear I find testimony to give the truth, the truth, nothing but the truth. All right, you can state your first and last name. And spell your first and last name. Now, to that microphone.
Rebecca Cooper Jackson, REBECCA, Cooper, COOPER, Jackson, JACKSON.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Can you tell the jury where you are currently employed?
Currently, I work for the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab.
And what do you do for the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab?
I am a latent print examiner. I'm the supervisor of that section.
Can you explain what you do as the supervisor of that section?
Sure. Currently, I supervise a small group of latent print examiners. We retrieve evidence. We submit evidence for searches in our APHIS system. We do comparisons, analysis for all evidence that revolves around latent prints.
Now, how long have you been in the supervisory position?
Almost a year now.
How long have you worked with Atlanta Police Department?
Since 2021.
When you came on in 2021, what was your role?
I was a senior latent print examiner at that time.
And did you remain a senior latent fingerprint analyzer until becoming supervisor?
I did.
Now, before working for Atlanta Police Department, where did you work before?
I worked for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
When did you first begin working for the GBI?
Back in 2019 or 17, I believe.
And what were you hired for at the GBI?
The same. I was a latent print examiner. I had recently graduated from the International Latent Print Examiner Training Academy before starting on there.
What did that academy entail in regarding training?
So it was about 5 months of rigorous training on an Army base in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. And we learned the history of fingerprints, how to compare latent prints. We also learned how to collect evidence, latent print evidence, to testify. We discussed court testimony, also ethics and bias, how to handle evidence, and essentially anything that had to do with latent print evidence that would be submitted in court cases.
After that training, did you have any training within the GBI before reviewing cases there?
I did. I also had mostly repeat training, getting acclimated to their system, how they wrote reports and things of that nature.
Now, what is your educational background before working at the GBI?
I hold a degree in biological sciences from Howard University.
And if you had to ballpark in terms of either conducting the analysis yourself or as a supervisor, how many latent fingerprints have you analyzed?
Thousands. It's hard to quantify it. I not only do casework or previously did casework, but I also peer review others' casework. So it adds up pretty quickly.
And is peer review a part of the typical process?
It is. Latent print examiners utilize the ACE-V methodology. And so we analyze, compare, evaluate, and then verify latent print casework. And so the V, the verification, would be an equivalent to a peer review, a kind of a check and balance system.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders Ms. Cooper Jackson as an expert in latent print analysis.
All right, she is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I wanted to ask you, can you explain that acronym that you just used for the process?
Sure. Again, it's ACE-V, and it is an acronym for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification. During the
I apologize. Keep going.
No, during the analysis phase, a latent print examiner would receive the evidence and analyze the images or lift cards that he or she received. They are looking for characteristics that make each fingerprint unique. During the comparison phase, the examiner would be given or search and find another latent print or a known print to compare it to. And we would do a side-by-side analysis of both the latent print and the fingerprint that has been presented for comparison. After doing that, we compared the minutia, the characteristics of the latent fingerprint, and come to essentially a decision. That's the evaluation phase. And then after that, that fingerprint will go on to another qualified examiner to be verified, and that's the V.
Now, I wanted to ask you about a couple terms that you may come across. What is friction ridge skin?
So friction-ridge skin is simply the skin that you find on the palms of your hands or the soles of your feet. It has ridges and furrows. It allows us to grasp objects, or walk without slipping. It's what's giving us traction to hold things.
What is an inked fingerprint?
So an inked fingerprint is typically described as an intentional reproduction of the friction-ridge skin. So it's intentionally done. If you go for a job interview, or perhaps you are interested in adoption, I think you have to have your fingerprints taken. If you work in a bar or as an Uber driver, it's essentially intentionally taking the fingerprints. You know you're having your fingerprints taken, and there's a technical person who is assisting in that process.
How would you describe what a latent print is in general?
A latent print is an unintentional reproduction of friction-rich skin. So if you casually touch a table or pick up a bottle of water, you are leaving your fingerprints on that object.
Now, what are the basic principles for using fingerprints as a way to identify someone?
So typically, we've been given the premise that no two individuals have the same fingerprints. Fingerprints are formed in utero, both outside environment factors as well as in factors inside the womb control when the fingerprints are developed, how they developed, and so on. There are 3 different types of fingerprint patterns. But what make the fingerprints unique are the minutia, or we refer to them more commonly as the characteristics.
Now, I wanted to approach you with what's been marked as 122 Victor Victor through 122 Victor Victor Charlie.
So is that a Victor 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 Alpha?
Yes, Your
Bravo
Honor.
and Charlie? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. And before testifying, were you able to review these documents?
Yes, sir, I was.
What are those exhibits that I just handed you, 122 Victor Victor and Alpha through Charlie?
The first is a latent print hit report, and it has the name of an individual who was searched on our APHIS database back in 2022, it looks like. The second is a copy of the fingerprint card of that individual. And the last is the comparison, a screenshot of the comparison that was done on our APHIS system.
And are those all documentation that you personally were involved with, either creating or reviewing?
Correct.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the documents for that latent print analysis that you did?
Yes, for the most part. The photocopy is a little smudged, I guess, but for the most part, this is the same content and same documents that I reviewed.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender into evidence 122 Victor Victor through 122 Victor Victor Alpha through Charlie.
I'm sorry, can I just take the book?
Yeah, you may. And just for my clarity, that's 4 total exhibits?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor. That is correct.
Yeah, go ahead and take a look. Any objection? All right, they're admitted without objection.
Now, when you review latent fingerprints with APD, do you yourself generate a report?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is, I'm going to approach the witness, won't be published, but with a document and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes.
Is that a report that you generated for a latent fingerprint?
Correct.
And does that report pertain to the documents we just introduced?
Yes.
Your Honor, not for publication, but the state will introduce state's exhibit, and I will mark that as 122 Victor Victor Delta. Now, at this time.
All right,
That's just for the record?
I'm not really sure.
It's to assist the witness with having the report she generated for the fingerprint analysis, because they go hand in hand.
Okay, but you're not introducing it.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine.
Now, what was the case you got involved with for this latent print analysis? Who requested your services?
I received the latent print evidence, it appears on March 15th of 2022, likely from my supervisor at that time.
Who made the request?
I believe it was Sandra Tullis.
And was there a officer or crime scene technician who initially gathered the print that you analyzed?
Correct. It looks like the latent impressions lifted by is filled out by Officer A. Hogan and CST Davis.
crime scene technician Davis?
Correct.
So when you got that report, what did you do next? Or request, I should say.
Well, we, as I stated earlier, we utilized the ACE-V methodology. So upon receiving the evidence, I analyzed the lift card for impressions that would be of value to search in our APHIS database. I did that, and it appears that one latent print was searched on the APHIS database and resulted in an identification that's listed here on the latent print hit report.
I'm going to publish 122 Victor Victor. Is this a document that you create for latent print analysis that you do within APD?
Yes.
And who was the victim in the case that you created this report for?
Shamel Drinks.
And this was when it has a latent impression lifted by, is that the Officer Hogan and crime scene tech Davis you just discussed?
Yes.
Now, I want to publish 122 Victor Victor Alpha. What is 122 Victor Victor Alpha?
This is the fingerprint card bearing the name Christian Johnson.
And when you place this partial latent print into your system, who did it return back to?
Christian Johnson.
And with this document published, 122 Victor Victor Alpha, are any number of individuals' fingerprints in different databases?
Yes. Commonly, one individual may show up in one or several databases. I believe in this case, Christian Johnson showed up not only in the Atlanta Police Department database, but there is a note that also it hit to or was matched to a print in the Federal Bureau of Investigation database. So the FBI and APD on this one.
I'm going to publish 122 Victor Victor Bravo. What is this? You had mentioned earlier about with copying a document, one of them had a smudge. Is this what you were talking about?
Yes, this and the page with the actual lift card that just looks a little distorted.
What is the print on the right?
The right is the known print. That is the print that returned in the database.
And do you see those dots on that print?
I do.
What are those?
Those are the minutia or the characteristics that were marked that signal that the fingerprint is unique. So we marked those characteristics for the search. In this case, it is because we were doing a side-by-side comparison. And so where you see the marks on the right-hand side correspond with those that you actually cannot see on the left.
And can I ask one small favor? There's a wooden pointer right behind you. I'm going to grab for you.
Okay.
If you could show the jury using this pointer what you were just discussing.
So here, I talked about the...
Do we have that lapel mic available or something if she's going to be up for very long so that everybody can make sure they hear her?
Yes, Your Honor. I will let her use this mic. I'll place it right here.
Okay.
Okay. So I mentioned earlier the minutia or the characteristics. And so you would see here a characteristic where you see the circles we mark so that you have correspondence from the known to the latent. And this one, it appears a little dark. When I looked at it, it was a lot clearer, but for whatever reason, it's dark. But it would be us marking what we see here in the latent and where it corresponds to the known print. Sorry about that.
Not your fault at all. And before testifying here, were you able to look at the original, the clear quality of this document?
Yes, I did. I have a copy.
And when you did
Yes, I used the original lip card to do the comparison, so there was no issue with the comparison. Also, when we get the candidate list back, there is a score, and oftentimes the higher score identification. Of course, we still have to do the comparison, but sometimes that can be a signal of an identification.
I'm going to publish 122 Victor Victor Charlie. And zoom in here. What is this, a copy of the initial latent print that was collected from Crime Scene Tech Davis?
Correct. Here, it's upside down, but here is where I saw, thank you, where I saw the latent print, and this is what Ms. Davis lifted, and then this is what was actually searched in the APHIS system.
I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as 87 Victor Victor. Give me one moment, Ms. Jackson. While that is being pulled up, in a nutshell, when you get a print like the one collected, you initially have it in the system, and back in 2022, how many comparisons would be returned?
At that time, we would look at a list of 10 candidates. Is at 5.
Present day is comparison, but back in 2022, it was 10?
Correct.
And once you get those comparisons, is that when you I'm gonna try to switch this one. Once you get those comparisons back, is that when you do the visual comparison side by side?
Exactly.
So you get 10 or 5 possible fingerprints, and then you use your training experience to compare.
Exactly.
And what's on the screen, 87 Victor Victor, is this how latent fingerprints come to you in terms of like they're actually collected?
Typically, I receive a powder fingerprint. I'm not sure why there's this red hue behind this one, but typically I get it as a powder fingerprint. It's a lot clearer.
And if that was possibly red paint of a vehicle, could that explain why it has that red hue?
Absolutely.
I'm going to go back to 122 Victor Victor Charlie. And this is the copy of the latent print that you initially received and conducted this testing?
That's correct.
One brief moment, Your Honor. And thank you, Ms. Jackson. I may have a couple more questions, but just 1 minute. Your Honor, no further questions at this time. Thank you, ma'am.
Are there defense questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Weinstein, any defense questions? All right, thank you for your time, and you are excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am. The state calls Detective Bender to the stand.
Y'all, real quick, I'm gonna ask y'all to comment on something. Do y'all feel, what is the feeling of the trial now that Doug is not around? Do you feel the same? Does it feel different? If it does feel different, how? If not, I feel like there's a bigger difference when Love is not in there than right now. But what do y'all think?
My apologies, Your Honor.
It does feel like the DAs are continuing to just present whatever case they had originally decided to present. Still, one thing that's consistent is they are just not painting any reasonably followable picture here. You just can't tell.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. I see. I need you to announce your first and last name and spell your first and last name for the court's knowledge.
Okay, it's Detective Bender. It's Lisa Bender, Lisa Bender.
How are you doing, Detective Bender?
I'm good. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Where do you work currently?
I currently work for Atlanta Police Department in the homicide unit.
How long have you been with APD Homicide?
For over 5 years.
How long have you been with APD overall?
14 years.
And what units were you a detective in before homicide?
I was in the Zone 6 unit.
And before being a Zone 6 unit, were you a Zone 6 patrol?
No, prior to that, I was in public affairs. Prior to that, Zone 5 patrol.
Now, since your time in APD and specifically homicide, have you ever had to utilize license plate readers or LPRs?
Yes.
How frequently have you utilized those in investigations?
Pretty frequently. Anytime there's a vehicle involved, we're normally using the license plate readers.
And back in March of 2022, you were in APD homicide?
That's correct.
Did you have any neighboring APD detectives whose offices were nearby yours?
Yes.
Was one of them Detective Hogan?
Yes. And
can you describe just in general how you utilize LPRs?
Just in general, well, you can do it several ways. One way is if you already have a tag number, you can plug that into the LPR and you can give a time frame that you're looking for, and the license plate reader will bring back what we call hits of how many times it hits a license plate reader around the city. Another way that you can do it is you can, if you're looking to find a tag number, you can plug in a time frame and flip through pictures of the vehicles and pictures of the tags, and you can find them that way.
Now, did you ever did you ever assist Detective Hogan with a homicide investigation he was working in March of 2022?
Yes.
How did that come about?
We sit near each other, and we all work as a team anyway. And he needed some information. He needed some tag numbers for some suspect vehicles for his homicide.
And how did you help him out?
So Detective Hogan gave me a time frame of where the suspect vehicles were prior to the homicide time. And what I did was I looked at the location. He had information of them being at a convenience store. So I looked in the area for the closest license plate reader that we had to the convenience store, or readers. And then plugged in the time frame to that license plate reader. He also gave me the description of the vehicles and, of course, the direction of travel, which helped me identify which license plate reader to look at. So once I plugged in the time frame, I knew the suspect vehicle descriptions. I was able to flip through the pictures and find those vehicles and find their tags.
And once you found those tags, were you able to search or determine other locations in the relevant time frame where those vehicles were?
Yes. So once we had the tag numbers, we were able to plug those into the license plate reader, and I put in a specific time frame that Detective Hogan was looking for, and we were able to see what we call hits when they hit across the city on the readers.
I am approaching the witness with what's been marked as 118 Victor Victor through 120 Victor Victor. And Detective Bender, before testifying here today, did you have an opportunity to review these three exhibits?
I did.
What are they?
These are license plate reads for specific time frame for 3 different vehicles, 2 suspects' vehicles, and the victim vehicle.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the vehicle queries that you assisted Detective Hogan with?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 118 through 120 Victor Victor.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I want to publish 118 Victor Victor first. And Detective Bender, you have that physical copy. There also will be one that comes up on that computer screen and the big screen behind you.
Okay.
And I'm going to zoom in at the very bottom of this first page and ask you, while that's being pulled up, what was the event timestamp, or other words, time frame you were looking for these vehicles? The date and time.
Oh, so March 14th, 2022. Excuse me. So this particular timestamp is 4:31 p.m.
And what was March 14th, 2022, at what time to what date?
What time did we query?
Correct. Or what time frame was the query? In terms of, was it March 14th at 8 a.m., March 14th at midnight? At the very bottom of page 1 under event timestamp in 118 Victor Victor.
Okay, yeah, so it was March 14th at midnight to March 15th at 11:59 p.m.
And scrolling back up to the top of page 1, what was this vehicle that we're looking at with this exhibit in general, and what was the tag?
Okay, it's a white Audi sedan, and the tag is 8 Edward David 7071.
And when you were assisting this investigation, was this possible suspect vehicle or victim vehicle?
Possible suspect vehicle.
Now, what is and can you explain for the jury, and I got a pointer to help you, kind of what we're seeing here when you get these LPR queries?
Mm-hmm.
There's a larger screen behind you. Can you kind of break down what these boxes pertain to?
Okay, sure. So, so this first box would be the license plate number. The LPR unit would be where we have the license plate reader. So that's where the license plate reader is located, and this one's at Cleveland Avenue Southwest eastbound. So it'd be facing eastbound, that will be the direction of the vehicles traveling, at Metropolitan Parkway Southwest. And of course the time, the date stamp, and then the time stamp, manual capture. When it says no, it just means it automatically takes pictures every time a vehicle goes through the reader. So nobody stopped and took the picture. It's just the machine doing it on its own. And then of course there's a photo of the vehicle. So it has a close-up of the tag and then a photo of the vehicle that went through the license plate reader camera.
And is this how, when you query LPRs, that it comes back in this format?
Yes.
Now, what was so your time frame was March 14th at midnight to March 15th at 11:59. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
So what was the first LPR read for the white Audi in that time frame?
Okay, so the first one would be Cleveland Avenue Southwest traveling eastbound at Metropolitan Parkway Southwest on the 14th of March 2022, and this timestamp is 3:22 and 45 seconds, 3:22 p.m.
And does it capture, and as we see that photograph at the very top, is that pertain to that LPR reader?
It does.
Now, is there another query right after that that's also Cleveland Avenue Southwest eastbound?
Yes.
And from this photograph capture, does that white Audi have any tint on the windows or not?
It appears to have tint on the windows.
Now, turning to page 2, where is the vehicle? Do you have 3 hits starting at 5:06 p.m. to 5:12 p.m.? Do you see that?
I do.
Where in general are those 3 hits located?
They're all along Metropolitan Parkway at different cross streets. So one's at Fair Drive Southwest, one at University Avenue, and one at Perkerson Road.
Now, is there different parts of the city that have more LPR readers than others?
There are.
And is there times where if you're at a particular part in Atlanta where there's a lot of cameras, you may get a bunch of LPR hits in a short span of time?
Correct. If the vehicle's traveling in that direction and the license plate readers are picking it up, yes.
Now, I want to turn to page 3 of this white Audi LPR. Where was the vehicle at 5:14 p.m.?
Cleveland Avenue Southwest, traveling eastbound at Metropolitan Parkway Southwest.
And after that 5:14 p.m. LPR, when is the next hit?
The next hit is at 5:21 p.m.
Do you see, and after that 5:21?
Another hit? Yes,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
Yes, sir. At 8:07 p.m.
And when it hits at 8:07 p.m., is this March 14th?
It's still March 14th, yes.
Where is the vehicle at 8:07 p.m. on March 14th?
Cleveland Avenue Southwest, traveling westbound at Highway 75.
Now, turning to page 4, after that 8:07 p.m. query, when is the next hit?
The next hit is still March 14th, 2022 at 8:28 p.m. And that's at Forest Hills Drive Southwest, southbound at 6th Street Southwest.
Now, that's at 8:28 p.m.?
Yes.
When is the next hit after that 8:28 p.m.?
It is still March 14th, 2022, 8:30 p.m. at Forest Hills Drive Southwest northbound and 6th Street Southwest.
And after that 8:30 p.m. hit, when is that vehicle captured on LPR, the white Audi, next?
3:14 of 22 at 9:44 p.m. And that's Forest Hills Drive Southwest northbound and 6th Street Southwest.
After that 9:44 p.m. March 14th hit, where does it come up next?
The next hit is still same day, 3/14/22 at 9:49 p.m. That's at Windsor Street Southwest northbound and Richardson Street Southwest.
After that 9:49 p.m. on March 14th, LPR hit at Windsor Street Southwest northbound near Richardson Street, when is the next time that that white Audi is captured?
Okay, still same day, 3/14/22 at 10:12 p.m. And it says the number 3 interchange drive westbound from Fulton Industrial Boulevard towards Wendell.
Now, from this 10:12 p.m. hit, how much or what time is the next hit?
The next time is 2 a.m., so that would now be 3/15/22 the next day, 2:04 a.m.
How much time passed between those 2 LPR hits?
A little under 4 hours.
And where is the vehicle at 2 a.m.?
It's at McDaniel Street southbound at Fulton Street.
And after that 2 a.m. On March 15th hit, when is the next LPR hit for the white Audi?
It's still 3/15/22, and it's at 12:33 p.m. at Windsor Street southbound, Fulton Street Southwest.
How many hours roughly are there between 2 a.m. to 12 p.m.?
Roughly 10. All right.
Now, turning to, or do you see another hit at 7:12 p.m.?
I do.
Where is the vehicle at 7:12 p.m.?
So this would still be 3/15/22. It's at Cleveland Avenue Southwest eastbound and Metropolitan Parkway.
Now, other than this white Audi with license plate ending in 8 Echo Delta 7071, was there any other potential suspect vehicles that you queried for?
Yes, the other one was a white Ford Fusion.
And is that 19 Victor Victor?
It is.
Now, publishing, sorry, I'm in 119. I'm publishing 119 Victor Victor. Now, is this query for the white Ford Fusion, is it the same time frame, March 14th?
Yes, March 14th at midnight through March 15th at 11:59 p.m.
And what is the tag number for this white Ford Fusion that was of interest?
It's Tango Adam David 8611.
How many queries did you get returned for this vehicle in terms of how many hits were there in that window of time?
6.
When is the first hit for the white Ford Fusion?
So the first one is on 3/14/22 at 9:02 a.m.
And where is that vehicle?
It's at Old Hapeville Road Southwest, traveling northbound at Cleveland Avenue Southwest.
When is the next LPR hit after that 902 at Old Hapeville and Cleveland Avenue?
It is still on 3/14/22, 5:36 p.m. at Marketplace Entrance number 2, Camp Creek at North Commerce.
After that and this is March 14th?
Still March 14th.
When is the next hit for that white Ford Fusion after the 5:36 p.m. hit?
That's also still March 14th, 22, 8:35 p.m.
And is that also at the Old Hapeville Road northbound and Cleveland Avenue area?
It is.
Now, after that 8:35 hit, when is the next LPR reading?
Okay, the next one is still on 3/14/22 at 9:50 p.m.
And where is the vehicle, where is the white Ford Fusion at 9:50 p.m. on March 14th?
It's at Windsor Street Southwest, traveling northbound at Richardson Street Southwest.
Now, I'm going to republish 18 Victor Victor at the top of page 5. This was at 9:50, what we currently have?
Yes.
Now, looking at 18 Victor Victor, top of page 5.
118 Victor Victor.
Yes, Your Honor. 118 Victor Victor. And it's going to come up for you on the screen. What is the time and location for the white Audi with tinted windows?
It's 3/14/22 at 9:49 p.m.
And what's the location?
Windsor Street Southwest, traveling northbound at Richardson Street Southwest.
Are those the same locations?
They are.
How many minutes apart?
Less than 1, I believe.
Going back to 19 Victor Victor, page 2, and it's going to come up for us with the white Ford Fusion. When is the next LPR hit after that 9:50 p.m. on the white Ford Fusion?
The next one is still on 3/14/22. It's at 10:12 p.m.
And where is the white Ford Fusion at 10:12 p.m. on March 14th, 2022?
It's on number 3, Interchange Drive, westbound from Fulton Industrial Boulevard towards Wendell.
Now, I'm going to republish 18 Victor Victor, page 5 in the middle. Do you see, and is this the white Audi now?
Yes, yes, it is.
Where is the white Audi at 10:12 p.m. on March 14th, 2022?
It is at Interchange Drive, westbound from Fulton Industrial Boulevard towards Wendell.
Is that the same location as the white Ford Fusion we just discussed?
Yes, it is.
How much time is between when the white Ford Fusion and the white Audi hit at Interchange Drive, westbound from Fulton Industrial Boulevard?
9 seconds.
Now, going back to 19 Victor Victor with the white Ford Fusion, after that 10:12 p.m., when is the next LPR hit?
The next one is the next day on 3/15/22, and it's at 12:01 p.m.
And Detective Bender, in 2022, ballpark wise, I mean, how many LPRs are there roughly in the city of Atlanta? I won't hold you to it.
Hundreds.
Now, what's that address? March 15th, 1201, not address, but where the LPR returns at?
On March 15th,
Yes, ma'am.
it's Forest Hills Drive Southwest northbound and 6th Street Southwest.
I'm going to republish 18 Victor Victor at 8:28 p.m. on March 14th, 2022. Is that the same location?
6th Street, yes, it is.
Now, other than the white Ford Fusion and the white Audi, did you ever conduct any license plate readers for a red Nissan?
Yes,
Is that what's marked as 120 Victor Victor?
it is.
And was that the victim's vehicle?
It is.
Now, I'm going to publish 120 Victor Victor. And was there a number of queries that returned for that vehicle?
Yes.
Going to and was it the same time frame, March 14th at 12 a.m. to March 15th at 11:59 p.m.?
Yes.
Going to page 5. Or excuse me, page 6. Where was this vehicle, the red Nissan, at 7:08 p.m. on March 14th?
It's at Lakewood Avenue Southeast, and then it says Southwest, and Shadydale Avenue Southeast.
Where does the vehicle travel after? Where's the next LPR hit after 7:08 p.m.?
The next one is same day, 3/14/22 at 9:24 p.m. And that's at Windsor Street Southwest northbound and Richardson Street Southwest.
Republishing what's been marked as 18 Victor Victor. Do you see the 9:49 p.m. LPR reading for the white Audi?
Yes.
What is the time and location for that vehicle?
So it's 3/14/22 at 9:49 p.m. and 6 seconds. Location is Windsor Street Southwest northbound at Richardson Street Southwest.
Is that the same location for the red Nissan we just discussed?
Yes.
And how much time difference is there between these LPR hits?
About 25 minutes.
And going to 19 Victor Victor, the white Ford Fusion, do you see a LPR hit around that same time frame?
Yes.
What is the time and location for the 950 white Ford Fusion LPR hit?
It's on 3/14/22 at 9:50 and 47 seconds at Windsor Street Southwest northbound and Richardson Street Southwest.
So with those three LPRs, those three vehicles are hitting the same LPR within roughly 20 minutes of one another?
Correct.
One brief moment, Your Honor. And Detective Bender, after you assisted Detective Hogan with these LPR readings, did you have any other involvement with the murder of Chanel Drinks?
I did not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Hey, my name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I'm just going to ask you a few questions about the work that you did on this case. What day did you run the LPRs?
I don't have the date I don't know which date that I ran them for Detective Hogan.
Do you have a date range?
I would imagine it was within a few days of the actual homicide.
May I approach?
You may.
Can you see those?
Yes.
And Detective, I'm not going to pretend to know more about the LPR system than you. On the lower left or lower right, it says March 28th, 2022.
Right. That's when Detective Hogan ran the hits.
So, when you say Detective Hogan ran the hits, okay, explain.
So in order for us to produce this is like a PDF copy. What we're looking at in the computer, we can just flip through. So he ran his own copy of the information.
Understood.
For the case file.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You ran it for Detective Hogan. The 328 that's indicated on the state's exhibits there is the date that Detective Hogan took what you came up with on your computer and actually printed it out to PDF. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Great.
According to what this says, it says user Hogan. So
Understood. So you certainly ran these before 328.
Yes.
But your recollection is earlier than that, within a few days of 314.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Now, my understanding, well, Detective Hogan, when he came to you, do you remember what day he came to you to discuss these matters?
So it would have either been, this happened late on the 14th. So it would have probably been the 15th or 16th. I just don't remember which day.
All right. And when Detective Hogan came and asked for your assistance in this matter, did he have license plates at the time, or did he ask you to do the first step as well?
He did not have the license plates. He had the vehicle description and last known location and a time frame.
So you did the first step that you talked about on direct, which was identifying license plate based on the description of a car.
Correct.
And a location that Detective Hogan thought they might be.
Yes.
And then you ran the reads on the license plates.
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, Detective Hogan, to do that first step, to try to identify license plates, he gave you descriptions of some vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what descriptions did he give you for vehicles?
A white Ford Fusion and a white Audi sedan.
And then the red Versa.
Yes.
Okay. Did he ask you, besides those three cars, the red Versa, the white Ford Fusion, and the white Audi sedan, besides those three cars, did Detective Hogan ever come to you and ask you to run any other LPRs on any other vehicles involving this case?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so he did not identify to you any other vehicles of interest for you to run LPRs on?
Not that I recall. At the time, he was looking for these two specific suspect vehicles and for his victim vehicle and what time they might have been in the area.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with this case besides the LPRs?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen any surveillance video regarding this case?
I know there is surveillance video. I've seen still shots from it.
Okay. Okay. But Detective Hogan just asked you about those three vehicles.
He gave me the description of the vehicles. And so when I'm looking for locations nearby, I'm going to look at any white vehicles. If I know that they're white vehicles, I'm looking at any white vehicles. But he knew the make and model. He happened to know the make and model. So when I'm or, you know, in this case, it's white vehicles and then a red vehicle. So I'm looking in general for any vehicle that remotely matches the description because it doesn't always return what type of vehicle it is. And sometimes the pictures, you can't tell what type of vehicle it is.
And thank you for that. So if you were doing the first step, which was to identify vehicles, you would be able to look at pictures, the LPR caught other white vehicles, but then you would be able to be determined, okay, is this a Ford Fusion or is this a Audi sedan?
Correct.
Okay, and that would narrow it down for you.
Right.
How long is LPR records kept?
From my understanding, at one point, it was maybe 2 years. I don't know if that's still the case.
Okay. All right. And does the public have access to the LPR readers around town, or is it just for law enforcement?
In what way?
Could I or any other citizen have access to the database that you have to tap into the LPR system? Or is that strictly law enforcement?
It's law enforcement, from my understanding.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
One brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
Okay, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. They would call Mr. Sundeep Groom.
Amen.
You swear to testimony you have made the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Absolutely. Thank you. Need to state, sit down, sit down. State and spell your first and last name.
Okay.
Mike, of course, okay?
My name is Sandeep Groom. First name Sandeep, Sandeep. Last name Gurung.
Hey, good afternoon, sir. Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
I'm sorry?
How are you currently employed?
Oh.
What do you do for a living?
I work at a gas station right now.
Okay. And back in 2022, can you tell the jurors, were you working at the same place or somewhere different?
Right now I'm working at somewhere different, but before I used to work at BP at Windsor Street and King's Liquor.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, how long did you work at the BP gas station and the King's liquor store?
Approximately 3 to 4 years.
Okay. And while working there, can you tell the jurors, what did you do for the BP gas station and the King's liquor store?
So I used to manage both of the stores. Just ordering the new products and getting in touch with the vendors, just regular stuffs, nothing much.
And for the entire time that you worked there, how long did you say you worked there?
3 to 4 years.
Were you always working in management for both of those establishments?
No, I started as a cashier.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as working as a cashier and then up into a management role, did you have access to the video surveillance system that I guess the BP gas station and the King's liquor store had?
Yes, before when I was working the cashier, I didn't have the access, but after that, I moved to the management, and then they gave me access to the records.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors a little bit about the camera system or the video surveillance system that the BP gas station and the King's Liquor Store had?
It was NetGeo. The company name was called NetGeo, and both of them had the same system which works with the DVR. And King's, I think they had 18 to 20 cameras, and BP they had around 24ish.
And can you tell the jurors the cameras that you just described that are on the property or the premises, did the majority of them, or can you tell the jurors, did the majority of them, I guess, capture, or were they pointed towards the, I guess, inside of the?
Yes, mostly inside.
Okay, of both establishments?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and was there any cameras that, I guess, that captured, I guess, the outside portion of where the pumps, where the gas station, or?
Yeah, there were only 2 cameras that were pointing towards the pumps.
Okay. Now, I want to show you State's Exhibits 187 Victor Victor through 189 Victor Victor. Now, approach on.
Yes.
And if you'll just take a look at those, you tell the jurors, do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize those exhibits?
It's a satellite view of the street towards Fulton and Windsor, where I used to work at the King's Liquor and the BP.
Okay. And that's State's Exhibit 187 Victor Victor?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, do you recognize, or how you recognize State's Exhibits 188 and 189 Victor Victor?
This 188 Victor Victor is going towards Windsor Street, and it's facing right in front of the gas station where the BP is. And 89 Victor Victor is facing at the back of the building where King's Liquor is, at the bottom where you see the glasses.
Okay. And do all of the exhibits, the first being State's Exhibit 187 Victor Victor, does it fairly and accurately depict the area which you worked and you've described off of Windsor Street back in March of 2022?
Yes.
And as it relates to this State's Exhibit 188 and 189 Victor Victor, do those photographs also fairly and accurately depict the actual gas station and King's Liquor store that you worked at back in March of 2022?
Yes, they do.
Okay. This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibits 187 through 189 Victor Victor.
They're admitted.
And and I apologize, I should have shown you this as well. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 186 Victor Victor?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, how do you recognize State's Exhibits 186 Victor Victor?
This one, this is a pen drive with the footage of the BP video surveillance of the video that was used in this case, I guess.
Okay. Is it an overview of, I guess, the area that you've kind of talked about that travels from the BP gas station to the intersection of
Yes.
Windsor and I-20?
Mhm.
Yes. All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 186 Victor Victor into evidence.
All right, it's admitted.
Okay. Mr. Groom, in the screen in front of you, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 186 Victor Victor in a second. And I want you to try to orient the jurors as to what they're looking at as soon as I get it up. Okay, can you see it? Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, so can you describe for the jurors, I guess, is this the front area of the gas station that we
Mhm.
talked about?
Yes, this is going towards Windsor Street to the front side of the building where it faces the gas station.
Okay, and do you see, if you're looking at the left-hand back side of the exhibit, do you see where it says FedEx on that building?
Yes.
Can you orient the jurors or explain to the jurors the road that's in between the FedEx and the BP gas station? What road is that?
Windsor Street, I guess.
And Mr. Groom, is this how the gas station that you were working at the BP March or in March of 2022, how it looked that day?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to skip to. Okay, and if we're looking at 1 minute and 14 seconds into State Exhibit 186, Victor, do you see, I guess, if you were looking at the back middle of the exhibit 186, Victor, like the bridge and the tunnel area?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors, is that towards, I guess, the I-20?
I-20.
Okay. Now, I'll go ahead and show you State's Exhibit also. I'll get them all in 116, Victor. Can you look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, the video surveillance that we had from BP and Kings.
Okay, you said it's the video surveillance of the BP and King gas station?
Yes.
And did you actually pull that video surveillance and provide it to members of the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And have an opportunity to review the footage that's on State's Exhibit 116, Victor?
Yes, sir.
And did the footage that you reviewed on the USB or the jump drive in 116, Victor, did it fairly and accurately depict all of the files that you provided to members of the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 116, Victor, into evidence.
Oh, that's admitted.
So I want to show you real quickly State's Exhibit 189, Victor. And while I'm pulling it up, could you kind of explain or orient to the jurors? So we talked about the BP gas station and we've seen it. Can you explain to the jurors where in relation to the BP gas station that we've seen is the King's liquor store that you also managed back in March of 2022?
So right behind the building, there's a hill that goes down the King's liquor store. It's right behind the building, but there's a slope that goes at the bottom of the liquor store.
Okay, so in State's Exhibit 189, Victor, can you, and that way you don't have to get up. I'm going to point. You see the top of State's Exhibit 189, Victor, with the red lettering where it says King's Liquor Store?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see the fence that's in front of that area? Yes?
Yes.
Now, is that where the entrance?
Yes, we use the entrance from either BP or either from this side.
Okay, and so if do you see the building? It's a mid-rise or high-rise building that you can see
Yes.
above? Yes. Now, I guess on the other side of that building,
It's right across.
is that where the BP gas station is?
Yeah, right in front of it.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors this is Windsor Street?
Windsor Street.
Okay. Now, do you remember, or I guess when the detectives requested you to pull footage, did they ask you to pull footage from 9:25 PM to approximately 10:30 PM on March 14th of 2022?
Yeah, that's about right.
Okay. And you said, did you provide, I guess, can you tell the jurors, did you provide footage for all the cameras on the property?
Yes, when I download the files, it goes through all the cameras.
Okay. Now, I just want to show you a couple clips. I want to show you camera 19. I'm sure the technology is a little better at the BP gas station than it is here. Okay, Mr. Groom, in camera 19, on State's Exhibit 116, Victor, is this the camera that you were describing that kind of
Yeah.
captures the outside area
Outside
where the gas
view.
station is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is from March 14th of 2022?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes?
Yes.
And do you see that white Audi, how it's, I guess, backing up right now?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors, I guess, the area that it's backing into, where is that in relation to the entrance of the BP gas station?
It should be right in front of the door.
Next, I want to show you camera angle number 3. All right, can you explain to the jurors what area of the store we're looking at here?
This is the inside cashier's area on the left-hand side, and right in front of the door as well.
And this camera angle 3, you see at the top left-hand corner of the exhibit where it's rolling at about 1:43 seconds into that angle?
Yes, sir.
You see that the brake light?
Yes.
Is that the area where the white Audi had backed into in relation to the front door that we saw?
Yeah, it's
camera
right
angle
near the
19?
front door. So yeah, that's it.
All right, say it one more time because we were talking at the same time.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's like I said, it's near the door while it backed in, and that's it.
And would that be right there?
Uh-huh.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then just want to show you 2 more. Mr. Groom on the screen in front of you now. You see, is it up for you?
Yes.
Okay, where in the store is this camera
This
located?
camera is in the middle of the store where it's facing the door, the main entrance, and towards the cashier section.
Okay, and did you see where the individual came in with the blue shoes and you see the white long sleeve shirt?
Uh-huh.
Is that I guess the only entrance into the gas station?
That's the only one.
Okay. And in camera angle 9 of the King's Liquor Store footage, is this the area that you had described that would have been, I guess, behind
the
fence?
store? Yes.
Okay. And is this the only camera angle that points towards the street area or Windsor Street?
Yeah. Towards the
where-
street, yes. This is the only angle that points towards the street.
And Mr. Grimm, when you were, I guess, providing this footage to members of the Atlanta Police Department, were you just providing footage for specific timeframes that was
That were
requested?
asked for. Mhm.
Okay. Did you know anything about why or what was going on as it relates to the footage that you were providing?
No.
Okay. And I don't think I have anything further at this time.
Any questions for this witness?
I do have a few.
All right.
I'm going to require Mr. Bati's technical expertise if he's able to help me. Sure. Thank you. Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you do me a favor? Could you pronounce your last name for me?
Grung, G-U-R-U-N-G, Grung.
Garoon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Garoon, nice to meet you. My name is Max Shard, okay? I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay. We just reviewed 4 different cameras that were at your establishments, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many total cameras are there at these establishments back in 2022?
On BP, there's around like 20 to 24.
Okay.
And in King's Liquor, around 18.
Okay. Now, my understanding is someone from the police department asked you to retrieve some footage.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what times they asked for the footage on 3/14/22?
3/14. I think they, what I remember is they asked me to give me a footage from certain time to certain time. So that's what I pulled up, but I don't remember the exact time and date.
Very fair. Okay. So do you remember how long the footage was?
No.
Okay. Now, Mr. Abate was kind enough to pull up, I believe this is camera 19 of the BP, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now, I can't, because we're on Zoom, there's a, do you have that on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. You see how it says Adam Abate's screen in the bottom left? Okay. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
The bottom left? Okay. What I want to know, and I don't think this is blocking something, but tell me if it is. I want to know, when we're looking at this picture right now, or if we played this video,
Yes.
how would we know what time it is Eastern Standard Time?
There should have been. So yeah, on this screen, I don't see any time, but it should had a side section where when I use the app on the GeoVision, there's a side stamp that has time and date. But I think when the video was downloaded, it doesn't. Maybe I can see it, or it's not. I can't see it yet because.
Okay, and from what we have right here in front of us, and I guess you don't remember the exact time frame that they asked you to. So from what we have in front of us, you can't tell us exactly what time any event occurs on this video, correct?
Yes,
Eastern
based
Standard
on this
Time?
video.
Okay, cool. And is that also the case, going to be the case with camera 3? And if you could pull up camera 3. Thank you, Mr. Abate. And so, for instance, this is camera 3, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that is inside the BP from behind the cashier.
Yes.
Okay. From what we have here, we can't tell the exact time that anything's occurring, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you this while we're on camera 3. On 314, when the police came and talked to you, did they ever ask you who the clerk was working in the store that night?
No, they didn't.
Okay, do you have any information that the police officers spoke to the clerk that was working at the BP that night?
I have no idea about it.
Okay. The other camera, what was the other camera from the back of the store?
Slicker?
No, from the back of the BP, with the third angle that we viewed. What camera number is that?
King Slicker, it might be 19, something like that, outside.
Okay. Could you
18 or 19, something. Oh, this one?
Yes.
This is 12, I guess.
Camera 12, okay. And the clerk would be on the left behind that plexiglass, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just to make sure we're on the same page, none of these cameras will have the exact time displayed.
If it was on the app while we use it, it has the current timestamp. But while we download it, it should have it, but I can't see it.
Okay. Well, and let me ask you, the time is from an app. You're saying an app as
in, yeah, it's a software
for security.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any information that the times on this app are synced to, say, the clock used by APD for 911 calls? Can you testify that the time on your app is exactly in sync with this city's 911 system or Fulton County's 911 system?
No, I don't think so. It's a little off, I guess.
Little off?
Yeah,
When you say
maybe,
a little
maybe
off?
15 minutes.
15 minutes? Okay. How about, you're familiar with the FedEx across the street, across Windsor Street? Are you familiar with their surveillance system?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe that your surveillance system, which is a little off from the county's 911 system, is in sync with the FedEx system?
No, no.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Very briefly, Mr. Groom, do you see at the bottom of, I guess, the state's
Yeah.
exhibit as it relates to camera angle 9 from the King's Liquor store?
Yes.
Do you see the date and time? As
Yes,
it relates
on this one I can see it.
Okay, can you tell the jurors, I know it's very small, what is the date and time that you're saying?
It is 3/14/2022, 9:28. 9:26, yes, PM.
Mr. Shar asked you a little bit about, I guess, the time that you saw, I guess, in the app that you are able to use to pull the video surveillance footage. You remember talking to him about that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you believed it was a little off, or that, and I think you said roughly 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Can you tell the jurors, I guess, how do you know that?
Because when I used to compare it with the time that my clerks, my fellow cashiers, they told me about anything I have gotten stolen or anything, they tell me the time. So I used to run it always like 20 minutes off, and then I used to find it around 15 to 10 minutes in between.
Okay. So you would know it sounds like what you're saying is you know the general time that an event occurred. So here, I think your example was someone had taken something from the store, right? Yes?
Yes.
And then you would then, I guess, take that time and then add, you said 10 or 15 minutes to that and look in between that time period. Okay. And that's how you would find the event. And
whatever we need to find, yeah.
Okay. I don't think I have anything further, Your Honor.
Just overall, whether it's 10 or 15 minutes, is it fair to say that any times, whether it's on the BP or on the King's Liquor surveillance, are approximate times, not exact?
On King's Liquor, it is an exact time, but on BP, it's a little different.
Is King's Liquor lined up? And I'm not talking about an hour off or 30 minutes off. I'm talking about to the second. Is it lined up with the Fulton County 911 system?
I have no idea about that.
Speculation.
Yeah, I have no idea about this.
If he knows.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
don't know.
Okay. Is it lined up exactly with the FedEx surveillance system? If you know.
I have no idea about it.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness.
Thank you.
State would call Mr. Moffitt.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Be on your first and last name to the moment before we begin.
First name is Moffitt, Moffett. Last name is Wells, Wells.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed?
I am a what we call a security specialist with FedEx Corporation.
Okay. And how long have you been a security specialist for FedEx Corporate?
Around about 10 years now.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors a little bit about, I guess, what you do as a security specialist with FedEx Corporate?
In general, just investigations involving company fraud, theft, workplace violence, and also responsible for like our security systems that we have in this area.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors your responsibility as it relates to FedEx. I guess how far do they reach here within the city of Atlanta and further?
As far as my responsibilities, I'm responsible for at least 2 or 3 buildings in Atlanta, moving all the way down to LaGrange and Columbus.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about the security system that each building or that FedEx corporate has for their facilities. Can you tell the jurors, does that include video surveillance cameras as a part of that?
That does include that.
Okay, and can you explain to the jurors, I guess, roughly or generally, how many cameras usually are within the property of a FedEx building, let's say the one located at 401 Windsor Street here in the city of Atlanta?
For a location that size, anywhere between 30 to 35.
Okay, and I want to show you what's been marked as state's exhibits. 117, Victor, Victor, and then 190 through 192, Victor, Victor. If you'll just look at those again and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
Okay, we'll start with 190 Victor, Victor through 192 Victor, Victor. Can you tell the jurors what are those photographs of?
Those are photographs of the FedEx location on 401 Windsor Street.
Okay, and do the photographs fairly and accurately depict how the FedEx facility or the building looked back in March of 2022?
Yes, they're accurate.
And then as it relates to State's Exhibit 117, 117, Victor, Victor, can you tell the jurors how you recognize that exhibit?
This is a disc. Looks like it's been copied from the video surveillance footage that we have.
And prior to your testimony here today, have you had an opportunity to review the footage that's on that disc?
Yes, I did.
And the footage that's on State's Exhibit 117, Victor, Victor, is it the same footage that you provided to members of the City of Atlanta Police Department of video surveillance footage from 401 Windsor Street?
It is.
Okay. This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibits 117, Victor, Victor through 190. 190 through 192, Victor, Victor.
All right, so start that entirely over,
I'm
the
sorry.
numbers.
So it's 117, Victor, Victor, and
Okay.
190 through
gotcha.
192.
All right,
Victor, Victor.
those are admitted. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
No objection.
Okay, admitted without objection.
Okay. While I am pulling up some of the exhibits, could you explain to the jurors where, I guess, the layout for the FedEx facility that's located off of Windsor Street here in the city of Atlanta?
Well, the layout, a portion of the building sits facing the Windsor Street side of the building. Another portion just faces that I-20 side. And that's pretty much the forward-facing side of the building that's facing the public.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit 189, Victor, Victor, in the top, I guess, left-hand corner of the exhibit, do you see, I guess, a portion of the side of the FedEx building?
Which one did you say?
Sorry, it's also on the screen in front of you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you see in the left-hand, I guess, corner, middle area of that exhibit, the FedEx building?
Yes.
And the street, I guess, that's in the middle of the exhibit and that's in front of the FedEx building. What street is that?
That's Windsor Street.
And if you are to continue to travel on the right-hand side of the street towards what you can see as a bridge in the middle back of State's Exhibit 189, Victor, Victor, what intersection is that?
I don't know the exact street name, but I know that's the I-20. I guess that would be an I-20
Exit?
exit.
Okay, an entrance. And then if you were to go, I guess, behind the FedEx building going, if you're traveling on the, I guess, the right-hand side of either the left-hand side of the street, you're looking at the exhibit, would you, I guess, get in to the BP gas station and the King's liquor store?
Yes, you'll be heading towards the gas station at the top of that. There's a hill, top of the hill there.
Now, if we're looking at that exhibit, can you kind of orient the jurors or explain to the jurors the camera that is there a camera that captures part of the street from 401 Windsor Street building for FedEx?
Yeah, there's a camera that faces Windsor Street in the direction of the I-20.
And do you see that camera in States Exhibit 192, Victor?
Yeah, it'll be that right there.
Is it the white, the white camera at the top of the exhibit?
Correct.
Instead of taking the time with the technology to put it up on the show. Can you explain to the jurors, kind of orient them, the camera, I guess, quality as it relates to what it captures outside of the property of the FedEx building into the street, Windsor Street?
It catches the entire street down to there's a traffic signal before you get to the overpass of I-20. Captures all of that area down there.
I want to show you a States Exhibit or published States Exhibit 117, Victor. And is this the angle that you just described as it relates to the camera that we could see in States Exhibit 190, Victor?
Yes, correct.
And were you asked to provide the camera footage from the evening of March 14th of 2022 between 9:30 and 10:30 by City of Atlanta police officers?
Yes, I was.
And now, when you provided the footage to the detectives or members of the City of Atlanta Police Department, did you have any knowledge as to why you were providing them the footage?
No.
Okay. And did you have any involvement in any of the investigation in which they were requesting the footage for?
No.
Okay. Was your only involvement complying with the request from members of the City of Atlanta Police Department, the footage that we see here in States Exhibit 117, Victor?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And my last question, sir, what we're seeing here in States Exhibit 117, Victor, is this the only camera that captures Windsor Street?
Yes.
Okay. I lied, I do have one more question. So if we're looking at the top of States Exhibit 117, Victor, where it stopped about 4 seconds into the footage, you see at the top, you see the car lights up there?
Yes.
Is the direction in which they're traveling, is that towards the BP gas station or is that towards the I-20 underpass that you were just describing?
That's towards the I-20 underpass.
So that is the last question.
All right, any questions, questions for this witness? Sure.
Mr. Moffitt?
It's Wells' last name, but Moffitt's first name, yes.
Oh. Moffitt Wells. My name is Max Shard. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So you were asked to provide surveillance footage to the police. What times were you asked for?
I don't remember the exact times. It's been a while, but
Okay.
it was, I guess there was a subpoena that was submitted and we gave the footage for those hours.
Okay, but you don't remember the exact times?
I don't remember the exact time right now, no.
Okay, and are there any timestamps on the videos that you provided?
I don't see a timestamp on there. It looks like it gives a date range. I mean, a time range, but not a timestamp on what I'm looking at.
Okay. And when you're able to view this offsite in the system, does it have times in?
Some of our systems do, some of them don't, to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, I want you to be honest with me, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And does FedEx, to your knowledge, take pains to sync their surveillance systems or the times on their surveillance systems with any other surveillance systems or government entities or anything like that?
No, these are all independent. Our system is independent of everybody else's. It's just it's a company that we use that just runs our system.
Okay, and so you could not say that your surveillance system, the times on it would be synced to phone records or Sprint or anything like that?
No, I can't say that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Redirect.
Just one question.
Sure.
I'm gonna pull up State Exhibit 67, Victor Victor. And what you're looking at in State Exhibit 67, Victor Victor, is this I guess a close-up view of the underpass that you described earlier from the video footage in State Exhibit 117, Victor Victor?
That appears to be, I mean, as far as I know, as much as I go there, yeah, that appears to be the same thing.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, State called investigator Nico Flores, and Your Honor, this is one of the.
He's gonna be longer. All right, let's take a, no?
Yes, he's gonna be longer, but yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, let's take a break. I don't know where one of the witnesses that shouldn't be shown on camera. Okay, got it. All right, we'll be back whenever the juries have their break.
Oh my gosh, y'all. This just feels like a waste of time. Like, is there a juror? They got to bring this together, because is there one juror who's gonna say, you know, it all makes sense because the gas station guy and the FedEx guy both said they had surveillance cameras on that day. Like, I don't even know what we're doing here. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. But what I want to do, y'all, I'm going to go back. I'm going to play this part for anybody who didn't see it, who wasn't here this morning. I'm going to play this part from a juror
anyway,
who was going rogue, y'all. He was going rogue. He was going rogue this morning. But some people on X are like, yeah, you know, this is good. I don't know about this juror going rogue being good, y'all. My opinion about this rogue juror is it might not be good. And the reason I say that is because look how quickly he fell back. He didn't stand his ground. If he would have stood his ground and Judge Whitaker would have said, look, we're not letting you go. I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah. But this guy, well, yeah, you know, if you say that, then I guess I can. He just fell right into place. So to me, sounds like the type of guy who's going to speak up, who's going to speak up a little bit, and then who's going to fall in line with some pushback. It's good, but Judge, no, we'll watch again. Let's watch again. Listen to him. It's don't listen to the result, which is does he stay or doesn't he? That's not what I want to point out. I want to point out how he didn't stand his ground. He did not stand his ground.
Really an issue anymore anyway.
That was the issue.
Is any of your concerns?
Given that you said.
Have a moment, please relay this to the judge, which I found.
Let's read it. Okay. So listen to how this guy doesn't stand his ground. And that's the part where I said it doesn't
Do
stand
anymore anyway. Is that, I mean, we're clear on the, or that. But of course, we have another issue because we can't have more than one normal no issue trial day in a row. So I have an email from one of the jurors this morning. Interestingly, he sent two different drafts of it. The first says,
I'm gonna speed it up a little, y'all.
It's to my assistant. When you have a moment, please relay this to the judge. Good morning, Judge Whitaker. I am requesting to be removed from the current case due to the length of this trial and how the state has handled this case. I can no longer be unbiased towards any decisions.
Due to the length of this trial and how the state has handled this case. Now, if he just said that, you could say, okay, the state has taken too long. And that would be fine, right? So she comes in, she says, okay, we'll only be, I think it'll be over this year. And he says, okay, fine. But if he only said how the state has handled this case, but he also said, you're going to hear him say yesterday. So he wasn't just talking about the state's slow pace on a whole. He was talking about what they did yesterday, which they looked like they stole from thugs. They looked like they were fumbling and bumbling yesterday. That's a whole nother issue from just how slow this whole thing has been going.
Moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. Thanks. But then that's not what he really meant to send, because he said, I didn't mean to send this version, not the other one, with a minor correction. Hope all is well. When you have a moment, can you relay this email to the judge? Good morning, Judge Whitaker. I am requesting to be removed from the current case due to the length of this trial and how the state has handled this case. I will be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. Thanks. Now, this is the same juror who a few months back asked to be removed from the case and provided no reason whatsoever. And so I just ignored it. I just said, no, you're not removed. Doesn't work that way. And so I think this is just a ploy to get off of a case that he's sick of being on because it's taking up his time. Obviously, we can have him out and privately, not with the other jurors around, and ask whatever questions we want of him. Willing to hear what anybody has to say about it.
I don't know from the court's perspective if this would be appropriate, but I would have no objection to informing this juror that it might not be 3 to 6 months. And I think it might not be 3 to 6 months or whatever he said. And I think that is accurate and honest at this point.
I mean, I think it would be fair to say we have no expectation that it'll be another 3 to 6 months.
He said that he's biased
Towards any decisions, whatever that means.
Right, but he said, but he specifically talked about the state and how the state cleaned up this case. So therefore, the state has some concern with the juror not being able to remain fair and impartial, given what his language was. He didn't say to either side. He said specifically to the state.
No, he didn't. He said, I will be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. And frankly, you have to start a case unbiased, but as you listen to the evidence, as long as you don't deliberate with anybody, you can mull the evidence in your own mind. And frankly, if y'all are presenting the case in a way that is driving a juror crazy, that's on you.
And I understand that, but if he is, it appears that he is, his thoughts at this point is that he, and maybe that's what we need to ask him, whether or not he is still, he still be fair and impartial. And we want to watch everything outside the presence of each other.
I mean, I certainly think that would be appropriate.
All right, so they're gonna bring him in. Let me see if I can fast forward to when they have him.
In receipt of, you said that, can we get juror number 56 out, please? Thank you. Did you email me?
Yeah, that's what it seems like he's saying. But I understand him to be saying, I'm gonna go along with whatever I can to make things easy for myself. Listen to what he actually said. Watch how he falls back.
Good morning. So I am in receipt of a correspondence from you this morning. And I'm actually in receipt of both versions of it because you sent one and then you adjusted it. And my assistant had already sent that one to me. So I have both. And you seem to be expressing concerns about the length of the trial. And I've discussed that with all of the attorneys, and we all feel comfortable representing that there is really, it's almost certain that this trial will be over far before 3 to 6 months have elapsed. I think it is probable that it will be over before the end of this year. So I'd like to find out whether that assuages any of your concerns.
Given that you say probable, and I'll keep it as is, but I will, if it prolongs, then I will send a correspondence again if it goes into 2025.
All right. Let me ask you as well. You said that you, first you said you could no longer be unbiased, and then you said that you would be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Is that because of your worries about how long the case might take?
Yes.
Okay.
I projected when we first began this entire case, we were projected to be in 6 months and it was a year.
Yeah.
And then did the circumstance in between. I just feel like it's just too long.
Yeah.
I love what I do for a living. I miss what I do.
Yeah.
And it's been hindering a lot of things with family and friends.
Yeah.
So since he's probable in the sentence, and so therefore I can you're assuring that this will probably go for the 2024 years, then therefore I can still stay on board.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple of other things as well. I know that you were instructed with some version of entering the case and
All right, y'all. First of all, he said he won't be able to stay biased. He won't be able to remain unbiased. And then the judge linked that to the length of the case. I'm just not seeing the connection. I mean, maybe I'm just missing something. What does your bias about the case have to do with the length? Unless you're saying you think that the prosecution is making it unnecessarily long, and you would, but then he mentioned yesterday. So let's keep listening.
considering the evidence with an open mind and not reaching any final conclusions until the trial is over with. Can you continue to assess the evidence with an open mind?
Given the information that we just discussed, and yes.
All right. Okay. And can you decide this case based only on the evidence that is presented in the law that I give you, and not on whether you like or dislike anybody's presentation style?
Since you work that way, then yes, I can go along with that.
All right.
For 2024, just to be.
All right. Do any of the attorneys have questions for this juror?
I do not know.
All right.
I do not know.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much.
Y'all see, So this guy wrote this letter. He said two things. He said the way that the prosecution's presenting the case, and he mentioned time. The judge said, well, the time thing shouldn't be a big factor. And he's like, oh, okay, we good. You know what I'm saying? He mentioned two distinct things. He mentioned the way the prosecution's presenting the case, and he mentioned time. And then the judge says, well, the time thing doesn't seem like it's going to be what you think it might be. And he just dropped the other issue. So when people are like, yeah, this is good, you know, the jury's starting to see. You see how easily once the pressure is on, this guy fell back in line. He wrote his email. Who knows what he was going through at that moment? Who knows what spawned him to write that email at that time? But when it was time for him to answer for it directly to the judge, he didn't even, you know, he just felt. I mean, now again, I don't think he should have caused the scene, and I definitely don't think he wanted to get himself thrown in jail or anything. But he didn't address. He addressed the time thing, but he didn't address the other thing at all. So I don't see this as being some kind of huge win. I think a guy like this, to me, and I don't know this guy, I'm just judging from this very, very small amount of information. I could be totally wrong, but it sounds like the type of guy, or he sounds like he's in a mode where you look, man, we just need you to vote yes on these charges so we can all go home. He doesn't sound like the holdout. He doesn't sound like the type of guy who's gonna, no, I'm standing on principle, man. We can't send these guys to prison when I'm not persuaded. No, he sounds like the kind of guy, look, man, I'm trying to go home. All y'all say yes. If I have to say yes to get us to go home, yes, guilty. Let's do it. Let me go home. So I gathered from the letter that he was a bit of a rabble rouser, but then when you hear him pressed on it a little bit, he just fell right back. So that's the way I see it. He's tired of the BS. Yeah, yes, Miss Lely, I agree. He's tired of the BS, but more than anything, he sounds like he's just tired of being there in the courtroom. So he sounds like he's like 30% standing on principle and then 70% standing on I just want to go home as soon as possible. So that's how I took it. Again, if he would have at least given a little bit more pushback, then he would have sounded more like a man of principle. But he wound up just sounding like a man who's trying to just get out of the situation. Yeah, he might have been drunk emailing, or he might have had an argument with his wife or significant other, or he might have heard that George just got a promotion and he was like, I should have gotten that promotion. Any of these kind of emotional moments that can come up in a person's life, and they just do something. You know what? I'm getting off this case today. And then when they're back to normal the next day, the judge is looking at them, the whole courtroom's looking at them, and they find a convenient out. Well, it won't be 3 to 6 months. It'll be maybe 2 more months. Oh, okay, 2 months. Oh, okay, yeah, okay, I got you. 2 months. So yeah, he wasn't going to argue with Whitaker. But, John, I don't think that it necessarily had to be an argument. He could have stated his position. Judge, I understand all that, but I also want to just make it clear that I'm very uncomfortable with these things. Now, if you feel I should remain a juror with my expressing that I'm very uncomfortable with these things, that I see these things, that I think about these things, if you are insisting that I remain a juror, even with my having said that, I'm happy to keep coming in, or I'll do my civic duty. But I just want to go. I just want it to be known and to be said here that I notice these things. I think it's unprofessional. I think it's prejudicial. I'm not with it. But again, Judge, you're the one who makes the decision. You don't have to argue to say that. You're just stating the way you feel, you know. But again, he had to have been prepared for the judge to ask him about his email after he sent an email. So you certainly can't send an email and then be surprised that the judge is going to ask you about it. I mean, what else could possibly happen? So it's not. Yeah, I don't see it as an argument, course you don't want to argue. There's no reason to argue. That's a conversation. He sent an email to start a conversation, and he got the conversation he was looking for. He just didn't state, he stated the time thing well, but he didn't state the other part. Number 56, don't know if he was making the final. Well, we don't know, because I would imagine they had a certain number of jurors to start with, and the 12 would have been selected from the whatever 100 or whatever they would be, the 12 and the alternates. He got afraid, didn't think he was going to be called into open court like that. Second time judge forced him to say, yeah, I think that's what it is. I just think it was a pure fallback. Understandable, but thinking about it from the perspective of people saying it's like, yeah, this kind of thing is good because he would never vote guilty. To me, he's the type of guy, again, I don't know this guy, so I'm just talking. This kind of presentation looks like the type of presentation of a person who would go along to get along. You know, they might voice their opinion, then the stronger opinions in the room speak up, and you can convince that guy, okay, certainly does not seem like the type of person who's just going to stick it out on principle. Does she have to ask in open court? Just wondering. I don't think she has to, no, but she would have to address him either in private or with both sets of attorneys there. Yeah, she already laughed at him. Why would the judge keep a juror who wants out? Because if she lets him out, then the other jurors can also say we want out. Then the trial will end in a mistrial. And as we know, Judge Whitaker's number one thing this whole time has been like not letting this end in a mistrial if possible. He's a pushover. Yeah, that's pretty much like George, we need you to work extra. My wife is home waiting for me. George, look, man, we really need you to work. Let me call her. That's him. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I'm just saying that's my impression of him. I don't know this guy, y'all, obviously. So anybody who does know him, I don't know him. I'm just talking about an impression that I got today. I certainly don't know enough to say anything definitive. The juror was most likely trying to say in the state haven't proven their case. He doesn't see why their mind's already made up. Yeah, so okay. Some people on X they're saying, well, he might be speaking for a bunch of the jurors. So if you want to kind of infer more to it than he actually said, then you can start, if you want to see Shannon and Yak walk free, if you want to infer more than what he actually said and start making inferences, then you do have a little bit of material there. You have the material that, okay, maybe he is speaking for other jurors as well, but he has enough understanding not to talk about having deliberated or discussed the case. So he's using safe language to try to maybe signal to the judge that this thing is not going well. So I don't know.
And what's our time estimate now? I know y'all weren't quite sure we'd go through the end of the day.
He's our last witness, Charlotte.
Well, I'm not saying drag him out, but but y'all weren't able to get anybody else. Okay. All right, I really would, as we're moving forward, let's really try to make the most of every day. And I'd rather go closer to 6 than closer to 5 so that we can, get done at some point.
Well, Your Honor, I do believe that it's a very strong likelihood that the state will rest, if not by the end of next week, by the following week. So,
Okay,
I mean,
well, that would be good. I'm just trying to factor in the fact that we've got jury charges that I do not think are going to be the most simple any of us have ever tackled, and that's going to take some time, and we've got holidays, and anyway, we can deal with all that later, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, ready for the jury. And I know y'all aren't going to be able to do a complete jury charge request by Monday, but can y'all start trying to put something together and at least give us something to start working on?
Mr. Weinstein is working into it.
Thank you. Okay. I love it. Thank you.
I'm always willing to fill in for Nate. Yeah, it's not true. No, I am willing.
I wanted to acknowledge this comment by Ray. I don't know if it's an honor, but it's definitely a duty, and I think it should be taken seriously. So, 100% agree with that. But there's always a limit to reasonableness, and it seems like this has passed that limit. So, you're talking about over a year on trial. You put your whole life, and a lot of it is due to mishandling of this case. But I do agree that it's a duty that should be taken seriously, 100%.
Thank you. All right, if you won't mind swearing our next witness, and we can just go by last name.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give today. Hold to the truth. Yes, sir. I see. We need you to pronounce your first initial and your last name. Spell your last name on your
Okay. N as in Nancy, Flores, Flores.
And where are you currently employed?
Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the Atlanta Police Department?
since 2015.
And what is your current role with the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm an investigator in the gang unit
And how long have you been in the gang unit?
since 2020.
And within the gang unit, do you have a particular shift that you work?
Yes, day shift.
Day shift?
yeah.
How long have you been on day shift?
Since 2020.
And what are some of your job duties and responsibilities as an investigator in the gang unit?
To investigate gang activities, gang crimes, gang violence, document gang members and their associates.
And as a gang investigator, do you at times have to respond to crime scenes?
Yes.
When would the gang unit be tasked with responding to a crime scene?
When requested per the zone supervisor or zone officer.
Are there certain types of crimes in which you usually get these calls for?
Yes. Homicide, robberies, aggravated assaults, just anything under the sun that they feel like, gang investigator needs to respond to.
Hang on just a second. If you hear an objection, if you don't mind waiting until I rule on it, and then if I sustain it, then
Yes,
we'll move on. If I overrule, you can answer, but hold on for just a second.
Yes, Your Honor.
Speculation, discounted motives of others.
I'm going to overrule that.
And investigator, if you could speak up for me a little and like speak
Okay.
into the mic. Do you sometimes respond to shootings if there's a shooting at a home or multiple shots fired to a home?
Yes.
When you respond to a crime scene, what do you do as a part of your investigation?
We tend to interview victim witnesses, trying to find a gang connection, a gang nexus within the crime.
And I know you said you work the day shift. Are there times with members of the gang unit are on an on-call, in an on-call capacity?
Yes.
How does that work?
typically after our shift, there's an on-call investigator that get called out by a supervisor or the zone per their request.
And does that on-call investigator work the overnight shift?
No,
So when you're on call, what would make the on-call detective get called out to the scene versus you, if you're on duty, getting called out to the scene?
we're typically on duty 1 o'clock, so we'll respond during our regular shift. The responsibility of on-call investigator after hours, typically when they're off the clock, that they respond to the incident.
I want to take you back to March 16, 2022. Were you in the same position that you're currently in with the gang unit?
Yes,
And on that day, did you have the occasion to respond to 2830 Waters Road in Atlanta, Georgia?
yes.
Let me ask, what was the weather that evening? Do you recall?
It was dark and it was raining.
And when you responded, do you remember about what time you responded to that location?
It was about 2:30 a.m.
And were you on duty or were you on call that evening?
I was on call that evening.
And I'm sorry, I said in the evening.
That morning.
That morning.
Yeah, that morning.
Why did you respond to that location?
Sergeant Suazo advised dispatch to reach out to the on-call gang investigator, which was me, and they called me, and I responded to the scene.
Did you respond with anyone else?
No.
Did any other gang unit investigators meet you at the location?
Yes.
Who was that?
Investigator Dabney.
Did anyone else respond to the scene with you and Investigator Dabney?
Yes.
Who was that?
Investigator Viverito.
At the time, back in March of 2022, where was Investigator Viverito working?
The Fulton County DA's office.
Once you arrived to the scene, tell the jurors what you found when you got to the scene.
2830 Waters Road. The house was shot up, multiple shell cases on the ground. Vehicles in the yard. A vehicle was parked directly in front of the house. That's about it. From the first walk up, that's my first observation of the house.
And when you made that first observation, what, if anything, did you do?
I spoke to Sergeant Suazo, and he briefed me on, what transpired before my arrival.
After receiving that information, what did you do?
I went inside to speak to one of the victims that was inside the home.
Do you recall who you spoke with?
Cavante Battle.
And without saying what he said, was he able to provide you information?
Yes.
After speaking with Mr. Battle, what, if anything, did you do?
I went outside to speak to the individuals that was inside the vehicles.
And when you say they were inside of vehicles, what vehicles were they inside of?
Marked patrol car.
And to your knowledge, were these individuals detained or arrested, or neither?
Detained at the time.
When you were inside of, when you spoke with Mr. Battle, was that inside of the house?
Yes.
Did you notice any camera or surveillance systems inside of the house?
Yes.
Permission to approach our, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 163 VV. Tell me if you recognize this as 163 VV.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
That was a TV on the wall with the surveillance cameras
And does that appear to look like the TV on the wall with the surveillance cameras that you saw back on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 163 VV into evidence.
163?
Yes,
All right, it's admitted.
thank you. Permission to publish?
You may.
Now, at the time, is this the surveillance video that you looked at or that you saw inside of the home when you went inside?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not any of the surveillance videos were collected on that night on March 16, 2022?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, it wasn't collected?
Oh, no, it wasn't collected.
Now, you said that after you spoke with Mr. Batter, you went back outside and you spoke with some other individuals. Who did you speak with?
The next individual was Miles Farley.
And was Mr. Farley able to provide you any information about what had occurred?
No.
Did you speak with anyone else?
Yes.
Who else did you speak with?
Shannon Jackson.
Okay. And where was Mrs. Jackson when you spoke with him?
In the rear of a patrol vehicle as well.
Was he able to provide you any information about what occurred that evening?
No.
Was he able to provide you any information about any of the vehicles that you had saw inside at the home?
Yes.
What was he able to tell you?
He identified a white Audi as his.
All right. And was he able to tell you were there multiple Audis outside?
Yes, it was a silver and a white one.
Okay. Was he able to tell you which one?
Yes, the white one.
All right. And did you ultimately take pictures of that Audi?
Yes. Yes.
Did you speak with anyone else?
Yes.
Do you recall who else you spoke with?
Demekion Garlington, Cortez Arnold, Craig White. But it was just basic demographics, names, and stuff like that. They weren't able to provide any information about the incident that occurred.
Okay. And with Mr. Garlington, where did you speak with him at?
Rear of a marked patrol vehicle.
Now, with Mr. Garlington, Mr. Farley, and Mr. Jackson, were they all in the same vehicle or different vehicles?
Separate.
And on March 16, 2022, did you take any pictures of those three individuals?
Yes.
And did you take pictures of the cars that were at the home?
Yes.
And did you take pictures of the white Audi that Mr. Jackson said that he rode, that was the car that he was using?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as 164 VV to 169 VV. Tell me if you recognize 164 VV to 169 VV.
Yes, I recognize.
How do you recognize 164 VV to 169 VV?
There were all the photos I taken.
And are those the photos you took on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the photos that you took on March 16, 2022?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Stacy Exhibit 464 VV through 169 VV.
Okay.
164 through 169.
VV.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Um,
Yes, those are admitted.
Thank you. We're going to start with 166 VV. Looking at State's Exhibit 166 VV, who did you take a picture of?
Shannon Jackson,
And what is he wearing?
pink hoodie with a pink skull cap.
And does the hoodie have any particular words on the front of the hoodie?
I see letters, but can't really make out what word.
We're going to try to zoom in for you.
INLY.
Okay.
Not really.
We'll look at 167 VV.
Oh.
Who is in 167 VV?
Miles Farley.
And do you see an item inside of his left pocket?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever ask him what that was or take that item out of his pocket?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Okay. Looking at 168 VV. Who is in 168 VV?
Demekion Garlington.
All right. And now looking at 169 VV. Is that the area where some of the cars were that you, when you took the pictures on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
All right. And now looking at 164 VV and 165 VV. Now, is this the white Audi that Mr. Jackson said was his car?
Yes.
All right. Now, what is the tag number on that vehicle?
It's a Maryland tag 8ED7071.
I'm going to approach with what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 118W. Do you see that same tag on State's Exhibit 118W?
Yes.
And have you seen an exhibit like this before?
Not this one though.
Not this one particular. Have you seen this? Do you know what the LPR readers are?
Yes.
Have you seen this as an LPR reader?
Oh, yes.
What is the date and time of this last LPR read on State's Exhibit 118 VV, page 1?
3/14/2022 at 4:31 p.m.
And also now looking at page 5 of State's Exhibit 118 VV, do you see an LPR read at 9:49:06 p.m.?
Yes.
And is it for that same tag number 8ED7071?
Yes.
We just, I'm sorry, can we clarify the date that we're talking about time?
Is that March 14th, 2022?
Yes, March 14, 2022 at 9:49 p.m.
And what was the location of that read?
Windsor Street Southwest, northbound, and Richardson Street Southwest.
Now I want to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 116 VV. And while we're waiting for that to pull up, after you spoke with each of those individuals, and you took the pictures, did you have any other involvement in what occurred on March 16, 2022?
No.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 116 VV with camera 3 at approximately 1 minute and 44 seconds. Do you see an individual in that video with the same clothing in which Mr. Jackson had on March 16th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the similar same pink hoodie?
Yes.
All right. And do you also see the same pink kind of skull cap as well?
Yes.
Now I want to show you same Exhibit 116 VV, but camera 14. And we're just going to play starting at 2:19. I want to pause. Did you see the individual that kind of spun around?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at when you when you went to 2830 Waters Road on March 16th, is that the same individual, Miles Farley, that we just saw in this video?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the item that's on his head in that video?
Yes.
All right. Can you describe it?
Looks to be a burgundy skull cap.
And I'll just zoom in. Zoom in. Okay. And was that the same person you spoke to on March 16th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to direct your attention to March 17th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to an address on Meadowlark Lane in East Point, Georgia?
Yes.
And why did you respond to that location?
Undercover officers got behind the white Audi A5 with this Maryland tag 8E.
I'm going to object to A, hearsay, but also to the witness reading off the
Sustained.
Okay. Without reading off of the report, why did you respond to the location?
Undercover officers got behind a white Audi A5 with Mr. Jackson being the driver, leaving Chick-fil-A. He was a suspect of an incident that occurred the day before.
You may.
What Shark got up his sleeve, y'all? I don't think we have an approach counter for today, so we at like 3 or 4. What does Shark have up his sleeve? Y'all hit the like button, please. Hit the like button, please. We're maintaining at 400 people, y'all. We got the die-hard group. We got the crew in the house. Everybody who's here is the die-hard crew. So what does Shark have up his sleeve? Anybody want to take a guess? Because look, let's take a look back real quick. Look at his face.
Got behind a white Audi A5 with Mr. Jackson being the driver, leaving Chick-fil-A. He was a suspect of an incident that occurred the day before.
Look, you see, watch the, man, YouTube doesn't let me fine tune this. I would just like to move it back 1 second and you can actually see, oh man, we got to get back. Shark's brow just go down. All right, we got to get back.
Let me first ask you, when you responded to the incident at Waters Road on March 16th, was there anyone arrested at the Waters Road incident that you responded to?
No.
Okay. When you responded to the Waters Road incident, were the individuals there considered victims in that case on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you had gotten behind the white vehicle because Mr. Jackson was a suspect. You said in the day before. Was he a suspect in the incident that happened on March 14th, 2022, a homicide?
Oh, yes. March 14th. Yes.
Okay. Once you, let me ask you this. Did you ever make it to the location in East Point, Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. What happened once you arrived at the location?
I walked to the rear where officers detained 2 individuals, and I picked up a skull cap and a backpack.
Where was the skull cap in the book bag when you recovered those items?
In the bushes directly behind the house.
And that house, was that a residential home?
Yes.
Once you recovered the book bag, did you look inside of the bag?
Yes.
What, if anything, was inside of the bag?
Narcotics.
Once you looked inside the book bag, what, if anything, did you do with the book bag and the narcotics inside of the book bag?
I held on to it until I was instructed to hand it over to another investigator.
What investigator?
Investigator Belknap.
And then did Investigator Belknap take control and custody of the book bag along with the narcotics?
Yes.
Permission to approach around?
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked as 201 BV and 200 BV. Tell me if you recognize the 201 BV, and you can look inside the contents. Before pulling it out, just look inside of 200 VV.
Yes, I recognize.
And first starting with 201 BV, how do you recognize 201 BV?
This is the backpack recovered in the bushes behind the house.
And is that the book bag that had the narcotics in it?
Yes.
And now looking at 200 VV, how do you recognize 200 VV?
This was the hat recovered as well with the book bag. Skull cap, I mean.
And do they appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you found them back on March 17th, 2022?
Yes.
You know, at this time, the state would like to admit 200 VV and 201 VV into evidence.
No objection. All right, those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Huh?
And that was the hat that you found outside.
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to pull back up 168 VV and next to State's Exhibit 116 VV at 217. Looking at State's Exhibit 116 VV, which is on your right-hand side, and 168 VV, which is on your left, do you see the item that's on Mr. Farley's head?
Yes.
Do you see a similar looking item in his pocket on the left-hand side?
Yes.
Court's indulgence for one moment. I have no further questions.
Police Court. Investigator Flores, good afternoon. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Seems like we got 3 different dates to talk about. March 14th,
14.
March 16th, and March 17th.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to try to go from one to the other to stay organized here.
All right, I got you.
Let's start with the last one first, March 17th.
Okay.
Okay. That was the day that my client, Mr. Stillwell, you said Mr. Jackson, we're talking about the same person, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That was the day he was arrested on warrants for the March 14th homicide, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about, you talked about people were following or pursuing the car to this address that you responded to. Were you part of the pursuit?
No.
Okay. The car that was located on Meadowlark Drive where Mr. Stillwell was arrested was a white Audi, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The same white Audi that was present on March 16th?
Correct.
And the same white Audi that he is alleged to have used in a horrible crime on March 14th. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you indicated that you found a book bag with drugs or narcotics in them, correct?
Correct.
And that was in some bushes at that Meadowlark Drive address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Present at the address was Mr. Stillwell, but also another individual by name of Cormarvius Nichols, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see who had control of that book bag?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that, do you know what Atlanta Phoenix, APD Phoenix is?
Yes.
That's helicopters, correct?
Yeah.
That can follow pursuit.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware if APD Phoenix, let me ask you this, do they record from the air?
Yes.
Are you aware if APD Phoenix caught on video who discarded the book bag full of narcotics into the bushes?
Yes.
Okay. Was it Mr. Stillwell?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Your understanding is that Mr. Nichols was also in the Audi on the way to that Meadowlark Drive address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it would certainly be illegal for Mr. Nichols or Mr. Stillwell, for that matter, to be in possession of narcotics in a book bag, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was Mr. Stillwell
charged with those narcotics?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. I'd like to move back to the first date, March 14th, 2022. You were present at the scene on Windsor Street that night, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were called to the scene. Who called you to the scene?
Dispatch.
Okay. What time did you arrive at the scene?
Oof. I don't remember.
Okay. Did you write any reports regarding your work on the night of March 14th, 2022?
I believe it was an internal memo with no report.
Okay. Now, when you arrived, there was a deceased gentleman in a red Versa, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You did not recognize the deceased when you arrived, did you?
No.
Okay. You were a gang investigator for APD since 2020, correct?
Correct.
Your focus is on the gangs of Atlanta, the members within those gangs, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you did not recognize Mr. Shamal Drinks.
Correct.
Okay, in fact, later on in that night, law enforcement had to use a GBI scanner to use his fingerprints to determine his identity, correct?
No, I believe his ID was on scene.
Okay. Okay. Either way, you did not recognize it.
No.
Okay. Now, the state just had you compare some photos of Mr. Stillwell and also of Mr. Miles Farley, correct? Remember that? Side by sides?
Yeah.
Okay, you recognize the left part of those side by sides as being from the BP surveillance from March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was the night of the Shamal Drinks homicide.
Correct.
On that surveillance, you identified, I think just now, Mr. Stillwell wearing a hoodie and a pink hat, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's move to to March 16th of 2022. Okay. You respond to 2830 Waters Road, correct?
Correct.
All right, and let's just be clear. You responded and located Mr. Stillwell. I don't know if you located him, but Mr. Stillwell was at the residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you and other law enforcement strictly viewed him as a victim for March 16th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The incident involved someone shooting at that house repeatedly.
Correct.
Okay. And by the time you arrived, Mr. Stillwell was in the back of a police car.
Correct.
Okay. Wearing the exact same clothes from the BP video, or at least the exact same hoodie and distinctive pink hat.
Correct.
Okay. When you arrived, you sought to speak to Mr. Stillwell, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He was not under arrest.
No.
He was detained as a victim.
Correct.
Okay. He was not legally obligated
to answer your questions,
Correct.
okay? And you asked him questions about March 16th. What had happened,
Correct.
okay? And you said he didn't provide any information, but in fact, he said he was present and people shot at the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But importantly, you asked him what car he was driving, correct?
Not he was driving. I asked him what car was his.
Okay, you asked him what car was his. And this is 2 days after you are alleging, you being the police,
Mhm.
he used a white Audi in a homicide.
I don't think that was known at that time.
Is there not video at the BP?
I don't think that was collected the night of the incident.
Okay. Well, you asked him 2 days after a homicide that the police are accusing him of, what car is his? And he is not legally obligated to answer any of your questions, is he?
Correct.
And he told you, while wearing the exact same hoodie and exact same hat that he was wearing in that BP video, he told you that white Audi is mine, didn't he?
Yeah.
He didn't hide that fact.
No.
Besides those 3 days, was that all the work you did on this case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, is there a redirect? All right.
On March 16th, let me back up. On March 14th, you said you responded to the homicide of Shamel Drink. Is that fair?
Yes.
Had you seen the surveillance video when you arrived on March 14th, 2022?
No.
So did you know that Mr. Stillwell was in that surveillance video when you went to the house on March 16th, 2022?
No.
For the homicide case, who was the lead detective? Do you know?
I don't even remember.
On March 16th, 2022, do you know if they had solved the homicide yet?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, they had not?
No, I don't know if they solved it or not.
You said that you arrived at 2830 Waters Road on March 16th at about 2:30 a.m. on March 16th?
Yes.
Do you know what time the homicide occurred on March 14th?
No. I know it was early morning hours that I responded to that as well.
What time did you think you responded to the homicide?
Maybe 1 a.m.
And so would that be 1 a.m. on March 15th?
Correct. Sounds about right.
So when you asked Mr. Stillwell about that vehicle, did you know at the time that he was connected to that vehicle at the gas station?
No.
Do you know if it was after he told you it was his car that they connected him to what they saw in the surveillance video at the gas station?
No. They connected the dots about 2 to 3 days later.
And that's your memory of it?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. If you were If you saw him at 2:30 a.m. on the 16th, on March 16th in the morning, and you were arresting him on March 17th.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
thinking about the 14th, from the 14th.
So to be clear, on the morning of March 16th, when he's telling you about this vehicle that is his, you have not connected him to the homicide that happened on March 14th, 2020.
No.
I have no further questions.
Investigator Flores, you used a couple terms. Solved, connected the dots. Says who?
I said those words?
Yeah. You agree with them? Who? Says who you?
Hang on.
They says who about what?
Overruled.
Who says you solved anything?
I didn't solve anything.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you again. It's not about what dots you connected. If you do 2022, you would know what you did or didn't do, correct? I'm not talking about what the police know. I'm talking about what you would know.
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Stillwell, knowing about March 14, 2022, and what he did or didn't do, never shied away from owning that Audi, did he?
Objection on speculation.
Overruled.
Didn't even hesitate. He said, that's the car that I am driving, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I think this is our last witness we could have. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to remind you that you're to decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during this trial and the law, as I will later explain it to you. Remember, you can consider only the evidence that's admitted in this courtroom. Don't do any research on your own. Don't use the internet or any other source to find out any information about this case or about the law, or to find out kind of anything hypothetically that you're wondering about this case. Don't watch, read, or listen to any accounts of this trial, whether online, social media, radio, anything. And don't discuss this case with anyone, or let anybody discuss this case with you or around you, or even amongst yourselves, until you have retired to deliberate as a jury at the close of the evidence. And I will see y'all in the morning at 9. All right, anything we need to put on the record before we break for the day?
Just my daily inquiry about what the agenda is for tomorrow
Okay,
from the state.
we covered a lot of witnesses today. Good job, thank you.
We're trying 11, Your Honor. That's our phone number.
Are there going to be any witnesses tomorrow that aren't on this week's list?
No.
Okay. Is that what y'all need to know, basically, then?
And everyone is looking for what I gave report this morning, but everyone, I'm partnering with my team, but everyone, on page 1 should be here tomorrow, so, except for number 1. So number 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Guys, interrupt for a second.
And then number 7 on page 2 should be here tomorrow. Number 10 on page 3. Number 20 on page 4. Number 22 on page 5. For number 24, we have a different custodian of records, but the custodian will be here. And then we should be able to go in order from 25 on. I know the court said we want to go to 5:36, and we're going to try to make it work to get to 5:36.
Thank you. I'm at least 5:30.
Okay.
Okay.
Could I just make an inquiry at the state? Mr. Arnold, number 1, do you know when you plan on having him in?
We're still making some decisions about that. We talked about whether or not Mr. Lund will be here or not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If he is going to be, is it still the date y'all had contemplated previously, or might that change?
Given how fast.
All right, y'all just make sure you keep Ms. Merchant apprised.
We will.
She wanted 5 days notice. Okay. All right, anything else?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
As it relates to one of the witnesses that we requested to not be on camera, there are some members of staff of the Atlanta Police Department who would like to further explain to the court.
Yeah, that was
Jay
Starks. Okay. Are they available now? Okay. Do you want to do that up at the bench, or how do you want to do that?
Yes.
Okay. For whatever this discussion is there going to be anything else? Okay.
The state will be sending Ms. Percival an email in regards to a witness issue for Your Honor to.
Okay. Do you want to approach up here to the bench and somebody from?
Y'all, I really don't know if they're coming back. But yeah, so interesting day today, to say the least. The state is kind of running through their case. I kind of feel like at this point, the state is giving up, y'all. I feel like they're kind of going through the motions. A bit of giving up happening. Yeah, today was, they brought the FedEx. What did they bring the FedEx and the BP guy up for, y'all? What did they bring Detective Thorpe up for, y'all? Can somebody explain to me why the FedEx guy, the BP station guy, and Detective Thorpe had to come up today? Because I really don't think that anything they said was of any importance whatsoever. And even if it was, they could have gotten those two guys up and on and off within 5 minutes. Yeah, I think the murder charges are in trouble, though. But they did say they still have, till the end of next week? So maybe they have some more. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be the BP guy's mother. I'm the owner of the gas station, and I installed the surveillance video camera. Did you point it toward the left or the right? Well, I pointed it toward the left, but then my wife came and pointed it toward the right. This is the type of stuff that's happening.
The witness indicated on y'all's media sheet, Investigator Starks, the objection's been withdrawn, and so everybody is okay with him not being shown. So we need to testify tomorrow, so we will let you not shown. All right, anything else? Okay, everybody have a pleasant night, and hopefully we can just see each other at 9 in the morning. Okay.
All right, people, that's it. Got it. We all have to try to have a real life now. We all have to try to have a real life now, finally. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Please hit the like button before you go, y'all. If you're not a subscriber, hit the subscribe. Have a good night. I'm going to try to salvage the light. Oh, before 5, y'all. It's before 5 p.m., so we have a little bit of extra time. Thank y'all. Please hit the like, do subscribe, and I will see y'all mañana. Bye-bye.